Good evening, everybody. How's it going, folks? Well,
You all right?
Hello.
We're not doing any fancy
you-
intros for this, are we?
No. Ask GRAPPL in it. Everyone knows who we are. I'm Ben. That's JP. One that says Garrett's Gareth. One that says Matthew's Matty. I've had a couple of beers already, so casual Thursdays here, Matt.
Well, I don't know who you are. Sorry, I only know Benny, so I don't know who Benno is these days. that was the Bronx lad. Shout that though, Benno. Really.
The background's still the GRAPPL awards as well.
But it's still good. It's a good conversation tool. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it is, isn't it?
You make Gabe there next year? Oh, he's gone.
This is the calm before the storm, isn't it? Really on this as well.
Well,
I've got the Guinnesses in the fridge, but tea at the moment.
I was going to say, GP, what we supping on? What are you on at the minute?
Tea. I had a pint earlier on with the elves. I went to see Napoleon today.
Oh, how was it?
It's bollocks, mate.
Is it?
We can get into it in a bit if we want to. It's just fucking nonsense. Like, there's only really one good battle scene as well, I might say. Just watching it, and he's just like a kind of a slightly posher, less sweary version of Frank Booth, is really what he is. He just acts weird, and then he wins the odd battle, and then he just gets promoted higher up, and his just whole plan is, I've got the army, the end. That seems to be it. I know nothing more about Napoleon than when I started. For that. But no, yeah, Guinness in the fridge at the minute as well.
What are we saying, Gareth? What are we on?
What am I supping? I'm on a Glenorific City Skyline Pale Ale, 5%, Matty. Inverness Birkenhead Brewing Company.
City Skyline.
How good's it, JP? That though, just that's just amazing.
There you go.
Fucking incredible stuff there.
Here we go. Well, Benno's.
I don't think they're fucking. I don't know what if they're nice flats or they're like, I don't know, dodgy flats in Birkenhead or something like that. I don't know, but I don't know. The beer's nice anyway. I'll give them that.
I used to love Birkenhead Market, Gareth. I used to love that, mate. I used to love going there with me nan once a month, going to the the sausage stand, the butchers, and they used to have the samples of like pork and apple sausage. And when I was like 12, I was like, what? They put apples in sausages? My head was gone, and I just used to fucking eat loads of them.
I only go there for Future Yard now. Have you been there? Like little music venue over there.
Okay.
Of course, it's modern bands playing modern music, Matty. So you wouldn't have heard of it. So.
Well, there's a rock place, isn't there a rock club just over through the tunnel? What's that called?
Oh, I've never been there.
That's nowhere near that dodgy pub that we ended up in Birkenhead, was it?
Quite possibly, because that was just a walk straight up the hill, wasn't it? After we
it got off. It was like all the worst stereotypes, that journey, and just playing ferry across the Mersey on a loop, which, if you're commuting, I can only imagine it's just like 7th level of hell. Like, that is just after a while. Never want to hear. I'm sure that's more white noise to add to the Liverpudlian music collection for you, lads, where it's just like the song doesn't mean a fucking thing anymore.
Well, just while we're here, I'm going to pour my one.
Yes.
I've got a double Jack Daniels.
Fucking hell, mate.
Ready to go.
That's fighting juice, that is. That's
it's the best drink. It's the best drink going. Best spirit, anyway, I'd say.
I should also say as well at the same time, there is live football going on. So if you see me staring up at the screen, it's me, because my Amazon Prime's bloody playing up. But Irish Sky comes in handy. The old Premier Sports channels are covering both games live.
The darts is on as well, though, isn't it? The darts is going on. So
Dolan's 2-1 up in sets against Gerwyn Price. The 16-year-old in dog years, he's not on tonight, is he? He's Luke Littler, who's got a more receding hairline than me, which is just fucking astounding, I find. And I'm like three times his age.
I'm glad you said you, because it's still better than mine.
I don't know, mate.
Yours has made a comeback like CM Punk, mate.
He had his photo taken, didn't he, with fucking Declan Rice and Alan Ramsdale?
Yeah, I seen that today.
Like, without being funny, Ramsdale, got to get concentrate on David Raya. That's the one person who should be concentrating past and getting back into the fucking team again as well, and improving himself rather than, I'll tell you, I'll knock around with this fucking child at the darts, like, which just sounds like a bad phrase if you say it like that as well.
I was going to say, JP. We started early there, mate.
We have. It's not going to get. I'm not even drunk as well. It's terrible. Terrible behaviour.
5 minutes in with the nonce talk. Who'd have thought it?
Hello to everyone. For all of you, any of you who haven't listened or seen one of these before. More to the point, really, for this one on here as well. This is our Ask GRAPPL Christmas Spectacular, where we answer a lot of the Patreon and the YouTube members. We answer their questions live. We have a few drinks. We have a bit of a chin wag. We have some guests on, and it'll be a fucking good laugh, really, isn't it? As much as anything else.
A spectacular. That's giving it a big build up, JP.
And I should also say as well, as I did erroneously say on the news dump that there was going to be a weekend show tomorrow. There isn't. Benno's travelling to Belfast. Rather, I can't selfishly ask me. I cancel the flight, mate. Come on, talk with me about some fucking US Indies and a show that I've probably made up. Into the mix, but we will be. I think we're going to try and sneak in a few previews while we're on here as well. So this is going to be fascinating. I'm looking forward. Never get to have your guys' opinions on these sorts of things, but also want to give a shout out as well for Retro episode 2, which is out on early access for all of the patrons. I'm getting the plugs in early here, aren't I?
Get JP, sort them out, mate. I like it. You keep going, mate.
I'm in sales talk. Because I've not had a drink. I'm not going to possibly get libelous at this stage. Ask me in 3 hours' time when we fucking lost 2-1 or 2-0 because Kudus and Bowen have scored, and there's that fucking bitter twist of he's in my fantasy team as well, so I fucking like it. But yeah, no. But do you want to tell the good folks what's in Retro episode 2?
Well, Gareth, comes up with the catchy titles, don't you, Gareth? And anything you say, mate, I just absolutely love. And it was this episode, JP's kicking it with the click. So you've got Brett, obviously, going in there against his old foe, Shawn Michaels, in a match where I'd say many haven't seen. Unless you're a Brett guy like us, then you will have seen it. But to the ones who aren't Brett guys, then maybe you haven't. And then you've got the Survivor Series match with Diesel as like the featured match. Is
that the fuck match?
I think where Diesel at the end, motherfucker, yeah, that's the one. And it's just, as I say, Gareth, like we might as well speak on air, like out of our message chat. It's like once a couple more are down in the can, mate, I think it'll be fucking. I hope people enjoy it because listening back, it comes across well and that. So just hope everyone enjoys the setup we've got going, mate.
I just hope people listen.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that'll be
fine,
yeah. I'm just assuming it, aren't I?
Everything else a Billy bonus, isn't it?
That's it.
Hello to all of you who are in the chat as well. Stay with us there on here. I like the fact that I've seen Andy there who's split screening it with the darts tonight as well. Don't want to risk missing the half that gets edited off like a few years ago. And there's fucking reasons for that, Rory. Why that has to happen. It's called our employers. Not in Gareth's case, you don't have to give a shit, but for the rest of us.
I'll be honest, JP, like I'm just, as I say, coming on tonight, like you've said, let's have a good time, let's have a laugh.
Oh yeah.
Let's answer the questions. As long as Benno doesn't start poking me at some point during the night, I think it'll all go smoothly tonight.
Mate, that's going to be happening.
Yeah, I was going to say, so it's not going to go smoothly.
I heard my name, so I'm back. Yeah, you all right? How's it going, mate?
He's like Candyman.
I know he did. Beetlejuice mixed in with Candyman. Can I just
try to catch up on the chat there? Sorry about that.
Can I just say, Alex in the chat mentioned about me tribal chief t-shirt. Can I just show the full t-shirt for him? And I love it. It's part of it. Just Cody dead there, JP. He's in the morgue, Cody. There he is.
Fucking hell.
That's supposed to be Cody. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Killed the story before it started.
If we were doing a title for this as well, Benno Juice would really be close up there from Simon in the chat.
That's a great shout.
That's where I'm on the Benno Juice.
I love you go with tribal teeth there.
Oh. Good German Pilsner there, Benno.
Right there.
Good stuff. Then out for a couple of hours. Went up Loch Lane near Matty.
think
But yeah,
this is good.
trying
I
to
think
on the
we're gonna
proper
have to
stuff.
see
It's one of them.
the
It's like
boys.
the three gift. The three gifts I got for Christmas this year. I got a coffee machine, which I put on the Discord. I got a suitcase, and I got some beer. And I feel like that's just the perfect trifecta for a man of a certain age, in my opinion.
Is the coffee maker coming with you? Is it going on? Is it taking the trip over to Belfast tomorrow? Then in that case,
Probably not. Probably I'll take my little V60. Maybe that'll do. But it's a proper American one, Matty. You'd be impressed. You don't like coffee, but it's like proper like filter one with like a big jug under it that you kind of like you can pour your coffee out of.
American
hot
office
plate to
stuff
keep
in
it
it.
hot for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Full on American dynamite, yeah. Or as Liam would say, coffee is basically what it is.
That was the best when we were at North. That you were just chatting coffee. I just burst over. I was like, "What are you on about?" You were trying to explain like proper coffee to me, and I was like, "The head was gone."
No, not proper coffee, mate. Coffee,
Coffee.
not gravy granules in a jar. Coffee.
Oh, but it's always one of them. I've never had it, but even like the coffee revels, though, JP, like anything coffee flavored, just vile. It's just bad. It's
Oh,
just
yeah.
not good at all.
fucking horrific, like coffee revels. They're just bad. I know that the orange ones tend to split people down the middle, a la like the advert as well, which, but when they do a piss take of the deer hunter, which is very fucking weird. But yeah, not mad on revels.
I like orange, JP, orange chocolate.
A lot of chocolate this Christmas.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of roses, celebrations, heroes, all of those types of things.
Anyone else
Loads of them.
getting good for Christmas? Any good gifts other than the t-shirt? As Liam does rightly point out, Matty, yeah, there's an Ice Cube. Of course, Liam would know. Reference there.
Yeah, you beat me to it. We don't need to say it no more, do we? He just comes out with these facts. Yeah. But what else did we get? Put up before, got like a miniature Smoking Skull Championship replica. Just that's gonna be pride and joy, lad. I'm scared to take it out of the little case it comes in. Nice. Got that, and then I got Steph's sister got me an Acknowledge Me Roman Reigns glass. It's amazing, honestly. Like, I'm scared to use that even. So just a load of good stuff. Like, still like a big kid. Still love Christmas and love getting the good gifts. Like, so who doesn't? You know what I mean?
Your Civil War poster next to you there on the right. That was a good one.
Yeah,
a lot of job opportunities with that, mate.
Yeah, there's that, and then she got me the. Because it's obviously shutting us in it, the Blu-ray of Money in the Bank as well. So I'll as a little memento. So I'm happy with that.
Did very well there, didn't you?
Yeah.
A ton of socks, more than I would have expected. But the sock issue is very much resolved today. This Ireland top, because it was one of these ones where it was more spending all on the myriad of children that I'm responsible for, and something I didn't ask for, and I did get some new slippers as well, which again, man of a certain age, that kind of works perfectly. But I did get this, which I don't know if I've ever spoken this man's name in at least 25 years.
Do you know who he is, Benno? Really?
Brian Horton.
No,
well, he's 2,000 games. If you want to know about how Brian began his football career by being sold for a pint of shandy, that happened. Captained Mark Lawrenson, which suggests he's around for a long fucking time as well. How Luis Figo nearly came to Main Road when Horton was managing Manchester City. I'm assuming that's bollocks. Yeah. Why Robbie Williams was more nervous playing a friendly at Port Vale than he was playing at Nebworth as well. How does he know about that? How is he like... I know, ridiculous, isn't it? And what really happened when Phil Brown gave his infamous team talk on the pitch at Manchester City. So it's another one of these. Last year it was the Drew McIntyre autobiography.
You said that as like some sort of sick joke.
Yeah, you opened Garrett's present there.
Well, as usual, I got fuck all. So.
No, we need to know, Gareth. Did it actually arrive? Is it in the house?
Yeah.
That's what we want to know.
We know you got something for Christmas, mate.
It's not a present for me. It's a fucking punishment for me. Yes, the fucking dog is in the house.
You fell in love yet?
Oh, fuck, I haven't done.
What's the name?
Yeah, what's the name?
It's called Aquila, but I've not taken it for a walk. I patted it once. In the week we've had it, I've patted it once for like 1 split second to appease children. But yeah, done. It's just this inconvenience now. That's just, to be honest, it's actually worked out pretty good because I just find that I'm just having loads of time on my hands to just sit in a room on my own with the door shut, like, and just fucking, play Footy Manager and watch. I'm like totally up to date on AEW and stuff like that. It's actually, maybe it has been like that sort of gift that's happened on the sly there because I just seem to I seem to be given the gift of time this Christmas. So fingers crossed that continues throughout the year because yeah, I'll maintain that I'll be doing fuck all for this dog. So yeah.
I saw Sarah post on Facebook like a picture of her walking it on like Christmas Eve at like 11 at night or something like that. I was like, you know what? I respect that. I think Garrett's holding his ground here. I think Garrett's refusing to be the late night. Oh, come on, Dad. Come on. It's the man's job, that. It's like putting the bins out. You know what I mean? It's got to be done.
I refuse to do anything. I saw it having a shit in the back today, and I was like, "Not my shit to pick up, is it? It's not my dog."
Gareth, you said you'd leave it there all day if you were at home working, and you wait till they come home, they can do it.
Yeah, not my dog. It's just this thing that exists in my house.
Amazing, though. Absolutely.
But the one present that I did get, my mum and dad give us they always bung us £100 every Christmas, and like that's literally the only thing I ever get for Christmas.
Cold hard cash.
And she paid till she messaged me on the last Friday at work finishing, and says, "I've paid the 100 into your bank account." I was like, "Nice one." Went out on the piss with work that night. Got so pissed, missed the last train home. Had to get the train to Chester open that could jump off at like Widnes or Runcorn and get like a cheaper taxi home from there. Fell asleep, woke up in Chester, no fucking trains back or anything like that. I had to get an £85 taxi back from Chester. So there you go. That was my Christmas money off my mum and dad. A pissed up taxi home from Chester. So there you go. Feliz Navidad, everyone.
Oh. Yeah, my dad's like that. Like, it's literally like I don't even get a card at this point or anything. It's just, here's some cash, and I'll take that because we went the races. We went to Haydock, and it was like £50 towards the races. So to be fair, that's kind of one of my better presents. No fuss, no card, no nothing, no wrapping.
It's just like a little not even in a card, Benno. No,
just notes, mate.
It's proper, strictly business. That.
Unfortunately, the night ended up as JPL appreciate with us arguing over the broken state of Britain. Apparently, BBC News is the problem. The wokes. It was like a game of bingo of all the different things you could kind of say. It got to a point where I was like, Dad, have you ever watched like that episode of Mitchell and Webb where they have that realization of we the baddies? And he was just it went over his head. I moved on. But it's all bad, JP. That whole country's come crashing down.
Has he been on the GB News again? Because
I was saying that. I was trying to nail him. I was like, so BBC News is too biased. Yes. How are they too biased? Well, they're too liberal. Okay, fair enough. Where are you getting your news from? And he's like, I just from around and about. And I was like, round and about. GB News, 100%. Like, that's what he's on.
Not even Talk TV or Times Radio. It's like, now we're going straight into there. And Talk TV has a lot of shit on there as well. But yeah, fucking
the worst ever, isn't it? Though all that, I just can't be arsed with watching any of that shit. Genuinely, like, just stay out of it. Just stay on YouTube, Ben. I'm in it watching people bet and watching people walk around the streets.
Biggest real news thing.
Much more entertaining.
But that's Christmas. If you're not having an argument with your family over politics, it doesn't count, does it?
Yeah,
that's the world we live in now. He does his own research. Simon's right.
It was quite a quiet one actually this year. It was just like the three of us there on Christmas Day. We'll get into it in a bit. Like, I've got strong thoughts on the state of EastEnders as well, having watched that Christmas special. And there's a very Raw after WrestleMania type feel on Boxing Day as well. I'm hoping Matthew's got some strong thoughts, and maybe some of our guests. Well,
JP, I didn't watch the Raw after Mania. I only watched Mania itself, mate. So you'll have to fill me in on what happened.
I'll fill you in, mate.
The night after.
We'll build to that.
I'm guessing that even though I haven't watched it for 10 years, I'll still know who like 90% of the cast are.
Oh, mate, it's not even funny. You think wrestling's bad for bringing people back and like milking it? Jesus Christ. Oh, my God.
I had a good conversation with my stepdad about that, where he was telling me about like the wrestlers that he still knows, and he was like, so this is one for the casual fan whisperers. My stepdad, who follows no wrestling at all, has a passing interest in boxing. That's about it. Knew all about CM Punk getting fired from AEW, and then he'd gone back to WWE, and then he was back in the company. Genuine, it's like you with football, that JP. It was like, how'd you know? And he was like, oh, I just saw it on the internet somewhere. And I was like, yeah, because you opened your phone. Like, if you were interested in something, you put the words into Google and they came up. It's, you know, it's like, I think we think we are in a bubble, but we think that we're in much more of a bubble than we actually are at times, I think.
Do you think it was the BBC News that led him for that?
Possibly. It was on, like you said, it was on BBC News. So it was a thing that happened, you know?
It was shared about. It was like, and I don't remember a BBC News story about when he signed for AEW. I have to say, I don't know. I can't remember anything like that. I don't remember that being covered whatsoever. But yeah, that's definitely like kind of football dad is a lot more. I mean, I'll be seeing him in a couple of weeks' time. There's no football, obviously, over this time period. But yeah, we'll be talking about that with him as well. But yeah, good old Punker. He's still got it, hasn't he, lads? At MSG.
I was trying to impress him. I was like, well, I saw CM Punk in front of 400 people in Chicago in 2004. He wasn't that impressed. I tried, though. I tried to tell him the joke about it.
I'm going to say, did you go to Collision earlier on the event? I'm full of it.
I'll give you that
one. Ready to
go. He's on.
Did you enjoy me thumbnail that I threw up over who were the wrestler of the year, Matthew?
Well, I wasn't going to comment on it, but is that your cousin? Is that him in the Discord who mentioned it?
Nathan mentioned it, yeah.
So I was going to blank it because I thought I'm not getting involved. I was going to leave it. I said to JP before, unless you poke me tonight, Ben, we're having a nice casual drink, we're having a nice chat, catch up with everyone, answer the questions. but then now you've mentioned it. I haven't watched it yet, though, or listened to it back, so I'm guessing you've clipped, like, I don't know how long the clip is either. Is it a long one?
It's the full wrestler of the year discussion, so, you know.
You're hanging me out to dry, mate. If people watch that and comment, they're going to think I'm fucking nuts, aren't they?
Yeah. You said what you said, mate. No one else is responsible.
Is that your admission that it's just a load of shite, Matty?
Because of course it's, come on, Gareth. Come on, of course it's not. But people are going to go, what? And they're just going to jump to what everyone did. He only wrestled this time, that time, whatever. People just need to get out the fucking, as you say, just open the horizons of it. You know what I mean? Just fucking, instead of the same bollocks all the time with these fucking wrestlers. I'm not going into it. We're having a nice time. Oh, yeah.
It's well behind in answer to those people on there. Yeah, it's well behind there. It is. Is that Zinchenko doing bollocks again? It was as well.
Keep it only the goalie.
I'm telling you now, he's not fucking good. He ain't good, Raya. I'm like, honestly to God, he really isn't. Like, he is fucking suspect as all hell. I said it to my oldest lad tonight earlier on. I said I got bad vibes about this. Just that Kudus, Paqueta, Bowen triumvirate up front on there.
He's top quality, Paqueta, though. I mean, he's just oozes class. One of the best players outside, like the big teams for me. Fucking love him, like.
Don't blame me. I voted for Kudus.
When does he get done for betting? Wasn't he? Well, he was supposed to get the big move, wasn't he? And then, like,
he backed out, didn't he?
I've heard nothing of that. Have you heard anything? That's all about that. Has that just gone away?
Yeah. But it took Tony a while, didn't it, to them to charge him and look. Honestly, look at Brentford. I fear for them. He was carrying them, wasn't he, Tony? Because they're like struggling big time. They're on the proper decline.
No blamo.
Yeah.
We're going to get the FPL stuff out early doors as well, because we haven't really spoken about that, have we, over the last?
Yeah, it's because it's death for the algorithm, mate. But he can't.
It is very true.
Can't affect that algorithm, Ben.
Turns out FPL fans don't want to hear wrestling talk, and wrestling fans don't want to hear FPL talk. But I'm on the wild card. That's what I'll say.
He's given this fucking goal. I'm assuming he's given this goal on here. So whether or not the ball has gone over the line, it'll be the second time this happened this year. We lose this game, expect me to kick off later on as well.
So if you got rid of João Pedro, Benno, just as is it for tonight?
I can't quit him, mate. I can't quit him. He's like, he's been in my team. He is the only player that's been in my FPL team since week 1. Like him, no one else. And it's because I've always had another fire to put out. And just when I was going to get rid of him, he didn't really hit form, but he started scoring off the bench. And he started just getting like little points and drips and drabs there. So like now I've finally got the wild card game week 20. I am considering getting rid, but tonight's not making that seem like a good idea.
Just,
to be honest,
just teasing you there, isn't he? Like, don't let me, don't leave me. Just
they've got good
goal in
fixtures
this
coming
for
up
you.
as well. I know, but don't know if I can do it. We'll see if he survives the call.
JP, can I ask though about Ramsdale Raya? Like now that I've got an Arsenal fan here. What Ramsdale did get good plaudits. Why did he want to replace him? What's the thinking behind it? Like
that's fucking out of play as well. I might add that ball.
It's nuts.
Stick my neck. Why? I don't.
Why
he wanted to buy him ages ago. As soon as he went to the club,
he?
before he bought Ramsdale, he wanted to buy Raya. When I think at that point in time, like this is when Brentford were in the Championship. I don't know. Like I think it's about distribution and stuff like that as much as anything else, which is not that fucking good because the bread and butter shit he doesn't do well. Like he flaps at crosses like all of the time. He's suspect.
The distribution, JP, for me, like, and this is where I'm that old school where like you see someone closing them down. I'm thinking, well, you're taking too long, but that's what they want to do in the modern game. So I get that, but to me, he just leaves it that extra second that it looks like at any time he could just fuck it up. I don't know. It's just dead weird. Where Ramsdale, I know he's a bit bouncy in the goal and a bit all over the place, like a Pickford, but he was a good shot stopper. What I seen anyway, So
I saw something, and it was like on Sky Sports News though, and they put up, and it was like I think it was like the 10 key statistics for goalkeepers, and Raya was better than Ramsdale on all of them, and like. It was like
that's that stats bollocks though, man.
This is it.
Stats coming into play, isn't it?
We've had this XG fucking
like
nonsense.
That. We needed to sort it out for us and explain.
The gammons on TalkSport didn't like that.
Honestly, with that age, boys, we're caught in between Everton evolving. We've had this. It's like no, but honestly, with the footy, because did you see what like I don't like Michael Owen, basically think he's a boring, whatever his opinions. But he said the other day, didn't he, on one of his interviews, like the players in his era were better than the players now. And I totally agree. All you are now, you've got to run, have an engine, and pass literally 5 yards, and you're a good player. Back in the day, you had to be about technique, skill. And I'm sounding like, as Ben would say, your dad or some old dinosaur here. But it's right, though. It's changing too much away from football than like just fucking... That's me anyway. That's me. I might be alone on that one, like, but
athletes.
That's all Gareth it is, though, mate. I'm not picking people out, but like people like Ollie Skip, you know what I mean, for Tottenham. How's he a footy player? You know, he literally doesn't do nothing but run around. He doesn't do a thing. Every time you watch him,
it's fucking harsh on him, mate.
Runs him a straight line every time, and I get about zones and certain tactics, whatever. But if he was 1 against 2, would he try and do a bit of skill to get past someone? No, because no one does it no more, to be fair to him. Because they're all, it's sat out of them in training. That's why I like a Paqueta and that, even though like he does a little bit something different. And I don't know. It's just
thank God for wrestling, that you can get these people who get out of their John Laurinaitis mindset and things like that of just wanting 6'5" lads who've all got the same body and can all just bench press the same amount and all that. Get a bit of diversity in there and get people working different styles outside of the system, mate.
In the pub tonight, we were talking. This came up, football and XG and FPL and stuff. And mate was like, "Oh, why can no one like anything anymore? Why is everyone so bothered about like stats and numbers and stuff like that?" Do you know what I mean, Benno? And I was like, "Yeah, I kind of host a wrestling podcast where what we talk about is star ratings, TV ratings, ticket sales. Kind of what we do."
You only care about FPL, not actual football.
Yep, that's me. I'm that guy.
You've always owned that, though, Benno. To be fair to you, you've always owned that, mate.
I tell you, anyone who gives me shit, I watch more football than they do.
It's on, yeah. You're not taking it in. It's on. I'll give you that.
I've had to go onto the phone here because it's clearly that stream is like a good minute and a half behind, and it's like I'm not tolerating that for the evening because then I'll just be in a fucking.
Can I just say
out of everything?
as well, before we get, obviously we've started, but did no one else get their thing in the post for, on the awards where everyone voted WWE as the promotion of the year? Did no one else get the little pinky WWE ring, in the post? No one get it? No? Okay, just me then.
Just you, mate, for talking them up, mate, and doing the campaigning for them, Still hurts that one.
I went in there.
The worst is going to be when I throw the worst clips, and it's all going to be AEW. It's not been a good year for the good guys.
Can we talk about Dynamite?
No.
Why not?
Maybe later. We'll skip it to the fun stuff for now. How was your Christmas dinner? How about that? We do. This is like this is basically for anyone who doesn't know, we're basically doing a 5-hour pre-show here. If it goes that long, we're gonna have call-ins. We're gonna have a few different guests calling in. Got our first guest should be calling in about 9 o'clock. Look forward to that one. I think long-term listeners will enjoy. And we'll be taking questions through the night as well. Any patrons have got questions in early. If you're a patron, you can add them to the Discord and throw them on there. Super chats are open. We've never had that before. If anybody wants to jump the queue and throw a super chat in, it will be much appreciated. Mainly for non-patrons, obviously. Might even JP be able to give away a few free memberships tonight. Might be a few free YouTube memberships going in the in the chat if we get things going. There we go. Big time these days. So, throw that out there as well. But we'll keep it casual enough, like I say. We'll have our first couple of guests on, and we'll just kind of go through the night and answer the questions and stuff. But we'll get to Dynamite at some point, Matt. It'll come up. Like we'll do the fun stuff first, I reckon.
Can't wait for it.
Yeah, that's wild. That is, we're able to do that these days. Modern technology, my mind is fucking blown by all of this stuff. I was having to explain to the kids.
I was going to say we can't start without, as Andy said, Matty, a Christmas scran of the week. Like, how have we not done it already?
Can we narrow it down then? This is what I want from all four of us, and obviously people in the chat. I want what time you'd officially had your first fork went into on your plate. What time did that happen? And gives everything that you had on your Christmas dinner. All right, that's what I want. Okay,
so I think you're going to be an early Christmas dinner guy, Matt. I think you're going to be like a one in the afternoon type of guy, which is bollocks. 3 o'clock, that's Christmas dinner time.
No, I agree with you. I said this the other week. I said, when Steph's family, Steph wanted like 12:30, 1 o'clock. And I said, no.
Can't do that.
And I'm not a royalist by any means, but you can't even smell anything before 3 o'clock, before the fucking king or queen, king nowadays, does a speech. You can't.
Speaking of pigs in blankets, there's the king in his hands.
You can't entertain it.
Is breakfast a thing though, Matt? Are you allowed to have breakfast?
Right. Well, obviously, with me condition, Benno, even on Christmas Day, I don't want to go wild anymore. So my breakfast on Christmas Day contained 2 Weetabix with oat milk, mate. So I didn't have the, sausages or the bacon or the full Englishes that people have, because I'll finish the story. Like you said, I was expecting me dinner about 3 o'clock. You know what I mean? Ended up digging in at about 5 o'clock. There was a lot of. There was like 4 ovens going on in 2 houses, and there was a lot going on. So it got to about 5 o'clock. So then all the party food we got for the night obviously didn't get it because of our dinner was so big. So we had that on Boxing Day. So, but on my plate, I had turkey. If none of you had turkey, I'm leaving. Turkey. Half of you, of course.
Go fuck off.
Turkey, gammon, beef, roast potatoes, roasted vegetables, me carrots and parsnips, nice sauce they were in, peas, cauliflower. Oh no, I didn't have cauliflower cheese because I don't believe in that on a roast. Broccoli.
Good man.
And I think that was it. So that was pretty much, and obviously lovely roast potatoes. So yeah, that was it for me. So what are we saying then, Gareth? What do you have instead of meat, mate?
Well, first, what time is acceptable? I need to know that first, Gareth. What's the time in the Hodgson house?
Well, we were around at Sarah's mum's, and it was 5:30 was when I would say the first fork went in.
That's late. I like
first thing on the plate. But I think Sarah always does like a big fry up, like for breakfast for her and the kids and that sort of thing. So we always have it a bit later because of that. But are you having this, Matty? Instead of, what did you have? Turkey, gammon, and beef?
Yeah? Yes.
Well, my main part of my main component for my Christmas dinner was slices of celeriac. Are you going for that?
What year is it? In 1994. What's going on?
Oh, no.
Got like a bit of celeriac. A lovely bit of roasted spiced celeriac. That was the.
I forgot that was even a thing. Oh, that's amazing.
Was that it?
I knew you were going to be gone with that, but no.
Oh.
Roast taters, carrots, onion gravy, some veggie stuffing, and just for you, Matty, some cauliflower cheese as well.
Oh, I had stuffing. Sorry, Gareth. I had stuffing. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. Cauliflower cheese, though. Yeah. See,
cauliflower cheese and celeriac, mate. It's the future.
Steph and her sister were like cauliflower cheese, and I'm like, even when I go to Toby Carvery, when they've got that, not on a roast. I love that as a side with like something else, maybe a piece of meat, but not on like a roast dinner. Nah, I've never gone for that.
I'll do some celeriac. Come round mine for some celeriac.
Gareth, 2024, mate. I'll be trying it. Don't worry.
We went to Toby Carvery. Like I say, we went to races on Saturday at Haydock, and we stopped at Toby Carvery on the way back. And our Peter, my brother's having he's gone back to Portugal for Christmas. He flew on Christmas Day. Apparently, it's cheaper on Christmas Day to fly, so we missed the whole of Christmas dinner. So his Christmas dinner was the Toby Carvery. But I feel like he'd never been to a carvery before. And he was just so confused by like the ask. He was like, "What do you do? Do you go up? Do you wait for them to bring it to you? What do you do?" I sat there explaining the carvery to a nearly 40-year-old lad. Like, I don't know what you do is you go up and you get your own and you sort it out yourself. Like, it's like we grew up in the same house. I don't know how that happened, but that was honestly a highlight of my week. That would get an honorary mention for Scran of the Week because proper Toby Carvery. Like it very much felt like Christmas that day. But I don't want to undo my mum's roast. My mum's roast was great. It was a turkey crown. There was a lot of I went extra on the potatoes. I'm Team Gareth a little bit in that way that I'm more potatoes and veg, and I did the same in the carvery than I am the meat. Lots of gravy, lots of stuffing. I'm happy with that. That's kind of all I want.
Gotta be mint, boys.
In the carvery we have
none of that.
Yeah.
None of that. Carry on.
Yeah.
Gareth, no, come on, mate, please. No. You're a proper cranberry and apple sauce guy, aren't you?
Intolerant, mate. Intolerant.
I fucking love it, you know.
But yeah, no cauliflower cheese in my head, in my house. Sorry. The question though, JP, you're the one with the controversial takes and all this, mate. There's a big debate raging on the Discord this weekend.
I don't know why it's controversial. The idea, I'll say it first and foremost, even before I get to the meat. I had Yorkshire pudding on mine, and I don't understand the levels of any. There should be zero controversy about that. You can base the entire meal around the Yorkshire pudding. You can put the whole meal in the fucking Yorkshire puddings, like if you get them big enough for stuff like that. So that's like kind of incredible, really. I had mine about 3:30. It might have been about 3:45. So it was after what I thought was a frankly lackluster King's speech. But then I'd forgotten the Queen, and I thought, was this his first one post-Queen? I thought he's put no effort in here. Like he looked terrible. And again, he hid his pigs in blanket, didn't he? I noticed the camera angles went straight onto the face occasionally, didn't they, for that? But I had, this is bad. I found, God, I hope work aren't listening to this. I found like a load of like 50% off stickers in Aldi, and I put them on a beef Wellington, some fucking roast potatoes and goose fat. See if we get away with it. I did fucking get away.
That is top work, mate. So honestly,
we had that. We had those. We had parsnips. We had some caramelized carrots as well. Some red cabbage. Some sprouts. Stuffing balls and cauliflower cheese. And beef dripping gravy as well. Went absolutely batshit there as well. And it was a cracking con. Like I apologise to no one. Aldi are doing fine. Like they're all right. I haven't brought them to their fucking knees. They've had enough money from me over the years. Exactly.
You know what? They're like with their staff. Someone's probably lost their job, JP, on Christmas Day for that.
Well, they're still sat in the car. I've got to be a bit cannier. I've got to look at the dates. There's a whole roll of them, mate. then I'm not giving that away early. I'll just have to go to various different branches, and I'm just going to go, all right, is this going to be next day? Brilliant, put it on that. No one will question it then when you get to the till, nothing weird going on there. And I'm going, oh, well, yeah, it's the next day, let it go. But yeah, me 1, the man 0 is how I'd view that Christmas dinner. And then a praline, I don't know if we haven't got into desserts yet, a praline log. I don't even know what the fuck that is. It feels like I'm making up words, and I know it's a type of nut. That in cream, just like doused in loads of cream. As I want to say, The Lion King wasn't on, was it? No, we were watching Toy Story 4 then at that point, which I hadn't seen before as well. And I think I'd compared it to like the Omega Okada series, and how much I kind of love those films. And that's very much like the G1 version of their match. It's 90 minutes. It's just a remake of the third film, just with a different kid, as far as I could tell.
Amazing. A bit of theft in there thrown in, you know.
It was. King's speech, though, shocking. Absolutely. It was. I don't know what he said. He just spoke bollocks, didn't he? It was like a Ultimate Warrior promo in some way, just done by a posher man.
Oh, brilliant. I'm with you on Toy Story 4, big fan. I don't agree with John Service. Unnecessary sequel. Great film. In my mind.
Worst of the 4. Comfortably the worst of the 4.
Is that not the one with the am I getting mixed up? Is that not the one with the scene where they're going towards like the fire thing and it's all
number 3 is the sad one, Benno. That's the sad one. Yeah,
that's the sad
3.
one.
Yeah.
The 3. Oh,
yeah.
Nah. 4 is the one where they end up in a fucking carousel. There's an old 1950s doll. Bo Peep ends up in the... There's a lot of stuff here where you're just going, CCTV cameras be picking up all these little fucking toys running around the place. And we'd be having a big, like, international conversation about what the fuck is going on with toys, let alone cutlery, which doesn't have any kind of sentient knowledge. Yet if you turn them into a toy, they do. So whatever that voodoo that little girl did in kindergarten on her first day, I'd like to know that as well. I think I thought about it too much. I think that was my problem when I was watching it, is I was giving this too much thought. But it was quick. It was a cheeky 90 minutes, and I rather like that Omega Okada G1 match, which I think was like a good 25, 28 minutes, wasn't it, Benno? Great match. Didn't live long in the memory, but it served a purpose. But it's just very weird it being sort of chucked onto the end.
Yeah, a lot of agreement with you in the chat here. Our Christmas dinner, like we had our dinner and then Elf was on. So I always make sure every Christmas not to put Elf on because I know my mum was going to watch it on Christmas Day.
Garbage.
Then we wanted to watch Home Alone. And you know what? I sat there and watched the whole thing again, despite us having done a podcast on it last week. It was still great. That's why it's a 5-star film on my list.
Still stands up to it.
Definitely, yeah.
No, Home Alone 2 though as well. You could have fitted in that as well.
I watched that Christmas Eve. That and Rocky 4 was on the ITV4. Surprisingly,
put me in the mood for Rocky 4.
yeah. Did you watch it, Benno?
No, I haven't. It's on my list though. I'll probably watch it before New Year.
Watch the added one. You know, Stallone made it in COVID. Honestly, it's worth a go. Like,
yeah.
Who was it? Someone was saying this week that Kerry Von Erich was apparently like
Melt
for the Ivan Drago role. As if
bollocks.
Can you imagine?
Bullshit. Is this about him going to the Olympics and doing the discus, which was lies as well? It's all lies. The only magic power those lads had was doing a fuck ton of blow in Dallas. That was their magical gift to the world as well, and probably passing on as many STDs as you could shake a big stick at.
It'd been up for the part, wouldn't he, where they're doing pump and Drago full of the gear, like in the gym. It'd have been fucking up for that bit.
Incredible, that montage, mate. That's all Rocky 4 is, isn't it? Just just music. It's a music video, 90-minute music video. But that Hearts on Fire, isn't it? That one where Stallone's beard. Oh, mate, what a look that is. And he's sailing in the snow and that, and then you just see Drago just getting fueled up like the warlord, innit? Dude, I think you're full. Just the best shout ever, though. We're not sure, guys. Kind of full. Dude, I think you're full is the best shout any wrestler's ever said. It's so fucking good. But he admits it himself with the warlord.
That's the best.
Fucked already.
That double Jack Daniels, mate, that's done that to you.
Oh, mate, right to the edge, JP. This new fucking ring light I've got, Benno, you missed it. I've got like that. My light is like one of these ring lights now, so it's not the fucking actual light here. Going full on now, like 24, you know.
Streaming, taking over.
Bit more business in it.
Well, that's the other thing I was going to say. Me and you did way too many podcasts together last week. I did my Christmas shop after we'd done the show, the Poison Rana show, where you know, Brandon might or might not have. Oh no, it wasn't that night, was it? It was the call in Poison Rana. The night afterwards when we did their big fat quiz of the year with Martin, who's getting off here. Where Brandon definitely didn't cheat, 100%. He
big Mike Mothers fan, Adrian Street, big time fan of them.
Yeah. He was good. I was watching. He was good. He had all the facts down.
Yeah,
to the number,
to the day, mate. Josh Alexander's Impact title run. You know, every number of it. He's just an encyclopedia of wrestling. Is our friend Brandon from New Jersey? So you know, you can't give him any grief. I want to double count on that one. But we lost Matty, but we're not bitter about it at all. It is what it is. But yeah, and I ran out and did my I went out and spent 150 quid on Christmas shopping for the house, like food and stuff. And you've seen my cupboards, Matty. Like for me to spend 150 quid.
I was going to say, what the fuck have you bought?
I barely
items these days.
Like it's and they're still going to be there in about 3 weeks, and you're going to throw them out.
Well, I'm going to Belfast tomorrow, aren't I, for a week? So, like, what was the point?
I hope your freezer's big enough, Benno.
I'm freezing some. Can you freeze sausage rolls? I think you're allowed.
Of course you can.
I'll go in the freezer. I'll be throwing them in tomorrow. But yeah, we'll have to throw Brandon on Mastermind, won't we? As Andy rightly says here, that boy, what a brain for the wrestling business.
Stan Stasiak's fucking title runs and stuff.
We'll have to get him to call in tonight, 100%. Might send him a link.
I'm going to get some Mike Mothers questions up off the internet and see if he can rapid fire them.
Ask him if you can pick him out of a lineup, mate, so you know what he looks like. Or who he is. Oh yeah, ask GRAPPL what's Daniel Garcia's best PWG title defense.
That you know what? If that would have been the one to like cost us, we lost by 2. If that would have been the one, Ben, I'll be honest, mate, I would have been haunted. I let you down there, mate. Bit of rare, you know. Hold my hands up there for you, but
we didn't fight too much. It was okay.
I should have knew you would have knew that for some reason. I just should have knew you'd have knew that one.
Well, we preview all the PWG shows on the weekend show. That's how I know because we've fucking been on. Like there hasn't been.
We never see them.
Half a year. Yeah, yeah. We never actually see them, but we know what's on the card. I didn't remember seeing Daniel Garcia defend the title anytime recently.
Well, if Platt can back me up here, because I know he's in the chat there. I think I've got the last. I'm backed up 5 PWG events, and he'll know if I'm up to date or not more than I will. And I still
How are you going to catch up on that?
JP, it's when Garcia become champion. That was me done then, because it's gone more. It's more. No, it's gone more like a bit more fondle on the mat than like your moves and your crazy spots and that. So, but Gareth, you'd like it, to be fair. You'd actually like it.
So if you're 5 shows behind, does that mean you're 3 years behind?
I was going to say, like, how many fucking years are we out of the way here? I mean, this is like...
I'm at least a year. I reckon I'm at least a full year behind, easily. Last time I seen it, I'm up to... The only thing I remember is Alistair Black and Brody King winning the tag belts. That was the last thing I seen. So, I'm way back. To be fair.
May 2022.
Oh, 2 years.
That is insane. That's an insane.
I used to love them. Honestly, it was a highlight when I got them off Platt. As soon as they got delivered, they were getting put in my DVD player. Honestly, I was right into it, Ben. When I like, as you know, just putting them on and jumping out my seat, mate.
And in the book.
But now, yeah, exactly. But now you see it on Dynamite every week, but it's not as good. So you know what I mean.
Not like you to say that, mate, is it?
No, I've seen it all now. But
well, you're going to love it later on, mate, when we start previewing the week's big wrestling in Japan in the run-up to Wrestle Kingdom. I can't wait to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I've heard people aren't happy with the card, JP. Is that like a universal thing? Like no one's looking forward to it?
Yeah, I think if you want to say it bluntly. I mean, like, it feels like the only promotion that's kind of got any real heat at this stage, as both Benno and Gareth run off at this stage. Japan talk, we're off. not having any
JP, my
part of
ears are
this.
open for you, mate. I want to get educated, at least keep
So-
up with it.
People are very keen. Like, I mean, there's the All Japan, like, kind of effectively, like, are the ones that appear to be having like the kind of better revival. Because guess what? Crazy thing, they seem to push their younger lads and kind of build around like a core roster at the top on there, which is something you think all the other companies will listen to them. Noah is a shit show. Stardom has got a kind of injury crisis, as far as I've been able to tell, and they've been sort of like running so much anyway. Dragon Gate, I don't know. It exists in like a complete vacuum to me. And anytime I've tried to jump in, there's always been something bad that hasn't happened there as well. And Wrestle Kingdom this year, to go back onto that point, like I think it was somebody put in the chat there earlier on. It's a 1-card show. Like it is. It's a 1-match show. I would say you might want to watch All Japan, because do you know who's appearing on 2 of the All Japan card? This is the one they're doing on New Year's Eve and the one they're doing on the 3rd of Jan.
Who's
Oh,
that?
for fuck's sakes. Sorry, Saka's just hit the post here. Like, can't fucking believe that. Like, they're taking the piss here as well. I'm pretty sure that ball was out as well at the same
Is it
time.
1-0 still, JP?
Still 1-0 here.
Yeah.
We've hit the post. We had a shout for a penalty there as well. Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, you've got Charlie Dempsey. So it's amazing. Regal said, oh, yeah, we've sorted out NXT. And it's just like, oh, it's just a massive coincidence. It's your fucking son who's going over then in that case. You know, not sending over Trick Williams, is he? For a couple of fucking shots over there. You're not interested in that. Or those lads who ride fucking tricycles down to the ring. Their name are Bronco Nima, or whatever his name is. And the other one. Like, it's not those lads. It's his son. And he's going, there's a coincidence. Fucking Darren's kid making it over there, isn't he?
Isn't JP,
and
isn't Okada and Bryan a rematch? Has that happened before, or is that a first time?
Yeah, Forbidden Door.
Oh, yeah, so
Yeah,
it's a
it's a rematch.
rematch. And so it's even like, unless it's obviously, I'm assuming it's following a
Lucas
story
Arts,
on.
isn't it?
Yeah, but if not, that's like, for me, it's, you know, that's not even like, you know, oh, it's a first time ever type thing. But I don't know, I've just seen on the timeline on Twitter, Gareth, on Twitter, that it's like no one's asked, no one's looking forward to it. And it's like,
No.
I thought even like their big show, people, it's still like WrestleMania. I know like everyone in the bubble's not really into it, but you still get a lot of people watching that. Just out of like, I don't know why, but with Wrestle Kingdom, it looks like people are not even bothering watching it. It's weird.
I think it's hard to get in. I mean, there's a reason why I think. Did we all have it down as worst promotion of the year? I don't think you did, Matty. You had AEW probably.
Yeah.
I'm assuming.
NWA, I had JP.
NWA,
always.
that was very true. And there was a reason, because it's like Wrestle Kingdom used to have what was like a series of really substantial matches and fresh matchups as well. And we just seemed like a world away from that. And it's just stuck in this loop for the last few years of the same kind of lads. Now, we may end up having a bigger conversation about what will Tanahashi end up doing and whether or not that's a good thing, him becoming president of the company. So that's, you know, the way that I look at it is that, you know, as effectively the booking's stale and it needs to change. And it doesn't take a lot to change New Japan. It's just that they've just fallen into the traps of, like, it used to be a case you wanted to watch all of their big shows because they didn't all have meaningless fucking multi-man matches. But that's what it is for the most part. But it's just a general sense of staleness around the place in terms of the foreign wrestlers they use. For the most part, they're stale. We've seen all the possible combinations. Like, I mean, for Ospreay to leave is, you know, in many ways we'll think of it as actually like it's a good thing. He's been there for a hell of a long time and he should be thinking about like kind of making a move on, but they've kind of ruined that. Him and Moxley, at least you think, well, okay, there's an appeal to that. You can even lead into AEW, but no, they're sticking David Finlay in there. And it's like, right, if you want Finlay to have the belt, just have him wrestle fucking David Finlay then. Just do it. Rather than what will be like some three-way where it's about, it almost feels at that stage that you've got a degree of politics coming into it. And you think, really? We're at that point, are we already? So, yeah.
It just
I'm not at work, so that's why I'll watch it.
Feels a bit bottomed out, doesn't it? Kind of thing. Like, say, like, you know, at the start when we were first starting to point out like the issues with New Japan, maybe that year it went from 100 people, if you're using 100 to 80 people, then the next year it was 60, then the next year it's 40. And it just feels like there's just been this gradual drop off, doesn't it, in like viewership and kind of like importance, that now you're probably like, 20% of people are watching it kind of thing who are in your bubble. And like, you think, has it bottomed out? Is there now something to build from here? Like, I don't even know if that Tanahashi thing, is that just a fucking token position? Is it a genuine president position? Or is it like,
there's a lot of historical precedent in Japan.
Just a figurehead kind of thing.
Is it like the Young Bucks being EVPs, you're trying to say?
Push out and say stuff kind of thing. That's what I wonder. Like, is it actually going to be something that's going to influence any kind of real change, or is it just like, oh, here you go, we can send him out as the face of the company and things like that, So I'll keep my powder dry on that one before I get too excited about that. I think
there's historical precedent, like generally within. I was talking about this on the midweek news dump. I was talking to myself about it effectively, because it's a one-man show, which is weird. Because it's just mental illness combined with the changes of New Japan and the
Joey
the
Styles, JP.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Joey Styles, half an hour that was fucking last night. Christ above. But so there is precedent with it. Like, you think of someone like a Riki Choshu, like, for example, that in being in charge of sort of like New Japan. I mean, even in recent years in All Japan, you had like Suwama and Shuji Ishikawa. They always tended to be like kind of like a wrestler who was like a part of management and everything else. But it doesn't, I don't know, like it takes a lot, because it takes a mentality change, which is this innate level of conservatism. And we may talk about like the things that could make them right, but I know what I'd be doing, which is I'd be putting that belt on Yota Tsuji as quickly as I could. Like, I've got a whole storyline in my head, like, and I think it's better than anything that we'll end up doing, which is after Wrestle Kingdom, he challenges Naito and he fucking crushes him in like 5 to 10 minutes in the February show. And you've got the Yota Tsuji era, and you've got Naito kind of doubting himself and going, right, okay, I'm going to, effectively being kicked out of his own stable and stuff like that. And then you build to a return match for it. Because Yota Tsuji, like, I mean, the Sanada experiment just hasn't worked. I don't think there's any tangible way of saying, oh, it's worked because of attendances. No, attendances aren't up. Like, there's no really good argument other than I like LIJ, which is, that's fine if the year is 2018. Then you can go fucking buck wild over LIJ. But the fact we're talking about them and Bullet Club and Chaos, it's just 5 guys. It's just Suzuki Gun under another name. So what's changed? Nothing. Nothing has changed in like 5 years. When it's all about EastEnders, I know they've got a lot of the old roster around there, but fuck me, some things have changed as well. Looking at you, Nish Panasar, like, and you think to yourself, right, okay, they're trying a few new things. Somebody will work a program with Phil at some stage, because that's the rules of the game here. But New Japan itself it just doesn't change. It's just the same old shit. They're having to bring back the Intercontinental title because they're just almost just trying to forget the idea of, when we merged those titles together, that was a terrible idea, wasn't it? It's like, yeah, it was. It was a fucking shocking idea. Like, why did you do it? And also, it doesn't help the fact that they've got a company that anytime anybody puts out a gif of saying, oh, look at this is some spectacular thing that happened, they take it down straight away. And you go, in a social media era, that's such an awful, awful idea. Like, it really is. But yeah, and the fact that Okada's off, and he is off as well. He's definitely
go,
off.
Oh, JP, is he WE, do you think?
Here we go.
I think he'll go WE, I really think he will.
If he's ever going to go there, now is the time with the people, with Paul in charge. That's the only time, because you realise he's not going to be treated like an idiot. However, week to week TV for Okada, I don't know, because I just don't know whether or not he's going to be able to kind of fit into that pattern as well. But him going to AEW, just, I don't know. I don't find it special because I've already seen New Japan wrestlers in AEW now. How sport I am.
Stale. Honestly, it's so fucking stale. you know, it'll just be the same matches we've seen. Genuinely will be. At least if he goes to WWE, we'll get to see him there with people like The Miz and people like Dominic Mysterio. You know what I mean? No, but in all seriousness, we will get to see that. How many years ago did we say, like, Okada v Orton? That'll be the one for me, like, just seeing them two staring at each other for half an hour before they lock up. But he should. I hope he does. I hope he really comes into WWE, because if he does go to AEW, it's just honestly.
Well, he'll start in NXT, won't he?
Work that hard, Cam. Oh, he did that. In fairness, he did it in TNA. How often he appeared in front of TV, you know, but he definitely saw the hard cam in the Impact Zone. He was all over.
Change his name too, though, as well.
No, it'll be his real name.
They'll just call him Kazu, won't they? Like Shin, when they did that with Nakamura. I used to love Nakamura. Got that fucking wrong in quite a dramatic way, didn't I? Fucking hell. But yeah, lot here in the chat as well, talking about Ospreay, and Ospreay off to like he's not finishing up until February, so he's going to be wrestling. He's wrestling Okada, I think, on, isn't it, Battle in the Valley, which is the same day as that Hard to Kill pay-per-view as well. Oh, like crazy. Okada versus Cody all over again as well. That's another thing that's come up there in the chat.
Someone said there, and he's right, John, there in the chat, like people saying like WWE is like full of, you know, they've got big time stars now. AEW, we've been saying it for how long? Their roster's full, JP. I know people are saying you make an exception for an Okada, but come on, mate. How many wrestlers do you need on your roster?
They've got the money. Don't worry about TKO having a budget for this. They're fine.
Yeah,
they're all right.
Yeah,
they can have both.
It's just wild times. Like it's going to be interesting because
you can become part of the Don Callis family. It'll be all right.
I've seen a lot of tweets today about Dynamite. Laugh, fucking hell.
What happened? I missed something on this.
We'll get into it.
Speaking of what's happened, JP, put all your thoughts aside here now, mate, because here we go.
I know.
Give us a couple of minutes. We'll talk about that in a second. Got our first guest loaded up right now. Wait for them to give us the thumbs up that they're good to go. But yeah, New Japan. You going to be watching Wrestle Kingdom, Matt?
Just been saying that, Benno. I've only watched it about 2 times in my life, didn't I? Live.
4-0 Brighton.
The least excited I've been for it in any recent history. Like, I've got the day off work and I feel like I should just be in the office. Like, it doesn't. It's like even doing the grappies. We did the grappies because I hate doing like our award type stuff after Wrestle Kingdom. Like, it's always it always feels weird because it's like the year's ended, but like a new year has already started. So I make sure we do it before. Don't think we needed to this year. Like, is anyone really paying attention to Wrestle Kingdom? I don't think they are.
No.
No, we've just had a good 20 minutes on it, haven't we, boys? Like, it's just no one is asked, basically. Except for a couple of, I've seen the chat, the freeway will drum up some interest, JP. It has been watered down with Finley, but
yeah,
that will drum up interest. And was it the tag title match someone said as well? Was it, if I'm not mistaken? So,
yeah. You know. Danielson and Okada will try to recreate something.
That'll be your 6-star match of the night, won't it?
But it's also got the time. It doesn't have like Ospreay, Omega as well on the same card. So it's like there's a very clear run for that to be kind of a by far and away, I think, match of the night. Because it's not even like Ospreay's in a position, I think, in that 3-way to have a kind of match of the night. And I think for that reason alone, it'll be better than what it was at Forbidden Door. Definitely.
Isn't Tama Tonga fighting Tanahashi, JP? Did I see that right? Was that an actual match that's happening?
Yeah, that is. I won't be watching that. Like, any time, like, I'm just praying their contracts are up at some point and they just fuck off. Because they can go WWE. That's a bloodline stable, mate. That's what they can.
Mate, I used to go to Greg's during the bad matches. I'll just be at Greg's for 4.5 hours on January the 4th this year. Just knocking around. They'll have to kick me out. But on that note, lads, I think we've got our first guest ready and waiting in the background to add on. And yeah, it's been a long time coming. Very happy to say this. It's I feel like, you know, back in the day, JP, in the famous words of Triple H, didn't there used to be more of us? joining us. It's Rev Joe. Hey, Joe. Sorry, just Joe. I shouldn't call you Rev Joe.
Well, for
Hello,
the next
mate.
half an hour, Benno, I'll embrace it. Why not? Just to say, great to be home. Love all the GRAPPL fans. You know, just so great to be here again. Just
Ask
yeah,
Rev Joe is back, mate.
yeah. I've said nothing over the last 3.5 years. You know, kept my mouth shut. Just great to be home.
Hello, mate.
Hey, Joe, does this mean I can fuck off now? You said you were going for a pint of milk about 3.5 years ago, and I've been waiting for you to come back.
Well, long life milk, Gareth, as well. So I'll grab it out of the cupboard. Probably still do a decent cup of coffee, I imagine. Not a latte, probably just Americano or something with that. Have you ever had a long life latte? Absolutely terrible.
I haven't.
Honestly. Also, I've got a theory. Right, I was in a Costa in Wakefield the other day, right?
It's a conversation.
Have you ever observed what people drink in Costa? Like, just had a look around. Because this Costa Wakefield, every single person, large latte, every single person. Like, me and my wife got a flat white, and I looked around, every single person had a large latte. I then went to my cousin on Christmas Day, who works in the Costa in Southampton, asked the most regular order. Apparently, it's a large latte. Who needs that much milk? Like, that's insane. Anyway, I'll shut up.
The proper stuff. That's how I get you back. You said to me and JP, when we were trying to organise this in the background, what will we talk about? We've just found out, mate, it's that. We need to find out what you have for Christmas dinner, mate, if it wasn't a roast.
Yep.
We just need to catch up on all the important stuff. EastEnders Christmas special, that's got to come up as well. Got to hit all high spots today.
Brutal. Do you want the EastEnders Christmas special now?
Well, give us your dinner first. Yeah, give us your dinner first.
The Christmas dinner, I got to say, was the best one I've ever had by some distance. I think what I discovered was my mum's roasts, 36, almost 37 years of being shocking. And she really pulled out of the bag. She's been playing the long game. But what I think worked was my wife made the gravy. Does a fantastic gravy, all these onions she chops up, throws in, red wine, and suddenly it elevated the level of my mum's roast. And I think the problem was for all these years was probably the Bisto or the whatever gravy brands are there. JP, you like gravy? Can you tell me?
I'm thinking of the Aldi's own brand gravy, but it should be Bisto. But it's the other. And no, in fairness, I spent what I would consider silly money on some beef dripping gravy from Tesco's Finest range. But no, crack on.
Yeah, so I think the gravy finally elevated the food, and my mum finally found the missing ingredient. So her and my wife clearly make a great team when it comes to putting a roast dinner together. So the two women in my life made the best Christmas dinner in my life this Christmas. So fantastic. Can't complain. What was on it? I had 2 Christmas dinners, to tell the truth. I had one at my wife's. We had 2 Christmas days. We had one on the 23rd in Scotland, and then we had one on actual Christmas Day. The 23rd, well, honestly, the 2 sort of Christmas dinners, it's like worlds collide. Like the first one was a very middle class affair. Soup starter, some vegan sausage rolls. What's that,
Sounds
Matty?
good.
I said, aye, the soup starter. Love it, Joe.
I wasn't into it. I was like, just slap the food on the table. Then the veg, it was like self-serve, and it was like carrots cut a weird way, parsnips cut a weird way. And then it kind of felt like I hadn't eaten at the end of it. So it was a bit weird. So to get actually to my mum's was a real relief because it was like a proper Christmas dinner. So there's a difference between a middle class and a working class Christmas dinner. I don't know which side I stand on.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Love it.
Love it. Not much has changed, mate, since we last had you on here. Is this the first time we've had you and Matty on something together?
I was about to say, I was going to say to Joe,
one maybe.
But this is the first time, apart from like that like we've been actually chatting on here, Joe, and it's
face to face, mate. It's a pleasure. What great replacement than yourself and Gareth? What an upgrade!
No, I love the modesty. I love that.
Gonna go and grab a can for the next bit because I feel we're gonna need one when we talk the EastEnders stuff.
I think we got you on this purely, Joe, just from when we were at Copperbox, and like we were chatting just about the podcast and stuff. And I think Matty was telling you the concept of time, not time in general, the podcast time.
I'm not Christopher Nolan, mate.
I could see your eyes lighting up. It's a very Joe way of doing things. That podcast, I think.
Yeah, it did sound like a great concept. I'm not going to lie. It did. JP told me about it as well before, and definitely got my attention. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah. All good.
Oh, brilliant! Well, I don't want to hit all the high spots too early, but we were avoiding earlier talking the EastEnders Christmas special. Is it? We're going to throw out there, mate. What your thoughts were on it this?
Oh, brutal! Absolutely awful. Like, to start, did you guys see last year's EastEnders Christmas special?
No, I can't remember it at all. What happened last year? Who died? Really should be the question.
Well, last year's was gold. Like, Janine, for my money, cemented herself as an absolute all-timer last year. Like, proper royalty main event status. We're talking sort of like Undertaker, Frank Butcher sort of status, right?
She's a main event heel.
Oh,
she very much is.
Big time. And her and Danny Dyer ending up going off a cliff into the sea. It was incredible. And Danny Dyer then swimming out into the ocean. I was thinking, he's swimming to Spain. He's going to make the business too, and then he's going to be back this Christmas. Unfortunately, neither seemed to have happened. But I was like, this is gold, like Christmas gold. This year, my God, what a fall back down to earth. It was like going from like WrestleMania 17 to WrestleMania 18, but you didn't get Hogan Rock, to be quite honest with you. Like, it was shocking. Like, what it proved to me was how little ability these writers have to get new stars over. You see in the Vic, when you had these, like, the 5 matrons of the square currently, the newest character is shite, but the newest character before that, I think, was Denise, who came into it in like 2006. I'm thinking, my God, you really can't make stars here, can you? Like, the inability to create anyone new. Go on, JP.
It's that 2000s thing, isn't it? They push them in there. They put them in there with a program with Phil / John Cena, don't they? Which they did with Denise. And obviously Kathy's had her run, and so Sharon as well. Denise has got a kid with him. Is that right? This is what I was told.
How's Phil getting all these women, though, boys? It's always a life mystery. How's he doing it?
That's how he's booked, mate.
Phil is honestly at the point where he's like TNA Hogan at this point. Like, he's just doing the same old shit over and over again. And I kind of love it, and it'll always be entertaining. But it's like, he's like, must be 60. And like,
what new scenario can you put him in? Like, what can you do?
Like, do you remember in the 90s, right? I'm sure there was a storyline with Sharon and Grant where she was like infertile, right? And they couldn't have kids. And one of the reasons that it all fell apart was obviously the affair with Phil. And then because she couldn't have kids. And then he got with Marty McCutcheon, younger model, you know, got her up the duff, had a baby, had a great time for a brief period until Frank mowed her down. But then Sharon, since she's come back, it's like she's like the Benjamin Button of fertility. Like, how on earth?
Yeah.
She managed to pop kids out in her 40s and 50s. When she couldn't in her 20s or her 30s. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, it's too far now for me. Yeah. Way too far.
You lost the logic.
It might have been because I hadn't seen last year's, but this year's just seemed utterly mental. We got into the wedding on Christmas Day, this ending in fucking tears. And it did, like, for that, because we had to build up to 2 near murders. And I have to say, the night afterwards, Joe, very disappointed. I don't know if you felt the same way, Matt. Very raw after. Oh, you didn't see it, did you? Raw after WrestleMania. Yeah. 6 of them just talking about what they would do. And it's like, let's cut to the fucking. Let's get some angles in place here.
Have you buried them, or have they put did you ring the ambulance?
Didn't do anything. They spoke about what they were going to do for ages. I think they moved one of them in somewhere, and I think they were burying Keanu. Sorry, spoiler alert on here. He's dead.
The guy's alive, isn't he? What's his name? I'm not familiar.
Nish.
Yeah, is he alive? Because she got him pulled back to life, didn't she?
That bloke, I watched a bit during the summer, pop in and out every now and then. I had a watch when I found out Cindy Bill was back from the dead.
Yeah.
Again, awful, disappointing. And also,
is she with Ian?
Yeah, but she's having an affair with this bloke. And at first I saw an advert. I was like, fucking hell, it's Mick Johnson. It's not Mick Johnson.
Colin Salmon, mate.
Why didn't they just cast Mick Johnson in that role?
He was
The
in
man's
Coronation Street,
available.
wasn't he? Mick Johnson.
He was at Jimmy Corkill's funeral last week. I saw pictures from Claire Sweeney. Looked like a great occasion. Like they saw the man off properly. You know, I don't know if Mark Dallas and the ICW crew made it. But
Oh, he's gone there, mate.
Look like Mick Johnson was in prime
There's the
shape.
name.
Get him in there. But when I was watching in the summer, Phil was having a feud with that Nish bloke. And I was like, what is this? Like, Phil should not be feuding with this jobber. And I turned to my wife and I said, look, this is like Austin, 99, when they presented Jeff Jarrett and Billy Gunn. And he was just like, fuck this. This guy is like Billy Gunn and Jeff Jarrett in 1999. Like, Phil is having to like roll around with absolute jobbers at the moment. Like, give him. I tell you, they need to push. I was thinking this as well. The Cody Rhodes of EastEnders is Jay. Do you know Jay?
Oh,
know,
Jay's good. Yeah.
Great potential as a youngster. Got an early push. Then had some dodgy storylines, and he's kind of going through his Stardust moment. What he needs to do is write a list of directors and actors that he wants to work with, get writing his own script, get out of contract, get some shows commissioned, maybe like on a streaming service, HBO Max or something, a couple of starring roles, then get himself back to EastEnders and take Phil's spot. That's what he needs, and that's what the show needs. And he was primed for it.
But they're setting up that Ravi simply because he's a look, isn't he? Let's face it.
He's
but
like
he's
a
gonna.
Pepe throwback, don't you think?
He is.
Yeah.
Oh, he'll end up in a program with Phil, and he'll just be fucked off.
He's a machine, though, JP. He's a big lad.
Mate, he's hiding right. He's any amount of those big lads in the early 2000s who are just like dog shit.
Keep
in there. They just Luther Reigns.
Like going to one of those nightclubs he used to go to in about 1996, JP. Those sort of tight tops he wears, that ponytail.
Yeah.
Like he's my sort of bloke.
Only wears shoes.
Joe, why is Brian Connolly in EastEnders, mate? Because I was watching it thinking, what the fuck's going on here?
In fairness, he went a beeline for Kathy, though, which is exactly what I'd be doing if I was his age.
Yeah, he's Nick Cotton's brother. Yeah.
That's mental. They said Cotton, and I assumed, he's a cousin, and is he staying with Sonia?
Wait there, it's not Dot's kid, it's the dad's kid.
It's Charlie Cotton's kid. Yeah, right. I think he was a bad man, wasn't he?
Is he a heel? If he's Nick's brother, he's got to be a heel. Then,
he's had periods, but they've kind of had some sort of big show sort of turns there, where sort of every 5 minutes they're sort of like working out what to do. And
but he likes Kathy, doesn't he? But that's what I got from it. He's in love with Kathy, or he's had an affair with Kathy, and she doesn't want nothing to do with him. That's what I picked up on off one episode.
Yeah, he was working some like con for ages. So I've been in and out for a few years. I've not been a loyal viewer for quite a long time. And when I sort of come in and out, I was picking up on him doing some con job on Sonia. I think he was going to be Sonia's dad or something. And she was fully convinced. Yeah.
What is it? It's like wrestling. Like, why is we talk about this all the time, don't we, Matt? Why is the world just frozen?
Yeah.
In in our prime years. Is it something to do with media? Is it the fact that everything is now archivable and exists forever, since we were teenagers in the 90s and 2000s? Because our dads didn't have it like this, you know what I mean? It's like in wrestling, and it's the equivalent of some 60s star coming back for WrestleMania 6. It's it's not happening, is it?
No.
Stan Stasiak going in there against the Ultimate Warrior, which would have been funny for his own fucking stupid reasons.
Now
if you look at EastEnders, Joe, there's at least, this is without even actually naming them, half a dozen to 10 people who were there in the early 90s, and that's 30 years ago. And
are you talking about WWE, Matty? Sorry.
That's a promotion.
Hey.
You've done from that. AEW's your one for your dinosaurs now, but I'm not going there.
He's won this year, Joe. It's gone so shit that Matty's winning now.
What's that, mate?
AEW's gone so shit that Matty's winning now. He's having his victory lap this month over the year-end awards.
Oh, he's not a fan of the devil.
You know what, Joe? I've always said there's a nugget of a good. I like a whodunit in wrestling. I like a big reveal, but they milk that even. They can't keep that even logically for me. So yeah.
Are you a big fan of the higher power corporate ministry merger thing, Matty?
Very
I
in.
mean, Joe, come on, of course.
Yeah. Why David ask? Yeah.
But Joe, why is that? Like Benno said, what do you reckon it is? Like anyone, like we always, as you said, it's about everything that we like talk about in life. It is just stuff like, as I said, EastEnders there's like 10 people who were there in the early 90s and they're still main eventers. It's weird.
We watch TV. That's effectively it. I think that's why is that generation is more likely to tune in and watch TV. Yeah, it is. Whereas if you get a group of young people and we'll just go, you're just a fucking jumped up Hollyoaks and not bother our asses. Whereas we need a bit of Kathy and Sharon and Beale like around the place just to keep us kind of tuning in. I think on a semi-regular basis.
No, I get that. Well. I get you need your familiar.
But you want them all working with the younger star. You want them working with that younger talent to push them, don't you? And I think there's still there's that glass ceiling that still exists in EastEnders. Very much like WCW.
Plus, none of them can get work anywhere else. So
I was thinking
that's regular income, mate.
It's ever since. And my favourite Christmas present this year is ever since this stopped, they can't get work anywhere else. That's the big problem. Like, if this was still going, there's potential.
How's it still got
all of those sort of shows are still on. You what, Matty?
I love it more than anyone, Joe, but I did not know you were still making them in the year 2024.
Calendars in general.
This is my favourite Christmas present. I'm going to have a Tony January.
Was that an Alan one?
No, keep going. I want to see all 12, mate. Come on. Oh, June. Yeah.
Right, why is June not June? Who else we got? Reg and Mark.
Legend.
From Southampton, actually. From my area of Southampton, Reg. Him and Craig David. We got a mix here. Meadows, Jim Carver, D.I. Deacon. JP's a big Jim Carver fan, aren't you?
Oh, I am. I'll say that.
He got dark him.
Carver on the lash was some of the greats that I will always come back to him taking on, like, just like sorting out an armed robbery with his fucking fists while pissed. And I just thought I'm a fucking absolute admiration of that to this very day.
Do you want me to actually go through all of these? It might take me a little while.
Go to June.
Yeah.
We'll whip through them. Bob Cryer, John Bowen, and Denise from EastEnders right there.
Makes sense.
Yeah, during the Bill years.
Oh, here we go.
Tosh there.
Tosh, yeah.
How you want to spend your summer?
Come on, it's the best ever.
All right, fair enough. Go on.
Second appearance from Jack Meadows as well, I see. And Mickey Webb looking worse for wear there. Probably post Mickey Webb's rape, which was a brutal storyline.
Big guns here.
Oh, yeah. Burnside. Dave Gooden was always my favourite, mate. What about you?
No, Dave was a absolute legend, but my favourite hasn't come on yet, Joe. So I'll let you know when it comes. I'll let you know.
I think Dave and George were a solid tag team for years.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, George got the Marty Jannetty end of the stick, really, didn't he? Who we got there? That's Natalie from EastEnders, I think, isn't it? Who married Barry on the Millennium.
Irene from EastEnders as well. There, yeah.
Gina Gold, I think, and that is
who was sure for my birthday. This I'm not happy with that.
What's that?
Who was sure for my birthday? This all the big guns have gone too early, and I've got crap here for my birthday.
Kathy's sneaking an appearance there as
yes, which is about right for our month, Gareth.
And actually, I don't actually know who that is. I think that she must have been past my Bill viewing years, to be honest with you.
We're in the hour-long Bills then at that point, when it was much more of a soap, wasn't it? The Mark Fowler years.
For most of that run, JP.
Here's some legends, Joe.
Yeah, Matt Boyden.
Yeah.
Looks like Roy Keane there, doesn't he?
Well, he did go on to appear in that Irish soap as a priest, JP.
In Fair City. Yeah.
Yeah, he was in that after the Bill.
Nah, Ireland's Fittest Family's on the drive, which I'm hoping some people will. A game show concept that needs to be recreated over here. But no, I've tried watching Fair City a couple of times. It's not great. It's low rent.
Joe, there's the main man, Beach himself. Oh, yes.
Yeah. Proper bloke, Don Beach, yeah.
He worked the territories as well, didn't he? 'Cause he had a good run in EastEnders.
Johnny Allen.
Mickey Webb getting a second appearance there as well. Who else we got? Oh, Eddie Santini. He was a bad man. It appeared with Emmanuel Petit in an episode on Christmas Eve. Do you remember that?
I remember that. Yeah, I remember you showing me. God.
Oh, you didn't watch it? Did I show it to you?
You did, because he told me it appeared. Emmanuel Petit appeared in the bill, and I went, "Fuck off." And then you showed it to me, and he was like, "No, he did. I can't argue with that. I'm watching it with my own eyes."
Joe, what's the woman's name there? Because she had a good run on top for a while. She was good there.
Samantha Nixon.
Yeah.
She then went on to Loose Women fame, from what I remember.
She was solid. Yeah.
She's still going on Loose Women, do you know?
Oh, I haven't watched that for a long time.
I haven't seen that for a while.
I think last time I saw her and Jamelia were like the big guns on there, from what I remember.
Is Janet Street Porter still on it? Someone let us know. Liam, let us know in the chat, mate.
And Denise Welsh. She's always been on it, isn't it?
Denise Welch, her son was like, wasn't she spending having Christmas dinner with Taylor Swift last year or something? Denise
Yeah.
Welch?
That bloke is the lead singer in 1975, isn't it?
Matt Healy, innit?
Did I ever send you that image, Joe? That it is Taylor Swift, isn't it? That used to look after Jeff Jarrett's kids. Like when she was, she was like his next door neighbor.
Oh, fuck off!
There's a photo out there.
I thought it was the other way. Bollocks.
You wait till I tell my wife that, Benno. Please send me the.
Apparently, she lived in the same road as the Jarretts,
Yeah.
and she used to look after the kids overnight. There's a photo of her with Jeff in the house when she's like just about to break out. He's not quite famous yet. Jeff,
amazing. Why is Jeff not on the Eras tour? Like, he's a man who knows how to find his way into, like, I don't know.
Probably promoting it, isn't he?
He should be.
Global Force Gold presents.
Who's got the big December billing then, Joe?
Say it again.
There's 4 of them in December. Who is it?
Yeah, Gary Lucy. How the fuck's he got on there?
Jack as well from EastEnders there on the left.
Oh,
yeah, Felante, he was all right. Do you remember when he went to sex addiction classes or something in the bill? And he ended up like attacking the sex therapist? Yeah, that was a whole storyline. And Smithy there. I just associate him with the rape in Hollyoaks later. Do you remember
that? No, I remember
Footballers' wives,
yeah.
Joe, Gary Lucy will always be footballers' wives.
Kath was his mum, wasn't she?
Yeah.
What a show. I'm going to watch that in the new year. I'm going to watch them first 3 series.
A mate of mine was rewatching it a couple of years ago, actually. He was raving about it, honestly.
It's wild, Joe. Wild time.
Is it in the Bad Girls universe? Much in the same way that King Kong and Godzilla are in that same kind of universe as well, aren't they?
Best characters in anything, Tanya Turner. She ends up in prison and she goes to the Bad Girls prison out of Footballers' Wives. Big crossover.
That's exactly what you want to see. But you want to see them work different territories. I mean, I don't know if we ever want to see any of these lads do any Japanese soaps, if you want to take it that far. Like, send them over there for a year to work, I don't know, whatever TV Asahi's doing. And have them working in a soap over there. That would be quite fun to do. So I'm a bit depressed because West Ham have scored a fucking second and it's Mavropanos who scored the bastard, who's an ex-fucking Arsenal player. I had a bad feeling about this. I was telling Tommy this earlier on today. He was, I'm going to try and get a ticket. I went, mate, I got bad vibes all over this. Can see them getting a fucking result.
We still top of the league, Gareth? We still top?
Did you celebrate then, JP, when he scored, though?
Because I thought it was our corner. I thought it was our corner. And then all of a sudden, I seen all the West Ham players jumping up, and I went, "Oh my god, what have I done?" Like, and that was it then. So yeah,
sorry, Jacob. I've just thrown Taylor Swift and the Jarrett family up on the screen for Joe there. There she is in the house.
Fantastic.
Is that a Republic of Ireland flag up where the sheet music should be, or an Ivory Coast flag? It's one of the two.
It
definitely.
Does look like it, to be fair, yeah.
Which? Like they've backed the wrong horse there. I can tell them that from bit of fucking experience as well. I got Stephen Kenny massively wrong, Joe, in quite an incredible way.
What's happened to Kenny's kids? That was your favourite.
They've changed it to ROI Radar, basically Republic of Ireland Radar. They quite wisely cut loose, kill Jester. Yeah, we're going to pretend we know nothing about Stephen Kenny at this point. Am I still following him? Absolutely. And I'll be there to the bitter fucking end.
How's Troy Parrott doing?
Oh, Excelsior. He's scoring goals off the bench, mate, is where he is. Playing in the Eredivisie. Yeah, that's where Connolly went. He does some work.
There, wasn't he?
He banged it. They were in he would just get sent on loan there for 4 years, which in fairness, I did the same trick with Adam Eder and Shamrock Rovers. I don't know if this is good audio for anyone at all here, but it worked. He was like the record goal scorer. He was Adam on loan for 7 years, that bloke. got me to a last 16 of a Champions League. That lad. Still couldn't fucking buy him, but there you go.
JP, what is on your cap?
It's the Ultimate Warrior, mate. I'm sure you've seen this cap before.
Is it, Jim?
It is.
That's
It's
Jim.
Jim. It's Jim. Oh yeah, big Jim, mental Jim,
Okay. Did
Did
you
you
yeah.
ever watch Firepower,
Jim Warrior,
Just Warrior? That's all it is, just Warrior.
Jim Warrior. Just
Comic book
try.
man.
What's he doing when he's like, I don't know, when he's trying to order shit online and he goes, Mr. Warrior? And I just look at him and it's like, I was big in WWF and just like some blokes just like, mate, I just work for fucking Every. I don't want any part in your weirdness, do I?
Yeah,
God love
did
him.
you ever see that film, Joe, that we sent over there, Firepower? We reviewed it on here, the Ultimate Warrior 80s action film. Where he's-
JP showed me some clips at work, and
Yeah.
I've met, it was on my list, and it was even in my YouTube history, ready to go. I think I'd favourite it and everything, so I need to get on it at some point. Yeah,
Gotta watch it.
it'll happen. Did you ever get around to watching Stone Cold?
Yeah,
That's on my list over Kimbo, Joe. I've got weekend, I'm putting my feet up, watching loads of films, and that's on it, mate. That is on it.
oh,
Look forward to it. Look forward to it, Matty. It's the most wrestling of wrestling films, honestly. Our Brian Bosworth wasn't like main event in WCW shows in '91. Him and
That's what he
Luger was
looks
the
like.
main event that should have happened.
It
Yeah.
looks like could have been
Honestly.
Sting's tag team partner 100%. Him, Sting, and Luger could have been like the three at the top, couldn't they? The
Oh,
big
yeah.
baby faces.
Lance Henriksen as a good heel in that as well. I might
Always
say.
solid. Always solid.
When he uses that line about like, I remember the last word my father told me, put down that gun, it's loaded. And it's just like classic stuff. Like fucking cracking show. So, and he's got a 30 for 30 in, isn't he? As well as it Brian and the Boz.
Yeah, I watched that after the film. Actually, I don't know. I'm not into American football enough to kind of. It was all right. Needed more JR, to be honest with you. Like I don't. JR was missing there. Like apparently they're really good mates, from what I hear.
Oh.
Sounds like JR.
Yeah. Do you guys still talk about wrestling on this show?
No, Joe, they don't talk about wrestling, mate. They talk about numbers and CM Punk. That's what they talk about.
Okay.
That's what we do, mate. That's pretty much it, really. Have you got
That's
any
a fair
wrestling
point.
thoughts? You've been catching up this year, haven't you? You've been, we saw you at All In. You went to Rev Pro as well. Like, I don't know, where are we in the world? AEW's on the downswing. Like Matty said before, WWE's on the upswing. It's not a good time for people like us, I think. Probably a bad time to be tuning back in again.
I've enjoyed. Well, I've watched for a couple of years again now. I took a year off completely from watching anything, to be honest with you. And then I've watched AEW for what? God, Brian and Punk when they came in. That's when I came back and started watching again. And I've watched since then. And then I've watched bits of WWE here and there, which I've enjoyed way more than I ever should have done. But I think Matty's got me on side with some stuff. Matty, my match of the year.
Yeah.
Have a guess what my match of the year is?
From WWE?
Yeah. No, match of the year generally.
Oh, it's either going to be the triple threat from WrestleMania with Gunther and Sheamus and Drew, or I will go with
Sheamus is not going to be in my match of the year. You listened to me back in the day.
Joe, we're getting the acquaintance still, aren't we, mate? Sorry. What else is the? I'll go with something random then, like, I don't know, Cody v. Brock, maybe at one of their matches.
Match of the year, hands down for me. Wrestling summarized in a nutshell for me.
Cody Brock.
Ray versus Dominic, WrestleMania.
Oh, yes. The entrances, from the entrances to the end. Yes. Love it, Joe.
Oh, Snoop Dogg in there as well.
Bad
Nothing
Bunny.
but a G thing before the show. Viva la Raza, lie we cheat we still. It was like the continuation of a feud from 18 years before. Like,
yeah. When Dom came out the prison van,
the Eddie Guerrero Rey Mysterio feud, that was a mind blower for her. I tell you, when I was watching it.
Well, Punk worked Dominic Mysterio last night at MSG. Speaking of business, biggest WWE show that was non-televised ever, apparently. Matthew throw that up there. Yeah, biggest gate ever. But like, honestly, I wish I'd been there to see your face when Dom came out the prison van, or with the like you said, with the mask on. Like,
oh, he's gone into mute.
Have I gone into mute, or is that just
No, Benno has.
Where's he gone?
He's stunned into silence, mate. Is what he is.
Your face, Joey, would have loved to have seen your face when Dom stepped out of the prison van at WrestleMania.
I didn't know anything about this prison gimmick or the feud or anything. So when it was happening and I was seeing this package, I was like, this is gold. Like the fact that they've continued this storyline from 18 years ago, this is the natural evolution of it. This should have been what, Phil and Grant were having the feud back in the day. Ben and Phil should be having that feud now, the Phil and Grant were having. But their lack of ability to make Ben into a proper character, they fucked it.
They have. But they've changed his gimmick, i.e. the actor. Didn't they, with Ben? And that's the problem, isn't it? It hasn't got that credibility to it. Oh, for fuck's sakes, Areola. Sorry.
Right, I've got 2 more minutes, by the way. So you've got 2 more minutes, and I've got to
We'll get some more high spots in. Andy says, yeah, you saw the Snoop Dogg Miz segment. That was the other high spot of that.
Unbelievable. Me and JP watched that in a pub together a couple of days later. I had a couple of old work colleagues that clip. They were loving it as well. That's my moment of the year is Shane doing what Vince did many years ago. Yeah. Fucking hilarious. When his music hit, I was like, yes. And then when that happened, it was like, oh, this is too good.
Any other highlights of the year? Anything else you wanted to throw out here before we let you go?
What did you think of All In?
Yeah.
I had a great time. Yeah, probably the best show I've seen this year from sort of like a spectacle standpoint, I guess. But just a bit of a weird show considering AEW had a bit of a weird year as well. I still enjoy AEW because the ring work's good ultimately. There's lots of shit, and some of the booking is so wildly inconsistent. I don't even know where to start at times. Yeah. The first little bit I was watching wrestling again, I didn't really think critically about a lot of stuff, really. And then the last kind of 9 months or so, the older critical head has started slipping back on, I would say. And you're picking holes in everything. I'll tell you what, Jay White is still shit. Jay White is still rubbish. There was a period when he was in that tag team with Juice Robinson. I was loving some of their matches. Those 2 FTR matches, unbelievable. Thinking, what great tag team wrestler, finally found his place. This is where he belonged the old time. That main event, all right, it wasn't all in, but his promos as well, fucking shit. Like all they are is just like lines said in a really pronounced way over and over again at length. Like, no, still not good if you ask me. And Ring of Honor needs to die. Like, why is that promotion not dead? Like, can someone just serve his misery, please?
It's sad, and for like people like me and you as well. I don't know if you've seen. I've got my belt in the back here. I've got I went full belt mark and got the original ROH belt back there. But like, it's not our ROH anymore, is it? Like, it's just not. It's gone. Like, he just needs.
I'm not so bothered about that stuff. If I'm honest, Ben. I forgot about that a long time ago. If I'm completely honest with you. Sorry, Ben. It just needs to
break my heart here.
That again.
Breaking my heart here, mate. You don't want to see Nigel versus Bryan at Wembley 2024? I don't.
Not at Wembley. Like, I'll take it on like a smaller show if they fancy doing it. Are they going to do like a Raw after Wembley or something? I'll take it on one of those shows.
ROH maybe even.
Yeah. If they want to do that, I'll be more than up for it. Right, I got 30 seconds. So any last?
Anyone got anyone to throw out?
Thoughts on Rev Pro?
I don't know. I've seen one show.
They're doing all right.
I'm glad to hear that Andy Quilden's doing well. Always a top bloke and the best promoter in the country by a country mile, that's for sure. Always has been, always will be. He carries on promoting. But other than that, I've got no thoughts on Rev Pro. Sorry.
And else
it's like we've got coins in the meter here. It's like 30 seconds.
Running out of money.
Stormers Labour.
Scran of the year, anything like that? Go on, Matt.
And Joe, what's been your favourite meal of the year, Joe? The meal you've had the most this year?
My favourite meal of the year has been observing your wedding meal in New York after your meeting with Baron Corbin on your wedding day, mate. Looked like a cracking meal, looked like a fantastic day, and I still can't quite believe that happened. I was elated for you when I saw that.
Thank you, mate. Love it. Just good to actually finally face-to-face on here, Joe. Record with you, mate, and always a fucking pleasure, lad.
Absolutely. Like I said, couldn't have 2 upgrades right here, that's for sure. It's like, let's say I'm AJ Styles, right? Leaving New Japan. It's like Omega and an established Ospreay coming in at exactly the same time. And basically, you don't miss AJ Styles one bit, do you? That's what's happening.
I like New Japan. Our business is still going great. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, well, it's all good.
New Japan. I might tune into Wrestle Kingdom, not the whole show, but definitely Sonada Naito main event. What the fuck's that about?
Oh, don't. Yeah, we fucking started on that shit. Bollocks, mate.
Anyway,
well,
on
Joe,
that negative note, I won't be having a happy birthday where I'm watching Sonada Naito this year, but yeah,
really appreciate you jumping on me.
Danielson. You what, Benno?
Appreciate you jumping on, mate. Honestly, as you've seen from the chat, everyone's missed you. We've missed you. It's been great to catch up with it and stuff.
Mate, been brilliant having you on.
Great to be home, and love all the GRAPPL fans. So happy to be here.
Just don't call him Red just to see him in person, folks. We learned that this year. But thank you, mate.
Right, see you later, guys. All the best. Hope the rest of the show goes well.
All the best.
Cheers, mate.
How do I get off here?
It's all right. We'll talk if you're...
See you, mate.
Oh God.
Oh,
that was incredible. That my neck's killing off the laughing. Honest to God.
Am I wrong in saying it's felt very much when Shawn Michaels made his comeback? Except what we got was the kip up early doors, and it was like, oh no, he's still going. He's still absolutely fine. There's not an issue here at all, is there? That was fucking incredible.
I just feel like I've been transported back to sort of the second half of 2020, and I'm just sat here feeling like, fucking hell, how do I top that now?
Hasn't missed a beat, has he? Honestly,
oh, it was brilliant.
Amazing. Yeah,
that's the proper stuff. That's the thing. Since Joe went, you take the pressure, Gareth, but I think me and JP just amalgamated Joe's gimmicks. You took the EastEnders gimmick, JP, and I was just the knobhead on Twitter. And we kind of just took that, and you got to be the straight man, Gareth, so it's all good. But, mate, it was hard keeping that quiet because I wasn't sure if Joe would fancy doing it. But, it was, to be honest, credit to the Ogdens. I think the Ogdens talked Joe into doing that at All In and at the Rev Pro show, and he gave us half an hour of his precious time with a better background than any of us, by the way. How good was that Christmas tree?
Amazing.
He's worked hard. I haven't been around the house in a little bit, but he's worked hard on the Christmas trees. He's done well. It's a nice place near the New Oxford, where the New Oxford ground's going to be. He's around the corner from him. He still won't go. He'll still have no interest in going to see Oxford United. But brilliant. It just fucking brilliant. Like,
I'm in tears here, just laughing.
My neck, Gareth, honestly, it's gone.
Just like... It just felt
like blown over. Like I'm ready to go to bed.
It felt like being a listener in 2019 or something like that.
Where do you go from there, though, Benno? Where do we go from there? Like,
I guess to the questions, I will give a bit of a.
Can I just go for a quick? I should be putting in the private chat. Just go for a quick week.
Yeah, go for it. But yeah, it was great to have Joe back on. Yeah, maybe we'll talk him into it one day, JP. So might be another 3 years, I think. But convince him to come back on. Although that Bill podcast could happen, it's a possibility.
If there's anyone who should be doing a Bill podcast, it's him. It should be him, and possibly his brother. Like that would be it. It would be him and Sam. That would be kind of it. But that was just like fucking incredible. Right, so we just hang up now. We'll just give up now at this point. We're done, aren't we?
Just need to manufacture that for time, don't we? Just make sure we pick a month and a year that's got like a big Bill storyline or something like that, and just flash it in front of him. Maybe get him on for a bit of time.
Gotta be done, Anna. Jesus. Well, hopefully everyone enjoyed that. Long-term listeners and viewers. But yeah, where do we go from there?
That was fantastic. I don't know. I think we should get into the questions. I think we've forgotten the Ask GRAPPL bit of the Ask GRAPPL bit.
We were putting that off for a little bit. We didn't want to get started until Joe was able to join us. So yeah, we might have been filibustering a little bit for the first hour or so. But
that's not like us at all. We wouldn't dream it.
None of his words said he'd come and he did. So couldn't be made. It's genuinely made my year. That I feel quite emotional. So. That was amazing.
That's fantastic for us as well. I mean, like for all of us, it's just like a massive, just such a lovely thing for us to be able to do, and kind of again like a lovely little just a lovely way for us to be and in the year at GRAPPL, our most successful year at GRAPPL, I might add as well. And for those of you who haven't paid for it, if you want some more stuff like this, patreon.com/GRAPPL, and yes, I will be doing these, and I'll probably get progressively drunker as we get on. And I'll be less subtle about the plugs and all the rest of it. We'll get a few of those in.
You need to put Joe's old shows behind the paywall tomorrow.
Yeah.
Another tier. Another tier.
More of that. Indie corner days, bring it all back. Yeah.
Ringing,
all right,
ringing him up when he's in New York, doing that the Ring of Honor New
That's the
Japan
best
joint
ever.
show.
That is the best one I've ever.
I'll always
ever
regret
listened
not
to.
doing that show.
Lads-
Genuinely.
lads
Like,
next to him.
that's one.
The lad next to him, honestly, I was on my podcast phone in bed, honestly, John, crying tears though, genuinely like just howling at that. The best stories ever. Incredible.
Can I just ask, how
Oh,
the
there's
fuck
only
have
one.
Arsenal not scored here? This is ridiculous. 2-0 down here at this
Because
point.
the Reds are top, JP. That's why they're scared of the Reds.
Let's see how confident.
Sorry.
Give it a few weeks.
I just loved him just bouncing straight into that Costa Coffee thing immediately, and it was just
Honestly.
like I was like, "Whoa!" There's not even like a
Not
pause
manufactured,
of getting back into the rhythm. No.
I had a lovely oat milk cappuccino from Costa Coffee the other day. It was, I recommend it, Matt, if you're ever there. But I can't do it like Joe did.
Back in one
Did we get
sec.
the question?
Let's get some
We'll
questions
start.
on the go.
Yeah,
I'll
you
listen
run
to
it,
the
JP.
question and then I'll run off. And then at least I know what
I'll
it
do
is.
the side questions first. Which one shall I do first? It's not going to be the one about Marty Jannetty and the brick up his ass. I'll
You
skip
going
that
in
one
order
for
here,
now.
Ben?
What?
Yeah, but because the multiple screens, I'll do a couple of the Patreon questions first.
Yeah, man.
Mikey asks, which is the lads is the likeliest to start a fight on a drunken night
Me. I think it's me. I'll just throw that out there. Probably me.
You reckon, Matt? I think Matt will be the best judge of this. What do you reckon, Matthew?
I mean, none of us are that way inclined, are we, to start fighting?
We're
You know what I
lovers,
mean?
not fighters.
But yeah, we are. But I can't see.
I mean, I've
Gareth.
started on like 2 people in my life, and Matty witnessed one of them, so it might be me.
JP fight. No, I don't know, JP. I feel like I'm like pigeonholing you here, mate. But you did say you, so it's,
Yeah.
You know,
You're all right. You're not going to get in trouble, mate. You're fine. I get that. I think I would do. When I turn, I fucking turn. I'm a nightmare.
I think I've seen Benno turn and Benno goes. You know what I mean? Like
I remember seeing Benno turn at a TNT show, and I was scared.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was like,
That as well. Liam took me aside at one point and was like, "You're all right." I was like, "I'm fine. We won't talk about what it was about." It wasn't aimed at Lee McAteer.
But
I
myself, like, I don't know, I've never been like, I never did. Then I don't know. I just never, not like that at all. But
yeah, I can't imagine you like that. Yeah, it's probably. I'll take it. I'll take one for the team. I can't imagine JP ever starting a fight like ever. I can't imagine anyone starting a fight with JP. That's the other thing. Like, how would
that's
you
the
be
thing.
like annoyed enough with JP? You'd never start a fight with him. It's not happening, is it? So, yeah, it's me.
I'll have a
I'll
debate,
take.
Benno. I'll have a good debate when I'm pissed, but not a fight.
Did you hear me on must see matches? Like talking about when we first met? Like,
Yeah, of course it did. The ears are always open, Benno. And you shave face on it.
He is 2007, Matty and Crewy arguing over who's the biggest star, Steve Austin or Hulk Hogan over your Gary's table. I'll always remember that, mate. That's my earliest memory of Matty. And here we are now. What else we got? Zahid has a couple. Chances of CM Punk being fired. Who's the punch? Who from NXT should win the All Japan Triple Crown? And who do you want to see in Rev Pro in 2024? Let's go with the Punk question. Chance of Punk being fired and who does he punch? That's related to the other one.
He's always a chance, isn't he? You know, there's always a chance. But I think he punched someone you wouldn't expect, though. Like, easy to say, like a Chef or the Miz or someone like that. But it'd be someone completely random that, like, just said, like, he didn't agree with, like, how nice the food was or something. He just kick off on him or something. So, I don't know. Someone random.
I don't think he'd be fired for a punch, but he might get fired for shagging someone. For giving off his fucking Instagram photos.
Oh, Jesus.
She's single these days, isn't she?
Oh, well. We're getting up. We're at that level, are we, JP? Okay.
We are.
Allegedly, JP. You've got to say allegedly.
Do I? Nah.
I'm just trying to help you there, fella.
What are you going to do? They're going to come after me? You got that wrong. I don't really give a shit, really, at the end of the day, but makes for good content.
See in Rev Pro in 2024? Rev Joe. And who should NXT from? Yeah, you can answer this one, Matty. JP. Who from NXT should win the All Japan Triple Crown? You got any shout? When that
Not
goes
William Regal, not William Regal's son. I think I made this
History
point
books, isn't
earlier
it?
on as well. So, are we doing a cross promotion? It's like, no, you're sending your son there, aren't you? In what can only be described as a horrific act of nepotism, isn't it? There's like all these lads there. Oh no, it's just coincidentally my son I'm sending over to All Japan. Who should they send over to? Who should they send over there from NXT? I think I sent those lads. Send the Mafia lads for shits and giggles.
John Cena, kind of, yeah, going there. No, but you know, serious note, with the Steiners in All Japan, JP, at one point, wouldn't Bron Breakker be all right there?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they were All Japan. I think they were New Japan.
Oh, they New Japan.
They were always pretty much New Japan because of the deal that Inoki had with WCW. So, like, they were always New Japan there. I mean, I think that's the place where you send like your kind of uncoordinated tag teams. Like you would have sent the Creeds there, wouldn't you, in a previous era, and the rest of it. And just to get onto the Rev Pro point as well, I'm trying to.
Iconic.
Only your big tag teams go and win the Triple Crown tag belts or whatever. Only your big stars do that, mate.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking in terms of who coming into Rev Pro, I can't think of anyone from the UK who they're like kind of massively missing because I think they've pretty much got access to everyone. So, in terms of who they bring in, I mean, what would be great in an ideal world is that and I think we banged the drum on this before, is if AEW, all the people they don't use, sending over a couple of people on an extended tour of the UK and Rev Pro, because they'll draw probably a few people on the TV. I'm not talking about fucking Danhausen as well, because he's the anti-draw. If he turns up on a Rev Pro Lee Moriarty.
It's kind of, come on.
Perfect.
I'll drive to Crystal Palace for Lee Moriarty.
I'm going to go.
Even Lee Johnson, and I don't mean the ex Bristol City manager either, who seems to have been gone around all the places.
Bate? You know, is he still not a thing anymore?
Who?
Tyler Bate.
True.
The guilty tramp.
Best wrestler in the world, 1 point better. We're the biggest star in the world, really, remember?
Oh, this goes back years, right? Matty is convinced that one of the Progress shows we went to in like 2018, something like that, that I swore I was drunk and I argued with Matty, unlike me, that Tyler Bate was a better wrestler than Roman Reigns. No,
you said he's a better wrestler and he'll be a bigger star than him as well. You said them two things. Why do you think I cling on to it now? But it's like, whoa, is he even on the same radar? Like, you know, you said them two lads. And I could have took at the time, maybe best wrestler. I probably didn't, but I could have had that. But biggest star, stretched too far, that boys. In it, Gareth.
Just wait, mate. When Benno's clipping this in 10 years' time and playing it back to you, when Tyler Bates just headlined 5 WrestleManias.
He's only about 25.
That's a fucking penalty. That's a fucking penalty. Sorry.
He's not looking good for his age, is our Tyler. Next up, what else we got? If you all had to dress up, this is IMG TR63. If you had to dress up going to the darts, what would you dress at? Who has a better success rate? AEW signing XWB talent or Todd Bowley's Chelsea signings? If you could bring back any channel that was taken off air, what would it be? Which one of those do you want to go for, Matt?
Let's go in order. What was the first one?
So if you had to dress up going to the darts, what would you dress as? What's your best fancy dress for the darts?
Never really done fancy dress, but
I'd go as Bully.
Yeah,
original, that one, kind of very original. Mate.
I'd go as Tony Green.
I was Jim Bowen if I was going as anyone on the front, like so to do with the dart.
You've taken the 2 top spots there, lads.
If we could just go as the 3 of us as Tony Green, Jim Bowen, and Bully.
So what is
there as well?
We've got it boxed off.
Yeah, me and JP will be the contestants. We'll come out with like a plastic speedboat, like we've won it.
Who are you though? Am I the darts player? Or are you the non-darts player? So how's your spelling really as well, and knowledge of Britain?
Not like topless darts though on live TV. Definitely.
What was the last one? The channel one was good. That was a good question.
Oh, go on, yeah. If you could bring back any channel, what would you bring back? So I'm guessing
the wrestling channel.
As
does say besides TWC, but it's the obvious answer, isn't it? It's got to be the one, like Men and Motors, maybe. You know what I used to love? Bravo. Like the amount of times that again, like I wish Joe was here to talk about this. Like you know, the boozed up Brits abroad I'd watch. Like it was always like
Cox
it'd
was on
have
there,
like
wasn't it?
Yeah.
it'd have like proper reruns and stuff like that. Obviously, like there's the eras where it had ECW and WCW on and stuff like that. But like, yeah, that'd be the one from me.
Does Paramount still exist? Because I'd bring Paramount back for the teletext banner.
Oh yeah,
It's
there
all
you
that
go.
now,
The
mate.
singer from
Paramount Comedy was
Liverpool
a good channel.
Comedy Central now, JP. It morphed into that, didn't it? Comedy
But it
Central.
had like original content and stuff like that from like loads of like kind of British comedians and the rest of it.
I mean, the 16-year-old in me would say, like a lot of people have said in the chat here, live TV was amazing. Liverpool live TV, Benno, was the proper one, wasn't it? That was the proper one. Like,
that was the real one.
But not as a near 40-year-old man. I'd have to go with Challenge TV still going, and I haven't got like, is that still going? Because that was the best channel of all time.
Oh mate, it's still going. It's great.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Sky One doesn't exist anymore, does it? Sky
No.
One used to be like a
Sky
Belgian channel
Max.
back in the day,
Sky
in like the
Max.
90s.
Sky
Oh,
One
Dream
was-
Team.
Like
Yeah.
X-Files, Dream Team, like awesome channel. back in
Simpsons,
the day.
Futurama, that block of like the animated stuff as well. There was a lot going on. But Bravo was good. But you know why I'm getting as anyone in the chat let us know how good Paramount Plus app is, because it's on offer at the minute. And someone told me it's got every episode of Keenan and Kel on there. So I'm like, over the weekend, I'm definitely
Probably does, yeah.
Yeah.
We used it. We were rewatching Frasier at one point, and sorry, Gareth, cover your ears, but like it had all of them on there. It's a pretty good app, yeah. I think you can get it through Apple TV. I think you can get it through that
It's
as well.
$3.49 a month at the minute, or you can pay the year for 30 quid as a big offer. So I might just do that.
Get it, mate. Watch everything you wanted for free, and then cancel it. That's the
Yeah,
the way. Isn't it?
It's a bit cheating, but Chris says here in the chat, CFAX. Like, honestly, what I'd give to go back to a simple era, you come in 301, then 302, and then it's really Gareth probably would have done. What was it? What was rugby league? 370, yeah. 360 for a union, 340 for cricket, 320 for other sport.
Switch over to Channel 4 for a bit of Bamboozle.
I was going to say Bamboozle, Gareth. Oh, mate,
that was high art. Like the fact that they could do that, with like the image and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's very well done, like.
Bamboozle.
Yeah. What was the there was a music letters page, because Digitizer was the games, wasn't it? There was a music one that I feel it was on, like, was it on BBC or Channel 4? Remember that being really good, like a music letters, but similar to Mailbox. Unlike Mailbox, didn't get taken over by wrestling fans at the end.
Ask Liam, he'll tell us. He'll know that for sure.
Yeah, he'll be in the chat, won't he? We'll get that answer in a bit.
What was you saying about teletext?
What else did we add? Oh yeah, better success rate, AEW or AEW signing XW talent or Chelsea signings.
AEW pains me to say it, but them signings Bowley's made, mate. Wow. Potch has got to take some of the blame, but I said at the beginning of the season, the players are he was just too random, too many of them, many players, too random who you didn't know nothing about. You maybe get like 4 or 5 of them with some you knew, but it was just lobbing them all in at once, like,
Well,
even with Fernandes there.
I've just taken over the Chelsea job in season 3 on Football Manager after a successful stint at Norwich, and I tell you what, there's some lads on big contracts there that I can't fucking get rid of because I can't sell them. No one's taken over those 300 grand a week contracts for some 21-year-old French lad who's never played a game. Fucking.
Isn't Sterling like the second oldest in the squad after Thiago Silva? Isn't it something mad like that? He's like 28. It's like ridiculous.
What else we got? Ben Moxham, who's a Chelsea supporter, does agree that the answer is AEW in the Discord there. Great man, Ben. He's helped me lots this year with the YouTube and stuff like that. Shout out to Ben.
Gareth's doing the cribs here, Benno.
What's that, mate?
Gareth's doing the cribs in the fridge, yeah. What have you got in there, Gareth?
GRAPPL towers here. What's going on? Okay. What's in the fridge?
A lot of cheese.
That's a fancy back door you've got there, isn't it? Fucking hell.
I like pickles.
I like it. Little bonus there. Little bonus.
Shane Silver mentions, obviously, I've been at the All-In sesh. He's got talking to a few lads. Wants to say hello to the people he chatted to. And while he was there, got chatting about what their dream gig lineup would be. 1 main act, 2 supporting acts, alive or dead. And how he passes this question on to us. And
Gareth's been gagging for this. Come on, Gareth.
I'll cover the rest of the Go on, dream gig lineup, 1 main act, 2 support acts.
And what's got to be dead or alive, Ben, was it, sorry?
Dead or alive, yeah. Either's fine.
Any. Okay. Gareth, go on.
I'm starting off with Neil Young. Just set the set off like with just a bit lighter kind of thing, but just like some fucking class guitar playing, just going on there, just getting things lively, but not too lively, just with a fucking absolute legend. Then second support is going to be the Prodigy, just because. And I'm going back, and if on the Live I Dead theme, I'm pulling Keith Flint back, and we go 1997 Prodigy, best gig I ever saw. So they're in there as the second support. And then the gig that I never got to because we had the tickets in hand for fucking Nirvana, and then Kurt fucking topped himself, and then I never got to see it because that fucking selfish twat fucking blew his brains out. So, you know, selfish for his family and selfish for me, like, as well. Like, so I'm never getting to see that. So they're headlining, and I'm finally getting to see Nirvana. So there you go. Not a bad afternoon's music, that, I reckon.
Love it. How about you, Stu?
JP,
go on, mate. You go first.
I'm still thinking of my main event.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to piece it together.
I think my headliner would be Chemical Brothers, which is probably carrying along like a kind of like, and I'll be talking sort of early 2000s Chemical Brothers as well, sort of like 04, 05. And then for shits and giggles, just to see how these people interact backstage, Gigi Allen and the Murder Junkies and Mariah Carey. I hate Mariah Carey. I have no interest in listening to any of her music. I think she's terrible. But to see her have to sort of share backstage with a man who smeared shit over himself during concerts, fought people on the way out, and then went back to his hotel room and blew his fucking brains out. Like, I just would like to see that. That would make me laugh, I think, as much as anything else. In terms of other more serious acts, I can't really. I don't know. I always love the Beta Band. So I'd love to see them like reform as well. I don't know how they go down with the Chemical Brothers audience as well, but yeah, I love that. There's just so many to kind of go through there, as much as anything. I'm just fucking stunned how West Ham have kept a clean sheet here. This is shocking me over. And Areola's sat on my fucking bench as well, that cunt. Fucking gathering up tons of save points. Sorry.
I'll keep mine like pretty standard, really. I'd have Linkin Park opening 2001 Linkin Park, though, just doing Hybrid Theory in full, nice little tight 35 minutes just to set the tone. And then I'd jump into Alice in Chains, but I'd do, if it's Dead and Alive, I'd have the version now with William Duval in, but I'd obviously have Lane Staley as well, so it'd be everyone who's ever been a part of the group being on stage and on all the and have that going on as an emotional moment. Then I will agree with Gareth and have Nirvana, you know, because I would have just watched the big shows back a lot on DVD and just would love, even for the big like time venue, the Redden one especially, just everyone bouncing, the energy they had. So yeah, that'd be mine.
It's funny because like on Reflex, I want to be boring and be like Wu-Tang Clan, Nas, and like insert another. I feel like that tour happened and I didn't go. But they were like 30 years older, so it's not the same, is it? I would have wanted to see them in like the early 90s. Like I'd love to like go see like a proper, like when I've read like Chuck D's book and stuff like that, you hear of like, you know, there were tours where it was like Public Enemy, Ice-T, and like NWA or whatever, like on the same bill in like some like downtown club in like the 80s in California, something like that. I'm not sure I'd come out live, but you know, I've survived worse, you know. Went to Inglewood and I had a great time. So yeah, somewhere in Inglewood, I'd go see that. Yeah, so that'd be my one, I think. Like, but it would have to be the place and time as well, because that's the thing with hip hop. Like all of the other culture we talked about before, it's all frozen in time. So all the stuff I liked in the early 90s are doing reunion tours and we're gonna play this album from 30 years ago that like we're just accepting we've done nothing good since, so come watch us perform that album that you used to like when you were 15. So it's not really the same, is it? I want to see them in the prime.
Well, that's, you know, that's it, Ben. There's as you say, there's a Ja Rule, Ashanti, and like Maya. There's like a big tour coming up soon, isn't there? And I think the tickets for like £100, you'll be able to get them for about £50 soon, I reckon.
Stadium as well, isn't it? Like, like arena, like I've always said, I've never been to an arena gig and don't plan on going one.
Blows my mind.
Ben mentioned here Michael Jackson headlining Queen and Oasis. That always like kills me. We brought it up before, like, but like that I was too young to have gone to the Michael Jackson Aintree gig. That he played like Aintree in Liverpool is just hilarious.
Went down the Garden Festival, he went just literally past my house at the bottom there and yours. He literally drove all the way down, didn't he? The Dock Road. Mad.
Oh,
I love that little fact. Love it.
Oh.
That blew my brains out at Oasis. Sorry.
I'd enjoy them now. I wouldn't at the time. I'd enjoy it now.
If they got back together, though, sorry to cut you off, Ben. If they genuinely did do a gig again, oh my god, yeah, you wouldn't get.
When they did the Manchester charity thing and they didn't, like when after the Ariana Grande thing, like that was the moment, wasn't it, for them to come together and do something for Manchester? I would have enjoyed that. Shane says as well, he just wants to congratulate us on the podcast success. You've been following GRAPPL and its previous incarnations since 2017. Says seen as
a bit of flashback to that tonight, didn't we?
I know, yeah. Battling through the muck and adversity while still remaining honest. I won't go on. Says we delayed the plaudits. So thank you, yeah. It's the adversity Brit-Res going shit and AEW being shit. We're still here, lads. We stand up firm. We'll see who's next. Who can we build up next and then break down? That'll be the third grapple boom period, won't it? We'll need to find out what it's gonna be.
There'll be the world will be ended and there'll be cockroaches and Benno sat here with his fucking microphone.
I mean, like, Australian wrestling is dead, and here's why. One day. Aussie Grappler, it says. What else we got? Got a couple in the DMs. You've got one in the DMs. You can throw it in a minute if you want, Matt. DJT1989, I think that's David Sykes. It says, you step into a lift with a broken Tony Khan after everything he's had to deal with in 2023. Sorry, this night's just a reminder of how much our culture has seeped in Joe. He says he recognizes you as members of the podcast who says he wanks dogs. Even though he denies this, he quickly changes subjects. He asks you for 3 things to help him save and improve AEW. What are your 3 suggestions? I'll say that I 100%, I'm not being egotistical. Tony Khan definitely knows who we are. And there's definitely a reason I stopped getting media stuff. And I'm very sorry, Gareth, that we possibly killed the GRAPPL app with that very first podcast by Tony Khan immediately hating us. Sorry, mate. Cage Match, great website though. Get there if you can. What would we say to Tony Khan in that lift apart from sorry for the flag and the initial podcast? You got anything, JP?
What would I say? I mean, I always think what would I say to Tony Khan at this point? In terms of words of advice for things to do, one.
What would you say to him in general? Like, if you got him alone, what would you say? I'd be like, stop listening to these fucking cunts.
Yeah, I would be. The people who are telling you the stuff you want to hear, they don't have your best interests at heart or the best interests of wrestling. They don't, and that is a big, big, big problem. What he needs to do, and something he hasn't done, is listen and kind of like take in more critical points. And I also think the Continental Classic is a way of by default, a way of him kind of listening to people and saying, actually, do you know what? We need to do kind of less bullshit. Without going into ratings here, Matty, sorry about this, mate. I didn't expect to do it on Ask GRAPPL, but here we are. Like, one of the things is that if he noted that the Continental Classic actually had a lot more that has added on in terms of ratings. I think it's stabilized ratings. I think because it's been sort of presented in a much more serious way. I say this having not seen the end of Dynamite, which apparently I'm assuming is fucking horrible. So I'm a bit wary about that. The other thing, cull your roster. It's not doing wrestling any favors at all to have a load of people in mothballs or barely appearing on TV. Send them out around the world. If you've got them under contract, send them out. Send out the younger people out on tour around the UK and Japan. Just get rid of people. Some of those big expensive stars who don't add anything to contracts, looking at you, Chris Jericho, get rid. Fucking cut loose on there as well. And then the other thing is my thing would be, what is the thing that works on TV today? It tends to be sport. What are the things that work well about sport and the narratives around it? And this goes for every single sport, whether it be the NFL, whether it be football. Look at that and go, actually, we're going to produce a much more kind of serious product. So don't have people who pretend they live in the 1950s. It gets a pop now. It won't in a year. It won't. We've seen this stuff come and go. And then you're trying to basically sports entertain the sports entertainment company. That's my kind of issue. You can still have promos. You can still have over-the-top characters. You can do things like that because why? Because sport has it. But that would be what I would say. So yeah, a colour the company, get in, like, you know, think to yourself, oh, I'm probably losing all my train of thought. I'm going to move on to what do you lads reckon? What else, what would you say?
Do you reckon, Gareth? He froze. Oh no.
Sorry, I'm on mute. I reckon along similar lines, I'd go back to my old pal Easy E, and I'd say ignore WWE think and do the opposite. You know, almost just, you know, concentrate on being like a cool, credible alternative sort of thing. Don't get suckered into playing WWE at WWE's game, because you're never going to win. They're always going to win. They're always going to be bigger and things like that. They're always going to like have that mass market audience. So don't try and be that, because that already exists. So be something different and be something good and different. Second point related to that would be just to have like a tight 6-month booking strategy and a 1-year booking strategy around a 3-year plan, a 3-year plan sort of thing. So it gives you that thing where, yeah, let's keep things kind of tight and on track for 6 months, 90% of the way there for a 12-month period, which gives you a bit of flex there. If somebody just happens to get over or something like that, you can go with it. But have an idea of like 3 years down the line, who do I actually want to be like headline and pay-per-views and things? Let's start putting the fucking wheels in motion, and let's put a bit of juice and push behind them there from that standpoint. And probably my last one on the back of this tournament being good, I'd like maybe say like bring back the ranking system, but bring it back properly, sort of thing, to make you able to have matches on TV organically that have a bit of purpose behind them. You know, in the same way there that I've been watching two lads who I wouldn't be asked about watching like have a match. Now I'm like invested in who actually wins, and there's a reason for it, and them going forward. And like I think dumping that ranking system was like that probably came at the point where they started to sign too many people, and it just like blew things to shit, and suddenly they're having to integrate people and going in with a plan. If you have got a 1-year plan or a 6-month plan or something, you can apply a ranking system and you can put matches in place that, you know, he's going over because he's fucking headlining that pay-per-view in 9 months' time and things like that. So we're putting the ball in motion there, really. So it's probably all a bit boring for me. It probably is just all a bit, but like actually fucking plan and think about what you're going to do. Like, surprise, surprise, that's probably going to work.
But ties on to the big point we've been saying for how long we've been saying that for, Benno, just in terms of just basic organisation.
I'm with you. Tell Jericho and MJF no to the vast majority of their ideas, if not all of their ideas. That's called backbone. That's high on my list. I think Jordan beat me in the graph tonight. There he is, giving me grief in the chat. Unbelievable. But yeah, I mean,
can I just say my thoughts? What they should change?
Yeah, go on.
They should just carry on doing that.
You're enjoying it too much. I mean, Jamie says here he doesn't pivot when things fall apart with injuries. Like, it's like, and he's had bad injuries and stuff like that, but it uses that as such a crutch and excuse as well. It's like, let's just accept the reality is with the style AEW have, people are going to get injured maybe slightly more than in, other companies, and you're going to have to deal with it. It's part and parcel of the gigantic roster you've got. Done. That's it.
Is that not where rankings become your friend, though? Because all of a sudden you've got credible reasons to replace some people with other people because, well, they're next in the rankings. And then you've got a credible matchup when that person comes back from injury, particularly if there's an upset, for example, and you then decide to put it on like the number 2 or number 3 contender and whatnot. This is where we get into like the kind of the real sports aspect. And you think about like UFC, which isn't what it was for us as a draw, but from a financial perspective, from a selling out arenas and stadiums and the like, it's on a hell of been on a tear since COVID. Like they've really managed to come back with that because it's just that common sense reason for people to be wrestling rather than Ty of, as Gareth was saying on the crappies, Ty of Valkyrie fucking getting title shots. Why? Because we've signed her and she's flavour of the month.
But
and this is just what we're going to do.
Rankings is right. I agree with just being serious. Like you should have that, but then it's like you're backing yourself into a corner because the minute, the second you lead astray from it, Like I remember at the time, like I know he's not everyone's cup of tea. FTR was like, well, we're number 2 in the rankings? Why is number 6 tag team getting a title shot? You've got to stick to it, haven't you? You can't.
Yeah.
You've got to
And
do
that's
it.
where the planning comes in place.
Yeah, that's it, Gareth. And it should be easier when you've got it right in front of you and planned out, as you say, but you don't stick to it.
And it doesn't have to be this. It doesn't have to be this win-loss record either, because, like, say if you're watching the UFC and some lad comes in on his debut and he fucking knocks out number 4, like suddenly he's like shot up into the top. Do you know what I mean? Because he's like is knocked somebody out who's like higher ranked, so it gives you that opportunity to do stuff like that. So somebody doesn't have to go into a title shot. Oh, he's 30-0. Like that doesn't have to be the case sometimes. Like,
but as you say there, even like if someone did come in and get like this big win over a ranking someone higher, you can use that in your storylines though, not in real life on Twitter, where FTR can go, well, wait there, he's still that, but then Khan or someone can explain, well, he got this big win, that's why we're doing it. You
shout, Kieran.
Lead into your TV easily.
But the big problem they've got is, like, when I think of rankings, I immediately think, okay, well, we need divisions then. But now you look at it and you've got the world title. You're going to have this Triple Crown title. You're going to have Orange Cassidy's title, whatever that one's called. And then you've got the TNT title. So you've got 4 singles titles there that are just singles titles. So it's not like you could even go, all right, that's the heavyweight one and that's the light heavyweight one. If he suddenly turns around now and went, oh, he's a ranking system. Like, how do you do that? Who's classified as been in the TNT division? Who's classified as been in the world division? Who's in the triple crown division, etc.? Like, they're all like titles that they're not on an equal footing, but they're just all, the criteria is they exist, so you can go for them titles, kind of thing. There's no, oh, you've got to be under, you know, it's not a cruiserweight title or something like that, which is arguably something they could benefit from, is having one that then would allow them to get the likes, I don't want to bang the Moriarty drum too much, but the likes of Moriarty, the likes of Wheeler Yuta, the likes of, like, people like that, they could bring them in play and have them competing for something in a real sporting environment without it needing to be they're going for the world belt or something like that. But obviously,
well, did you see his latest quote today from the press conference? Because I seen it on Andrew Dice Clay's Twitter thing, and I thought that can't be a real quote. What he said. Did you see what he said about cage match? Tony Khan. Has anyone seen it? He's like defending his the product and like the booking and that. Well, I go on cage match and see that it's doing pretty well or something like that. And I'm like, you're really using that as a promoter, that like your buildings are half, yeah, but your buildings are half empty. You're fucking whatever.
It was more right.
And you're asked about fucking match quality, really? It's like,
it's not about the thing about that's the thing though. I haven't seen the quote, but like there's weeks like this week where the cage match ratings in the fucking like ground, it's awful, the rating this week, and there were 2 great matches on there, and it wasn't about that. It was about the fact that the overall show was like, it was weird. It was like half of it was good and half of it was horrendous. Like, it was just fucking shocking. But yeah, there we go. Right, we'll move on to the next question. We'll put AW in the ground there. I'll take that. What current? I don't know. Okay, I'll go back. What rule or guidance would you like to see added to the AEW employee handbook? Lindsay asks. Maybe not on that note. Is there anything we'd add that'd be helpful or funny? I don't know.
Don't choke dogs.
That's just for Tony Khan, isn't
it? So actually, if you're in charge of merchandise, print some merchandise. That would be a good one to go in the handbook.
It blows my mind that like Young Buck wife was not sacked. She was offered a new contract and said no. Like that's the story. Just tells you everything, doesn't you? Apparently she was doing an acceptable job. Yeah, I'd throw that in there. That'd work. Chris Elliott, to celebrate the end of the Continental Classic, book a CC. Here's another Joe question. Book a Continental Classic full of UK TV's finest, 1 person per TV show. Have you got any answer for that one, Matty? A Continental Classic with UK TV's finest.
Oh, well, we got to have. Well, Phil and Grant have got to be in there. I'm going for all the hard men at telly, and like
got to pick one, Phil or Grant.
Oh, Phil or Grant. Okay,
can't have 2.
I'm a Grant guy. I'm Grant. I'm Grant all day long over Phil.
I'm,
I think
I'm going Phil for the big pop and the return. Like,
I'd
I
go
think
Phil too.
Grant should fill in all day long, Gareth. Or if it come down to a one-on-one match, Grant's got him all day. Who are we going from? I'll pour. Who else we putting in there? Obviously, Jimmy Corkill's got to be in there from Brookie for me.
Gareth's
that
not having
Barry
it.
Grant. Barry Grant is the
Yeah,
Brian
if you got- if
Danielson.
only one.
The Brian
No,
Danielson.
he needed weapons, though, didn't he? Jimmy get it done with his fist, Gareth. Thought you'd be into that. Proper scrapper. I'd have who from Corrie, who's the hard knock. Jim McDonald's got to be in there. Got to be the favourite as well, the big Jim. He's got to be in there.
So it is.
Yeah. Emmerdale, Kane Dingle is in there. So we've got Kane, Grant, Jimmy Corkill, Jim McDonald. I'll put Beach in there off the bill. Big fan of Beach. How many are we going? 12 here? Fucking hell.
10, isn't it? Is it
10?
Is
Is
it?
it? It's 12.
Make it an
isn't it?
8-man, Tony. We've got a lot of
8-man.
questions.
Okay.
Are we doing them each? Are we doing these individually, or are we just?
No,
chipping
we'll
in?
do a group one. Timmy Mallet in the Yano role. I like that from Alex. That could work.
That's a shout.
Or Chris
see,
Egan,
like-
one of the two, you know. Same guy.
You see, I'd go Zach Dingle if I was going Emmerdale. Like, I think Zach's almost like an Eddie Kingston style character kind of thing, where he's that everyman brawler where things don't necessarily always go his way, but you know, he's got that edge to him and things. But yeah, you know, there's always a bit of love in your heart for Zach Dingle. R.I.P.
Yeah. So we got 6. We got 5 or 6 there. I'm trying to think outside the
Any of the Bill stars?
Do
the
you know who I'm throwing in?
I have Beach. Who's that?
You want a worker who can take some pins, take some losses, but he's still going to be over with the crowd, even so he still looks credible when he comes back next week. So I'm throwing in Wolf from Gladiators. Definitely having Wolf in there.
He was the proper character in there, wasn't he? You know?
Yeah.
He carried things.
And we're going for
work the crowd. He comes out. People would think, "Oh, Wolf!
Proper
You know,
heel.
Wolf's got a chance again, even though he's lost 3 already." Like people still think he could be a spoiler or something.
I don't know how it'll go down this, but a proper face here. Like, surely he's a proper ultimate baby face. Been around for years. Gareth earned the respect of the fans. The females love him. The demos love him. Dermot O'Leary as your baby face in there. You know, that's not a bad shout. That
I always like Dermot, like good white meat babyface, wasn't he?
Surely just big brother to X Factor, got the big push this morning, done it all, mate. Done and seen it all. So I
He
think
worked through the ranks, didn't he? That was the thing. Started on
has.
Big Brother's little brother, you know, worked
Yeah.
his way into the big jobs, you know, the big money, got spotted by the stars and ended up on X Factor with his big Fed run. Like that.
This is
I can see him in a submission reaching out to the front row. Help me.
We've got to throw one more in there. Let me think of a corker here.
I tell you, I'm throwing in Holmes under the Hannah, Dion Dublin, getting in there.
Yeah.
Like,
Get him in there.
Get your real spot star in there.
But if we're
Like
bringing like an old
would be
timer
one
back,
too. That's good.
if we're bringing an old timer back, like a Goldberg style, like, you know, like for the big shows and that, Charlie from Casualty, he's one to throw in there as well. Legend, 30 years plus in the game, Gareth. Done it all. Been shot. Survived the lot, mate. You can put that into his promos. I've been shot. I've survived the Aussie blowing up. Yeah. not scared of any injuries or blood disease there, loving it.
What about Dennis Waterman? Have the old Terry from Minder. He'd be a good one. He'd be a good brawler.
Even Jim McDonald be a good brawl, wouldn't he? 5 stars on the grapple there, got a few there to tell you.
Right.
What about Richard O'Brien, Crystal Maze? He'd be I reckon he'd be a good way. He'd be a bit of lucha or something like that, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Like
good on the mic as well. Sell you, get you involved in his promos for his matches. Charisma through the roof.
William G. Stewart in the Suzuki role here as well.
He's the GM of the tournaments.
Just
what
else him taking chops and just like walking through them.
Time crossover question from Chris Wilson. WCW's final episode of Nitro was on March 26, 2001. What were we up to at the time?
I was just finishing year 10 in school, and it was the best year in school I've ever had. year 10. It was better than year 11. And even though year 11 was shorter because we finished
Is that where you got the record for the stunner bumps?
Yes, year 10 was all that, Benno. That was like WE on Channel 4. You know, it was just around all the year. And it was the first year as well because I've been in the boys side of the year 8 and 9. So we were all back mixed in again in year 10. So it had all the banter going and the wrestling, just everything, music, I mean, new metal, got into that. Just getting into everything in year 10 was just, take me back now, boys.
Love it.
You were in what? You were in nursery. I was at work.
That's close enough. I was in my first year sixth form. I remember watching it, obviously, so that's where I was watching it. But yeah, like I remember like watching because we had it on the Friday still, didn't we? At that point, Nitro and Raw, and I don't think they started at exactly the same time. I think it was like one was an hour before the other, I think, on the replay. So I was like flipping back and forth, but it wasn't quite the same as watching it like on US time. It was a little bit different, but yeah, I don't. Other than that, in sixth form, that's pretty much my biggest memory of that time. Were you watching Gareth at that point?
Yeah, and I was watching. I pretty much. I'm trying to think what it would have. Yeah, I was still watching through for the rest of that year, but at that point I was just at work, flirting with Sarah via email, and lo and behold, all these years later, we've got a dog.
That's how these things go. Well, to help us answer the question, joining us at this time in the backstage area are our next guests, who might be able to tell us what they were up to at 2001, or they might be too young. Let's find out. It's our good friends of All In fame, Braden Harrington and Davey Portman.
Hello.
Hello.
I heard the word. I heard flirting, and then we quickly had to jump on here. Were you doing some flirting in 2001?
In 2001,
you were doing some flirt. You salty dog, you.
I'm trying to remember. I started my new school. I started high school.
You were flirting
2001, so there was a whole new crop of girls to flirt with, wasn't there?
Yeah, I remember Judy,
little chubby, geeky Davey Portman.
Judy in grade 6.
Yeah,
I remember. Yeah,
Hannah, she was nice. Yeah.
Hello, boys.
Lads?
What's going on?
How good did we always remember that first girl or lad we fancied in school? We always remember. Always
broke my heart. That's why wrestling is the lady that never truly leaves you, right? Yeah, exactly.
It was always the full name as well, Matt. Kelly Timmons in my school. She was the one. That was the one you were allowed to fancy. It was like there's a hierarchy. She was at the top. She was the Kelly Kapowski of Manor High and in Crosby back in the day.
Yeah, I never went with as you say, like the one everyone liked. I always, you know, it's just different times. Just loved it.
How are you boys? How's your Christmas been? You're a bit of as busy as us. I think we caught you tonight just recording, weren't you?
Yeah, we just finished our best match ever, CM Punk, for
you, Benno.
His WWE run.
WWE only. Yeah.
Which was pretty fun. Well, I'm actually like a little sad right now because we're going to a wedding on New Year's Eve, and I just like got out the suit to be like, all right, let's see if it needs dry cleaning, and the pants just don't fit me.
He was just having a moment.
It's like
he was
having
just
a wedding right after Christmas when eating all that turkey. It's like, so I'm going to have a frantic day tomorrow trying to find matching suit pants.
And I'm really worried because as he's going on right now, like, oh my God, it doesn't fit. What am I going to do? My suit, I get back tomorrow from the dry cleaner. So it's going to be an interesting couple of days. But yeah, we're
just go in our GRAPPL t-shirts.
We had a good Christmas and we're gearing up for the New Year's over here. Like we said, we have a wedding on New Year's. So New Year's is an amateur night anyways. It's like when all the people who don't party go out and party and they don't know how to handle themselves. I think we're having a good time. You had a Christmas party over here at the BDE. I got to see some family and some friends, and it's been good. What about you guys across the pond?
Yeah, same thing pretty much. Hello, JP. JP's back.
Sorry, it was a bit of a crisis. There was a lot of puking and stuff going on. It was fucking wild.
You or
not me?
Not
me. I'm all right. No. Vicky, not feeling the best there as well. So it was just like, oh shit! It was all
good, mate.
All right now, something shite. Which really that should have been me considering the shit I've been eating today. But are you well, lads?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
we're better
yeah,
that
we're
now
not
you're
bad.
here,
We're not
JP.
bad, Yeah.
Oh, good fellas.
We got to hang out with you guys this year. Well,
course.
the past year, it's a bit of a reunion right now with all of us on at the same time because we had quite a day this
Mate.
past summer as I finally got to cross the pond. Finally got to see where my co-host is from and got to meet you fine lads. As of course everyone was excited about Wembley, but it was really about Trinity in Harrow, which is a place that is real and does exist. That we found out.
Yeah, when we said, "Hey, we've got this idea of a pub we could go," I think Benno's reply was, "Where the fuck is Harrow?"
No idea. Now I know where it is.
I made up and knew where it was because it was a great home away from home. As soon as All In finished, I got on a bus. I was there in about 5 minutes. So I was like, okay, this works out. Everyone else was stuck outside Wembley in like a big crush. I was fine. It was all good. It was a great.
We got there quick.
We were we missed the crowd. We were like at the perfect exit to just get right up there. So we were on a train with no one on. Like that's how early we got.
Yeah, as TK was like, "We're coming back next year. We're coming back." We were like, "See ya, we're out." We made it.
It is. The Gym Warrior cap has gone, because he's a prick, really, and a shit. I don't even like him. I don't even know why I own that cap.
Why have you got it? Sorry, I was wondering.
I don't
that
know. I don't know either. This is the period of time when I used to buy cheap shit off Shop Zone, and I'd think, oh, that'd be funny. Then you end up with an Enzo Amore t-shirt, and you go, oh no. Yeah, exactly. That's how bad stuff happens.
Better than the fake hair. You could have like the fake.
Mate, you can have it. You can have that fucking Gym Warrior hat, Braden. Trust me. I don't.
You're gonna throw it. You're gonna give it away at the next event, like you did with all your old T-shirts.
You say
that was the best.
You're like, look at the Lethal T-shirt. No one caught it. People were doing throw it back.
I think the main thing was, Braden, is I didn't bring it home with me. That was that was the ultimate aim out of all of it. It was to get rid of. I've been threatening for a long time to get rid of our old T-shirts on there. But yeah, maybe next year. Yeah, the Ultimate Warrior cap will be there. Maybe my Dead Man Inc. cap as well will also.
Whoa.
Come on, don't be giving that away.
Yeah, you can't give that away.
You can have it, Matty. Yeah. Like that box set of Oz. Yeah, you can have it. It's yours, mate.
See, I came away with a big bag worth of GRAPPL T-shirts that I've got like 10 in each colour now. So thank you, Gareth. And a pair of Ray-Bans that I broke.
And my Ray-Bans.
Yeah. I broke them in the summer, mate. I'm sorry, they're gone.
Oh. Do you have any? You got any Jimmy Havoc T-shirts to give away?
Oof, JP.
Oh, straight in there, aren't we?
I feel like you had a shirt that was a canceled wrestler, and then that's
when
a
villain show.
Yeah, you had a bunch of canceled wrestler shirts that you were trying to give away. So
trust me, there are either some homeless people or people in war-torn places around the world wearing what can only be described as problematic fucking T-shirts as well. Whether or not this is something that's going to be picked up on in the Gaza Strip, I don't know, but possibly. It's like somebody's walking around going, "Why are you wearing a Matt Riddle T-shirt?" And they just fucking point away.
Just a bunch of David Starr fans. So,
yeah. I don't know what to do with this. I talked about it on a show recently. I have a Chris Benoit autograph. Like no one's put in the bid for that. Like true crime, like fans, I'm sure would put up a big offer, but no one's hit me with the number I'm looking for. So at the Brady, if you want to be an owner of a Chris Benoit genuine autograph.
On a piece of paper, Braden knows that. Like
it's in storage now. We don't put it on our podcast set for reasons, but we do have a canceled section. There's a villain, there's a Hulk Hogan, and the Benoit somewhere, but
Warrior, all that.
Yeah.
Hanging out.
But I'm pretty sure it's a photo of him like swinging a chair.
Okay.
So, and then I got it signed by him. So, best offer out there. Please hit me up because I don't know what to do with it. As you're talking about things you're getting rid of, physical media and WWE aren't two things that's going to be a thing going forward in the next year. So, like, Maddie, what are you going to do? Your collection of the Bloodline and Roman Reigns physical media will no longer continue.
Well, Braden, I've been asking around. Like, I've been asking around all the people I know that deal, like, and get all the copies, but it's all digital now, and there's no Bloodline compilations. I think Platts hit me up with like volume 1 from like 2020. So I want all the more current stuff. I thought this would be available in this day and age. You know what I mean? But all my stuff will be kept in forever though, Braden. I'll never get rid of my stuff, mate. Never.
Yeah.
Ever.
I'm you got to get rid of stuff once in a while, JP. I understand with t-shirts and stuff because I have like so many wrestling shirts in like my closets and things that are just taking up
Braden
space.
doesn't get rid of anything. He's got 5 pairs of the same shoes. Just like
it works for Braden, Dave.
and both his girlfriend and I are like, hey, do you need all 5 pairs? No, well, I like wearing the ones with holes in when I want to wear shitty shoes. I'm like, can you
Get
just
your money's worth, mate?
Yeah, gotta wear them to the soles are beat and holes in the
I'm with you.
But when it comes to wrestling merch, I can't ever give that away.
No,
I never want to give it away. So I
well,
definitely
Braden, is it me wife's brothers you're talking about cancelled wrestlers and stuff before, is getting rid of all his collection. Literally, like honestly, I've never seen a collection like it. It's like every on proper Ring of Honor, XPW, CZW, Japan, there's everything. And there's all t-shirts in there. And even if I don't know who it is, I'm asking everyone. I'm scared to ask people who it is because I'm thinking these are definitely cancelled. Yeah, there's like badges, t-shirts, pictures, magnets, the whole lot. A lot of stuff. Like
the bar I work at here is just round the corner from the Rogers Center, the Sky Dome, where Rock v Hogan happened.
Yeah.
But it's where the Blue Jays play, the baseball team. And there was an Irish girl working at my bar one summer. And we were allowed to wear like sports gear for like game days or whatever. So she comes in and she's like, "Oh, I just went to Kensington Market and I've got this. I picked up this Blue Jays shirt for it was only like $10. How good is that?" I'm like, Kira, turn around, and on the back it's Osuna,
who was like cancelled,
very much cancelled for a bunch of Me Too stuff. I'm like, yeah, like you might not want to be wearing that just around the corner.
Yeah, she didn't know.
Yeah,
it's the same with wrestling, right? Like, my girlfriend will be like, "Oh, can I borrow a hoodie or a t-shirt, or whatever?" And I have like an old villain t-shirt, and she's like, "Oh, this one's cool. Who's this?" And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, actually. And now she's like, "Why don't you throw this away and get rid of it if this guy sucks?"
The money we've spent, though, lads, on this stuff. It doesn't even bear fucking thinking about.
But my villain one, I do still wear to bed because it's very comfortable.
Yeah, you're not wearing it outside.
Yeah, even then, though, I can go to the corner shop. The man in the corner shop doesn't need to know who Marty Scurll is. You know what I mean?
I don't know, mate. He might be muttering "bastard" under his breath.
It might be Marty Scurll at the corner shop. You don't know.
Jimmy Havoc. Both Jimmy Havoc got a lot of work this Christmas, didn't he? Those Amazon delivery drivers, they do well at it this time of year.
DPD, mate.
Yeah, I also enjoyed Joey Ryan working at Halloween Horror Nights. That was a highlight of 2023. Canceled wrestlers and where they go after. That's a whole show in itself.
It's there or Mexico, isn't it?
Puerto Rico.
It's where you go to hide. I was going to say while we've got you lads, we won't keep you too long. But do you fancy helping us answer a couple of questions we've got from the patrons while you're here?
Absolutely, let's do it.
Sure, let's go.
Cultivated for you two, obviously. Try and come up with a couple of good ones. There's one about a Chinese in a minute. So Davey, you might have to educate Braden on Chinese.
Is this about the whole chippy stuff? Yeah. Okay.
To see what he thinks, though. Let Braden answer the question as it's given.
All right,
come on.
I'll do it first. This is from Segundo Volante. What's your standard order at the Chinese? Saying that, he says here no chippy order. He means talking proper Chinese food. To me and Matty, that's proper Chinese food. I don't know if you can translate to Braden for us.
Is
David.
chippy like Americanized, like not like traditional kind of stuff? Or what do you mean?
A chippy, if you're
I love this. I love it.
If you're JP or myself, would be a fish and chip shop.
Yeah, fish and chip.
Yeah. In Liverpool, the Chinese bought all the fish and chip shops or something, so they're Chinese / fish and chips. Am I right there?
Yes.
So,
there's still a few fish and chip shops that you get at the seaside, Dave, and stuff like that, as you say, down like you, JP, and yourself live. But most chippies are standard Chinese. Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so what would I get at a Chinese? Yeah. Well, I liked fish and chips over there, but for Chinese food, I'd go Cantonese chow mein, which is like the noodles with like all the different stuff on it. You can't go wrong with like a fried rice. I'm not the kind. I don't. You guys got like chicken balls or whatever. Like that's
shumai's, Braden, though.
Shumai, what's shumai? Shumai. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, Mr.
Yeah.
Oh, those
Lardy
are fire.
Dar.
Yeah, those are fire.
Shumai.
Yeah, those are lit. Those are lit. Yeah, I'd say like I always have like the standard orders that I go through, but then sometimes I go out with like super white friends who are like, yes, I'd like the sweet and sour chicken over plain rice. Like that's it. No, nothing else. They don't want to try anything else. And I mean that could be okay too. You know, everyone likes nuggies. But I do like traditional Chinese food. Yeah.
Do you like duck, Braden?
Duck?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love duck.
Yeah, duck is so fire, especially when done right. Especially the wraps. That was such a thing.
Hoisin sauce on the
that was ever. I went to a Mark and Spencer's one day. I got myself a combo. What do you guys do that shit? What's it called? Combo lunch combo? Meal deal. Yeah. I'm learning. Don't worry. I got a meal deal with a hoisin duck wrap. That shit was fire. So you love me some duck.
It sounds ridiculous, but you don't know how lucky you guys are having meal deals everywhere.
Yeah.
Like lunch is just sorted, and it's not a thing here. Like you have to, if you're buying lunch out, you're spending probably $20 here.
Yeah.
Like it's ridiculous. But yeah, mine would be if I'm balling out, like ducks and pancakes are just like incredible.
Yeah.
Chicken chow mein. And you know what, Matty? Extra veg with that.
Davey, no. Get a veg-based meal, mate.
And then crispy chili beef, I really like as well.
Like crispy chili beef.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So go for them. And then some prawn crackers on the side. Hopefully they throw them in for free. You spent enough.
Prawn toast, maybe.
Oh, I used to love
prawn
that.
Prawn toast, good. Yeah.
Good.
I'd always go with East meets West, mate. Portion of chips, chicken chow mein, put it on top. Filthy food, not good for the heart.
No.
Ultimately, I mean, and I was saying East West Express. I mean, that's exactly what Nick Wayne and Jordan Oliver should be eating on the way to the ring when they're going out for GCW shows as well.
What? I have a question. What the hell's a scram?
Food, Braden. So if I say, let's go for a scran, that means we're going for something to eat.
Oh, okay. That makes sense then.
Next time you with your friends, just say where we going for scran, and just see, and then that'll be we're going.
It works in all ways as well. It's like it's a verb, it's an adjective, it's a noun. You know what I mean? Scran is the act of eating as well. You know, it's all of it, isn't it?
I got a good chance to really have the best fine dining that the UK could offer, which was Weatherspoons. And their app, which we found could work worldwide with VPNs, because Davey took me to a Spoons. See, I'm learning, and we posted on our social media like, hey, we're at this thing and this table. And next thing I knew, people were ordering us like ice cream and soy sauce, shots, pictures of like porn star martinis, which for some reason is really popular over there. But like, I thought that was incredible, because there's nothing over here, at least in Toronto and big city and everything, like to like randomly use an app or something to order for tables. Like that's like mind boggling to me. It's hilarious.
The server there comes over to us and goes, we've been getting some strange orders to this table. I just want to check it's you guys. And we're like what? Like ice cream with a side of soy sauce and baked beans. Oh yeah, that's us. That's us.
Here's an egg. I was like, oh, cool, thanks. So people were like,
you'd eat them though, wouldn't you?
Oh, we
just
did.
eat the baked beans.
Yeah. They were that is cool. Like ordering for like, you could troll other tables and like order stuff like that's super something that should catch on, because it's so fun. And you could order stuff for your boys and your lads. If you're not with them, you could be like, let me buy you a pint or something. So I did think that was cool. Yeah.
Well, next year, before All In It 2, we need to go to that Spoons across the road. I did at one of the times.
It's a dingy Spoons. The one.
It's grim. But if you want to watch BBC News 24 and see sort of like, you know, alcoholics and what they're up to at 10 a.m., it's the place to go. And the thing about Spoons as well is you can get one of those. What is it? Small. Is it big plates, or is it small plates, big rates, or whatever the fuck it is for one of these things? You can get like basically big fry ups. Yeah. It's like £4.81 for like a full-on brunch with like unlimited coffee. It's fucking nuts.
I have another
food away there.
I'm pretty sure I asked this at our All In It event, but I'm still not even quite sure if I got an answer. What's a bubble when you get a big breakfast? What's the bubble part of it?
Bubble and squeak, JP. That's your.
You're saying that like I should know, and I'm having to Google it now, aren't I?
It's like you get everything fried.
Yeah.
You got like the blood sausage things, but like, what's the bubble part of it? Because
I love
everything
that.
I got was fried.
Brayden, I've got to say that like Americans are gonna, it's blood pudding, isn't it, for black
Blood
pudding?
pudding.
That's what it
Black
is. Yeah,
pudding.
black pudding's the best stuff. The best.
So is the bubble the potatoes and cabbage bit?
It'll be. I
Okay.
had cabbage down, JP, for that.
So
Definitely.
the bubble and blood pudding are completely different things then.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was always seen as like, well, I'm just reading this here on allrecipes.com, so it could be
Is it not just,
massively
is it
wrong.
not just like scraps and leftovers?
Yeah,
Yeah,
leftovers
like,
from a Sunday's dinner on Boxing Day.
Fry up, I used to call it. Yeah.
They're saying it's like a leftovers with Boxing Day. I just ate the same roast I ate the day before, but it was just like all the other shit I'd eaten from the day before. So it was just like the same meal on Boxing Day as well, while watching a live action version of The Lion King that was surprisingly violent.
Is that a cold cannon, JP? Do you like that? Potato and cabbage, a cold cannon.
Ah, I did, yeah. My mum would make it all the time, and that's like the Irish fella, my dad, I should
Like
say,
the
who
bre-
that
the
was. He
breakfast.
fucking loved that stuff.
It's all fried, like the big British
Oh, yeah.
breakfast was
Do you
like
like the
everything was
breakfast,
fried.
Brayden?
I
like
did. I could be in the minority, but it was something I wanted to try. And like having a giant, big British breakfast with the bubble and the black pudding. We need black pudding combat club shirts coming soon.
Money in that.
Mate,
Coming
that's
soon.
a
All
fucking
in it.
merchandising
All in it
idea
too.
from heaven. Get
Another
Dickie
one.
on the case now.
Chop-tees.com. Coming
Brayden,
soon.
do you like English breakfast tea though? No coffee with that breakfast. Got to be a cup of tea.
Okay, well, I cheated. I had a coffee. Yeah, I had a cup of Joe there.
Next time, mate.
I don't
English
mind tea. I did think tea was better over there. Like having British people make tea at certain times, and I was like, oh, certain. It's okay, but I am more of a coffee person. I'm sorry.
When I was in, I think I've said this, when I was in New York, it took me like 5 days to get a proper nice cup of tea because the guy where I went breakfast every day was just giving me a hot cup of milk. And it was doing me head in, and I couldn't say nothing to him. I couldn't be like, what's going on here, mate? And eventually he figured it out, and it got there in the end.
It's weird.
Yeah,
things like that,
Starbucks, Matty, it's the closest you can get to a proper.
I got one there as well, and that was
English breakfast tea.
Yeah.
It also depends where in the States you're from. Like you ask for tea, they expect iced tea. But the thing that really gets me is I had a customer the other day ask for, went, can I get some milk? And I'm like, yeah, sure. And he goes, oh, white milk. I went, what other fucking milk am I going to get?
Strawberry milk?
Like blue milk? He's like, well, no, like not chocolate milk or strawberry milk. I'm sorry. You asked me for a glass of milk and you think I just assume you wanted strawberry milk. Like also, you're in a fucking pub. Why are you ordering milk? It's 9 in the evening. Grow the fuck up. White milk. Come on.
On the Chinese though, I'll just throw in for me. I like a beef satay with fried rice. Although on the way to do this podcast, Matty will enjoy that. I went to the China Panda near you and got a meat and potato pie with chips, rice, and curry sauce, and it was the finest Chinese dining you can possibly get.
Here you go, Matty. Then mine's a chicken, green pepper, black bean, but not chicken. Obviously, it's bean curd instead of the chicken. I'm sure you'd love a bit of bean curd in the same way you'd love a bit of celeriac on your Christmas dinner.
Gareth, we react to your vegetarianism as if we're from the 1950s, don't we? No, we just look at him, won't eat any meat at all, will he? The weirdo.
We've got another non-wrestling question. I'm gonna send you off on that one because it's perfect for you being on. And the person asking the question, his username appears to be Mike Modest fan. I'm not sure who that is. We'll figure that out in a bit, Davey. But before we get there, JL asks, which current wrestlers do you think would successfully cross over to Hollywood and why? He also asks if you're having a New Year's Eve get together, which wrestlers alive or dead would you invite? Who could cross over to Hollywood? We'll start with that first. Who could be the next big star? Anyone got anything? Brayden, Davey?
Love. I mean, based off his incredible performance in the Iron Claw, MJF. all 5 seconds of him in that movie really showed me that I think.
Have you guys seen it? You guys have seen it then?
Oh yeah, it's pretty incredible. Minus the guy who plays Ric Flair. for without. I don't want to spoil anything, but if you've seen
Right.
the movie, you know exactly what, or seen it online. Oh my god!
I've seen
Can
a
I-
video online to that.
Can I ask you one question? Do they make out that David Von Erich's tummy was fucking poorly that night he died? Or was it not just a big bag of drugs? that
No,
did it?
they pretty much say like he had like something going on before the trip.
For fuck's sakes.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
we're going down that road, aren't we?
I mean,
Sorry.
well, they also like leave out an entire brother of the movie.
Yeah, they kind of mix Chris and Mike into one character.
It's based on a true story. You know what though? As wrestling movies go, it was really incredible,
Yeah.
and some of the best wrestling it featured in a movie for sure. Like definitely was an interesting watch. But I mean, I know MJF is barely in it, but executive producer and all that. I do see him being someone like who's genuinely funny. I'm thinking back to like the sing along he did with Jericho on Dynamite years ago and stuff and promos. Like he's one of the best talkers, and those kind of cross over into like acting and comedy. And I could see him being someone that does do that. I'm surprised Maddie's favorite Roman hasn't kind of shown up in a lot more movies, but he looks exactly like Jason
When he
Momoa.
wants to, that Braden. When he
Yeah,
decides to.
Yeah.
You know, someone I'd add, I agree with MJF, is Trick Williams, because I just think he's got so much natural charisma and is funny. Like a lot of his one-liners seem like they're off the cuff, and if they are scripted, he's incredibly good at delivering like scripted lines. And I can totally see him as like, you know, buddy cop movie kind of comedic sidekick kind of characters, that sort of thing.
Sounds like what they told you, Jack. Him be on the mat.
New Jack.
You're not gonna be Denzel, but you'll be Denzel's friend.
Yeah. So yeah,
Can you imagine Denzel Washington's face if you had to act with fucking New Jack? Like, how would he have reacted to that?
With
like,
fear.
yeah, with fear.
Yeah.
What was the other question? What wrestlers I'd like to party with on?
Yeah.
New Year's
It was
Eve.
New Year's Eve party, but we'll keep it broad just to answer quickly.
Not any of the Von Erichs, clearly.
I would. I'd be taking
you know,
photos as well and going, this is what fucking happened.
You said alive or dead. Like, can I pick like Ric Flair from like the 80s? Because like, I'm sorry, that's the go-to answer is like to party with Ric Flair. I'm back in the heyday. I'm sure was a wild time. But as for modern wrestlers, all they do is like play Switch and stuff. I don't know if they party.
I think Cena would be interesting. You hear all these stories about like, you know, Cena out drinking Jericho and then putting him to bed, and Jericho wakes up and he's still drinking some whiskey in the corner or whatever.
I hate that. Betty hates that story now.
Oh yeah.
I have partied with Jericho. He loves to drink vodka. I know that for sure. He's
We've
definitely
seen that.
he
We've
lives
seen
the
that as well,
he
Brandon.
lives the gimmick of partying. It was years ago, but definitely lived up to that gimmick. I'm trying to think of other like people like alive or dead. There's a few wrestlers. I mean, I'm sure Eddie Guerrero was a riot back in the day too, but as for like, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I'm trying to think
I'm
of
trying to
current.
think of people that won't die in their hotel rooms. Though.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want that.
Raven and Sam.
Not your
I
responsibility,
want
lads.
stories about them.
I want to enjoy my night. I don't want to be worried about the person I'm
Well, it
with
could be-
like, going too far.
It could be like a chilled New Year's Eve night as well. You know, you're just having a little get
I'll say-
together. You know.
Yeah,
I
you know, here in Canada it's legal, so I have had the opportunity to smoke with a few wrestlers, but I've never smoked with the king of it, Rob Van Dam. That would be a chill New Year's. Just
We've
smoke
had a beer with him. Me and
There
Matty
you
had.
go. That'd be pretty sweet. Yeah.
Matty asked him about his match on Raw with Kane in 2002, and then asked him several questions about what happened in that match. He was willing to answer, wasn't he, Matt?
It was a proper full shoot interview. It was like a there for about 2 hours, weren't we?
We should have filmed it.
I know, we should have.
Can I
What
just
about
say-
that? You'd be in the back, wouldn't you, with the click on the Somas, yeah? You'd be there.
I mean, yeah, I think partying with the click back in the day, you know, would be good.
Go on, here's a bag, lads. Shove a shit in it. There we go.
Have the pizza just in time to let them kick in, JP, when the shakes kick in. That's what they said.
Oh, he would do. And Triple H looking miserable in the corner. Have a pint, you fucking miserable
In his
cunts.
sports jacket.
Honestly, when he...
Quiet
if I
night in
could...
with Brett, surely.
You are.
Quiet night in with Brett, you know, just you and him hanging out.
Not if you want to say
you-
married for the next year, Gareth, then no. No, that'd be the problem with Brett there, wouldn't it?
I'm sitting in the cut. I'm with fucking Kevin Nash and Steve, and just having a few red wines, just having a banter with Steve and Kevin Nash.
Road story.
I'd like to see Macho Man on fucking off his tits on ecstasy. That'd be a good fucking giggle on
Did
there.
you
as
not
well.
watch any of his promos? He's definitely.
I
on
know,
some shit
but
in that.
just him fucking dancing to trance music, just me there watching, just thinking, what the fuck is going on here? He's having
JP.
Vaseline rubbed all over his back as well.
You're saying the Von Erichs there, and Braden said not the Von Erichs. So, yeah, what about the Freebirds back in the day, JP, when they were like 21, when they looked about 90? What do you reckon about going with
The hardest paper rounds in fucking wrestling, those lads, isn't they? Jesus.
You'll be there with PS with the Jack Daniels there, Matty.
Oh, the Jack Daniels, mate. Oh, the best drink, though, boys. We agree on that, Davey and Braden. Jack Daniels, we fans.
Oh, I'm a big fan. Yeah,
I'm not a Jack fan. No,
I'm a big
Oh,
fan.
no.
Yeah. Big fan. It's the Lemmy is the what? Jack and Coke now.
Yeah.
Thing? Yeah. That's
Pints of it, weren't it? That's what it was with Lemmy. Kept them going for years. And the Marlboros.
I don't know if it kept it going more as slowly killed him. If we're going to be brutally
Oh,
honest
JP, the
about
doctor
it.
told him if he stopped when he was on, he would literally die. So he had to like stay on it.
Which doctor
My
said
granddad told
this
us that.
specifically?
So what he
Well,
told.
my granddad had smoked his entire life, and they were like, "Oh, if you stop smoking, it'll kill you." I feel he just lied to us. He just wants to keep smoking.
Well,
cigarettes
it's
before
like-
he
Yeah.
died.
It's right, though, I think.
Did you see that thing about like the dirtiest man in the world who hadn't washed for like years and years and years, and then they eventually washed him and he died like a week later?
Stay dirty,
I
my
believe
man.
it's stuff
Like
that,
I think
maybe.
after a while, it's like
Yeah.
if that's what
Your body,
you do to your body,
yeah.
Your
like
immune
it-
system and stuff like that,
Yeah.
of course.
Lads, I got to go to my shoot job, but I wanted to stop
no,
by and
we'll
say
let you guys-
hello.
Oh, of course, sorry.
Can we throw the last question at you, Braden, before you go?
Okay, hit me.
We'll let you both run. It's from, like I say, Mike Modest fan, Brandon from New Jersey. He says, JP, you hear a knock on your door from your flat. You open it and it's a man in a hood. He's from Instacart. You ordered dinner. The meal involves Cornish hen meat pie and chips. The man in the hood has a weird accent. You're flummoxed and annoyed. He then starts to clarify who he is. This goes on. You then ask him, please, sake, I can't understand what you're saying. Lower your hood. The gentleman obliges. He zips his hood down. Your face contorts. It's the sum of all fears, of all your fears. It's Danielson. He's begging for forgiveness. You're lazy on the pitch all these years at Arsenal. You go to embrace him. You wake up with a loud noise, crying. It turns out to be Grapple Charlie as you pick him up. He starts talking in a weird accent. You look
Oh,
at
it's
him,
gone very Lynchian.
baby for Danielson, asking for penance. My question to you is, will you forgive him? Lads, to JP, forgive him. Sorry, I didn't know where that was going, but I started reading. But it was Brandon.
The simple answer is no. Danielson gets
absolutely
zero forgiveness.
I
for
don't
that
even
as
know
well.
who that is, but I.
But did he turn into my son as well? There as well at the same time.
So you had to forgive him, I think, because he saved Charlie.
Oh.
That's what I got from it. So
Did
would
he
you
save
forgive him?
Charlie? Did he? Did he really? He certainly wouldn't have fucking sprinted there. It was only been like his central midfield performances in the early 2010s. Lazy
my God.
bastard.
Should we forgive him for the quiz, Davey? What's your thoughts? He was bringing your name into disrepute on that, I reckon.
like I stand by him. I don't think there was like why would you cheat? What's the point? What's the point in coming on a thing and
Yeah, I
cheating?
don't think he would.
He was busy texting me during the thing. Like, I don't know. I can't. There's no proof. I wasn't there. I couldn't see. But
You
I
know,
don't think he
Maddie and Benno did really well on our Christmas party with trivia. Maddie even kind of beating in an eliminator match for Frank. But then I was the promoter in me. I saw your big fat quiz of the year, and you and Brandon were pretty good. I think we should have some sort of other match where it's the four of you. Benno,
Oh, I think
Maddie,
we need to.
To blow off.
me and Brandon, and then the winner of that eliminator. in
You can be the
gauntlet.
host, Braden. Then you're
Yeah.
you're the man behind that.
Put the BD title on the line with Frank, who's undefeated. Well, until
Frank's
Maddie kind of beat him.
yeah.
But we'll
Frank's
have to see.
terrifying at this stuff.
Yeah. But I love you, Grapple guys. Thank you, everyone.
thank you.
Love
out there
you,
in the
lads.
world. It was a pleasure, and hopefully we can do some more shows in the near future.
Genuinely
'cause I
wanted to
always
say
like-
it while you're
Definitely.
here. Like, all in it couldn't have happened without you two, the work you put in that
Yes.
day.
Yeah.
Like,
Absolutely.
genuinely, you were the MVPs that day.
Absolutely.
Thank you again. And it was,
was,
amazing to share the stage with
It
you.
was an epic time, and shout out anyone who showed up or showed up in spirit and wants to come to the next one. And like, yeah, it just like it was incredible meeting listeners from like all over the world and hanging out with you guys, doing podcasts, live events, games, and everything, karaoke. It was just everything was awesome, and we couldn't have done it without you guys. So thank you.
It was brilliant.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
fellas.
lads.
roll on next year.
All the
We'll
best.
see you later in the year.
Definitely,
Have a good one,
lads.
guys.
David, thanks, Braden.
See you later,
Shout
lads.
out
See ya.
Spoons.
See you later.
Cheers, lads.
I still think Brandon cheated, but Davey, he didn't see it like a Premier League manager. You know, I did.
Arsene Wenger in his prime.
He's defending him. Yeah, exactly, to the bill.
I can't
We'll
believe
get that rematch.
I can't believe none of us went Marty Jannetty and Jake Roberts for our New Year's Eve get together. Like
You deep that one, Gareth. You won't come home.
Yeah,
would
would do.
That was the one.
in 12 months.
And
It's a
PG-13 from USWA, because you know they've done some dark shit.
I'll let you queue up the next
Lex
guest, Matthew, whenever you
Luger era, Miss Elizabeth.
Sophia asks on that note, best and worst New Year's stories. But you've got a few through the years, JP. Any good New Year's stories? All my New Year's is shit. I used to go to my Auntie June's. That was it. That was my New Year's family party.
I don't have like great New Year's stories necessarily, just because I'm so used to, in the era of having children, not going out on New Year's and then kind of embracing the idea of never going out on New Year's and being completely fine about it. So it's a bit weird on that front. I don't know. I think probably getting lost in Belfast at the Millennium with my accent and my name, which don't really match, and Belfast in 1999 still being a kind of slightly lively place as well, and realising if I start talking here and somebody asks me what my name is, there's a whole series of contradictory problems that could occur. I know you'd recognise this, Benno, from having been over there. So, but managing to get back all right. It's a different place now as well. I'll tell you what everyone was loving on that New Year's Eve, Moby's album. That fucking one that came out 99. Everyone I can't remember the name of it now. The one where he's jumping up. This is on.
Play.
Play.
It's called Play, isn't it? Yeah. Done me best Liam there, didn't I? Pluck that one out.
Anyway, unless anyone's got anything else, I don't really. Yeah, like I said, we used to go around to my Auntie June's and we'd wrestle on the stairs when I was a teenager. That's about as good as it gets.
Auntie June wrestled on the stairs.
Well, he'd be grandson Nathan, who's on our Discord. I did once put him in a figure 4 leg lock downstairs when he was about 6. So you know that was fun. I
did to my uncle, but he fucking no-sold it, and I didn't know what old people find with this.
That was always a good shoot move. That in the
fucking hurt.
You know? I had my own version of figure 4 when I used to backyard wrestle, and even Crewy. I used to make
figure-8'd that one, didn't you?
JP, no, I wish I could do that, the crab. I wish I could fucking do that. I'd be stuck, mate.
Oh. You'd still be there today.
Definitely.
Martin Bushby on topic asks what do we all get for Christmas? We've answered that. And we're sorry Martin was going to call in earlier, but we missed him, unfortunately. Sorry, Martin, we love you. Favorite Mike Modest or Adrian Street matches? Should have asked that one while Davey was on the any big Mike Modest memory?
Mike Modest v Daniels on Nitro, wasn't it? Was that on Nitro?
I think it was.
When Steiner come out and beat the shit out of both of them, didn't he?
Yeah,
I remember that one. Yeah.
We all remember where we were.
Was Modest on Beyond the Mat? Was
he one of
the 2 guys?
Dark matches with Daniels and that way.
That's where he's most known from.
Yeah.
Tony's good, but Mike's really good.
Yeah. Platt asks top 3 Randy Orton matches not involving Mick Foley. Matthew, shut up.
Okay.
I know you're gonna have like 20. Do we have any? Come on, lads. We
Seth Rollins.
Be honest. Yeah.
The Shield 6-man against Evolution. Was that?
Yeah.
Is it good? I can't remember it being good.
Modest was ready.
One of them's brilliant, Ben, and then the second one's good. The first one's brilliant.
Wasn't the one where they're like brawling all into the crowd and all that? Is that?
Seth does a dive out the stands, in the first one.
I enjoyed that. WrestleMania 30 main event.
Yes. I like this, boys. Come on.
Who did he wrestle at WrestleMania? Oh yeah, Brian.
Mate, he's had a lot of matches. We're not going anywhere near. Because it just seems to be him versus John Cena.
Can I list some off then to refresh your memories? What about the Christian feud, Benno? There's 5 or 6 there in 2011. They're all brilliant. They're matches. What do you mean, no?
Brilliant feels strong. They existed and they were all right.
They're very good. They're very, very
good.
That
Shawn Michaels match we did on Shawn?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you love that.
Yeah.
It was a brilliant match, that.
There you go. Gareth's open mind. Did you see, lads? No offense, but he is.
No, I love Randy Orton the man. I think he's fucking great. What a fucking dickhead. He's one of my favorites. Like, I follow him on Instagram. I love it. I love that he's like a family man now, but there's still that dark side like brooding underneath. Like, there's just something about Randy Orton, like problematic dickhead that I enjoy to a level. You know, depends how problematic we get, but I can live with shitting in bags. But yeah, match wise,
doesn't he show people his cock as well?
What should I be saying, Matt? Go on. What would you think I should be saying?
Yeah, you should be saying the Christian ones, because there's a few. There's a SmackDown one, Over the Limit, SummerSlam. There's a cage match. There's everything in that feud.
He ate Christian then, like, so it's not.
Oh yeah, of course, Gareth, of course. I know it's not everyone.
I didn't like Christian then either. Yeah. So I'm not going to fucking.
Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of him in
Mikey mentions the triple threat with Angle and Ray. I was there. No.
Yes.
Nope.
There's a Triple H last man standing from No Mercy 07 that obviously is not going to fill you with excitement on paper, but that's a very, very good match. That's in Chicago as well. So the fans helped that one as well.
Is there any good rated RKO stuff, Matty? Tag stuff?
There's one, Gareth, versus DX where Triple H does his quad in for the second time. And it ends up with Michaels just like calling an audible, I think. Or
that's worth it.
The finish. Yeah. Where they beat the shit out of them with chairs and they both do some boss juice jobs. Like, that's what I like to go back and watch, because they have one of Cyber Sunday 06 when Bischoff's the ref, and not good at all. Just too much arsing about in that.
Are any of the 3,000 matches with Cena any good?
Like I was going to say, there's him and Triple H had loads, him and Cena had loads, and him and Batista had quite a few. Didn't really, you'd think they'd be like a few. A couple of the last one scene that I had with Orton was in a Hell in a Cell in 2014. And that was probably the best one because they kept calling back to all the other matches, so it made it better. But people like the submission match from Breaking Point 09. That gets a bit of praise online. So there's a few ones, but there's a lot of matches between them two on pay-per-view, Orton and Cena. A fucking lot. Him and Undertaker's good at WrestleMania 21 as well.
Foley, as the question tries to get you to avoid, is the answer, I think, for me. Outside of that,
yeah, that's of course his best match.
Maybe you'll have to educate me, Matt. Maybe
put him on the map, didn't he? Well, dealer's choice is coming up then, so have you sorted, mate?
Mate, please.
As it's flat, we've got to ask his second question. Top 3 WWE/WWF physical media items you have owned. We will give at least one each, but like I can think of a couple already. What's your best physical media item? You said media specific.
Because Rise and Fall of ECW,
yep,
regarded for the reason,
yeah, I'd agree with that.
It was incredible, and I'll give that a shout because it was genuinely the best documentary they've ever done.
When it arrived, I watched it immediately, took it out of the packaging, put it into the DVD player, watched it, and then watched it again later on that night. Just thought it was fucking incredible. It was like by far and away the best kind of DVD/VHS product that they'd ever sort of done at that point in time. And it's the one I've always gone to the most. I almost want to put the Punk Best in the World one there as well, because that was
very good. Oh, very, very good. Brett and Sean, Gareth, that greatest rivalries. I fucking love that sit down with Jim Ross. Up there for me, one of the best.
As good as it gets.
I would sit down. It's fucking like.
Yeah, I think for me that's up there. I think Benoit's Hard Knocks DVD felt important at the time because it was like one of the first like proper thorough ones that came out. I always loved that one. I could always say Survivor Series 91 just because it was the first one that I owned.
Some 88.
Yeah, for the same reason. That VHS, mate, with the fucking 15 tag on it. It's just the perfect photo.
But it was massive as well. It was like a big box.
It's beautiful. It's a thing of beauty, that one, genuinely. It's lovely.
I think there's something about those WrestleManias 1 through, I want to say 1 through 7. Yeah. Like WrestleManias 1 through 7, just because of the art style on the box and the double box for WrestleMania 4, which made you think, oh, I'm getting a load more wrestling. It's like, you're not getting any good wrestling. But there you go.
This Elliott nailed it there. That was the one for me. That I had the 2-disc Best of Raw set on DVD, Volume 1 and 2. Still got that. Gutted they haven't got the case JP. But them, and a shout out to the VHSs, the Best of Raws 1 through like 11, I think it went to.
Yeah.
Where it had like 2 months of Raws with the matches on. Fucking loved them when I was growing up. Like,
But if we're talking physical media beyond like DVDs, I think that WWF the music, the green one, like that was a
Volume 4.
Volume 4, like that was at the time was just like.
God, if I was a Volume 3 guy, mate, still am Volume 3.
Belter of the CD, that Volume 4 one.
No, Mikey's got a fair point there. Sorry, Gareth. Mikey's got a fair point there when we were growing up.
that encyclopedia, like the WWE encyclopedia that's got every wrestler who ever like.
I've got a version there, mate.
Yeah, grab it every time I go for a shit, mate.
What are you on? Let it know.
Yeah, there's a couple on there that's been mentioned in the chat that's worth shout. I mean, Simon mentioned it because Stone Cold said so, which I think I bought less because of I'd already seen all the Stone Cold stuff from him in WWF at that point in time, but it was the ECW stuff was on there. So the stuff that kind of happened post, like when they bought up the rights to those companies, and which then leads on to the Ric Flair DVD, which felt like it was the first time that you were able to watch like almost what felt like an entire wrestler's career. Little did we know that his career would last for another 20 odd fucking years beyond when that DVD came out. But it was something that it was like almost like a tangible, okay, Rick, this is why we think Ric Flair is great. This is why he has the reputation that he does. And you had this entire box set for that you didn't have to just have a series of either WCW matches or WWF matches. You had the whole lot together. And that can't be understated about how, like, in a pre-torrenting era, how important that was.
What about the books as well? Remember the boom with that? Like Mick Foley started that off, didn't he? For counting the books, physical media, like that was the first one, which lent into like obviously it went into Jericho's books. The Rock had one, you know. Stone Cold had the Stone Cold Truth, wasn't the best. He was loads, though, wasn't he? He was like
Flair's book at the time was good. Yeah. Obviously, you're going back, you know, like Flair at that point, but that was a fucking cracker there, just for like history piece there. Just going back a bit deeper. That was great. All of that era when those books started coming out, like after the Foley stuff. Danielson's book was good. That was another really good book that they brought out. Brett's book, obviously, like still read that for every retro.
No, it's a good companion. You need it kind of for the man himself. But and even are we going down to even action figures, like, because that's some of the best meat. I still collect them now for Christmas. There, I don't know if you can see. I've got Roman Ultimate Edition and Jimmy and Jay Ultimate Edition. Just
I'm shocked.
Yeah, it's the best ever of all time. Like, I'll still be getting the Ultimate Edition like packages they bring out because they are.
There's a British Bulldog Funko Pop one that's going on sale at the Tesco's near me. I was in there buying reduced shit the other day.
How much?
And I was like, it was £9.
Oh yeah, got to be getting that for old Davey.
I think it was Dreaded Davey as well. So
got to get even more.
Yeah, for that one.
Well, on that note, I don't know what the. Speaking of British legends, let's talk to some Japanese wrestling legends. Let's talk to two of our favorite guests. I'll put it that way. That we have here on GRAPPL across the various shows. You might recognize them from our friends over at Post Wrestling. It's GRAPPL's Karen Peterson and also GRAPPL's.
Let's fucking go!
Where are the other guys? How's it going, guys? You all right?
Hello, you two.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, mate.
Okay, that's good.
Non-problematic niche wrestling podcast host.
I was going to include niche Japanese wrestling podcast host, but it would only limit me to 50 characters for the subtitle there.
So,
what's Japanese wrestling, mate? I don't know what it is these days. What is it?
Well, that's what you just got to watch from the 90s, and you're all good, right? So, otherwise, it's all shit. But wait. Okay, go. Well, nice to see. Well, who got here? We got four. My favorites. We got Deathmatch Richard, John Paul, New York Matt, and Gaza. And character
Love it, WH.
You missed Joe earlier, WH. That's a verse.
Oh, I saw. I was like looking at Twitter, and I was like, I'm gonna have to go back and watch his appearance. I've never seen him like, on camera. I've only heard.
That was a rare one too. To be fair, actually, that was his first video appearance, was it not, JP? I think it probably was.
It is.
Would have been, wouldn't it?
We talked him into
The only good Joe who does wrestling podcasts or uses a wrestling podcast.
So Karen, you back home with us tonight? Then we got you back for GRAPPL for one. Is this alone? One night only?
Well, it's one of those things where on Christmas I got a message from the GRAPPL account and from JP, and I was like, "Oh, maybe we'll work together someday in the future." And then literally this morning, Maddie's like, "Hey, we're doing the Ask GRAPPL tonight. You want to come on the show?" And I'm like, "I have no microphone. I'm literally in my pajamas. I put on eyebrows for you guys. Like my parents are watching my dog downstairs. Like this is like the low budget, low rent." Like Karen on holiday edition of, and my little
what we do.
My little
Are you back in Jersey?
No. My parents live just south of Daytona Beach, so I'm about an hour and a half from my house. And my dad decided to work on my car, meaning I can't leave until the car is done being worked on. But my the subtitle I wanted to put was currently stuck in a custody battle between Post and GRAPPL, but it was too long. So I just wrote GRAPPL's Karen Peterson for tonight. And it's not one lane only. We know this.
I'm taking a screenshot for Wei Ting and John Pollock.
Of course you bastard! You know what they say in prison, bro? Snitches get stitches, and I'm coming for you.
Karen, did you say you're by Daytona Beach?
Yeah. My parents live just about 20 minutes south of Daytona Beach.
That's where big Kevin Nash lives. To listen to his podcast. He's on the beach. I'm like, go and drive and knock on his house. Love it.
Wherever they're selling weed in Daytona Beach, that's where Kev will be. That'll be the lesson we learn.
There are plenty of options.
What are you sipping on, Karen? What's that you're drinking?
I started off with the Founders All Day IPA, which is my sister's favorite. Mine is the Cigar City IPA, which my parents don't have. I have now graduated to the Landshark Island Style Lager, which is from the Margaritaville Brewing Company, i.e. Jimmy Buffett's brand. And it is a BOGO staple here in Florida. So easy to drink, nice and light. Haven't had dinner yet, so...
You know what's also a staple in Florida? Guns.
I fucking hate it here.
You could argue that for the rest of the country as well, really. I'm sorry. This is starting. I'm sorry.
Remember when FTR here shot someone? Someone said that in the Discord. Or didn't shoot someone. I shouldn't say that. Got his gun out. We all forgot. Like, it was a week later. It's like, that's what Americans do. That's what they do, isn't it?
I mean, I am in Florida, so you can knock out all the Florida man, Florida women jokes. It's fine. I don't care. I'm in my 40s.
Or we just wait for the release of GTA 6, which apparently is the entire reason why they
Swear to
based
God,
it.
That's like literally, I grew up near that area. I'm like, it's too real. It's the Florida man edition.
Yep.
2 years away, JP, and that release anyway. Got ages to wait.
It is. I've got GTA 5 on the PS5 here as well. I don't know when I'm going to get around to fucking playing that again, but like, because I've already clocked it one time round. But yeah, that's entirely what they've done for GTA 6. They've just gone, right, everything about Florida, and you go, yep, you can have enough of the kind of like Florida man nonsense, whilst at the same time having all the fucking crazy Miami shit.
Well, we've got to ask the guests, haven't we? What we've asked everyone, like,
yes.
What was actually on your Christmas dinner, and what time did you actually start eating it on Christmas Day?
Oh, big.
Here we go.
Whoever wants to go first there.
I don't think WH does Christmas, do you, WH?
No, I'm an atheist. I do not believe in the man called Jesus. What can I say?
So what did you have to eat, though, WH, instead of
on Christmas Day?
Yeah.
I think I made myself a plate of, like, linguine with marinara sauce and added some like chopped up hot dogs and mushrooms.
Nice.
It's what Christ died for.
And I had it like at, I don't know, 6 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh, no, 6 late.
Yeah. Listen, can I just tell you, like one of the best dinners I ever had was like at fucking 2 a.m. in the fucking hotel in Newark, New Jersey with Benno. Come back with Stephanie from fucking Dunkin' Donuts. But the great Andrew Thompson, Scrump, we went to like Benno, we went to that shit restaurant outside the fucking arena. Right?
Oh yeah.
And it was terrible. It's called like
Sorry,
America,
if we're talking about a restaurant here, just make sure you at them in the chat and include the link as well. Carry on.
God, I can't. Anyways,
sorry,
I was so dissatisfied with the food at that place. I said, "Hey, there's a 7-Eleven. Let's go in there and get some snacks." and go back to the hotel and just hang out. It's the three of us, and then Benno and Steph joined us, and it was like we were there for like another 2 hours until like I don't know, fucking 3 in the morning. It was one of the best parts of that whole trip.
Yeah, cover your ears, Karen. It was the alliance to bring down New Japanimania. That's what me, you, and Andrew were that day. That's the last reference.
What about you, Karen? What time and what did we have on the plate?
Well, as you know, as an American, we do have that little holiday a month prior called Thanksgiving. So I heard if it's not turkey being served, it's a problem. I did turkey last month. So we had, and I mentioned it in the chat, we had bourbon bourbon peach glazed ham, roasted vegetables, including some, unfortunately, rather burnt asparagus with a little bit of plastic because somebody put the vegetable tray in the oven without taking the cheese out of the plastic baggie it was in and just kind of melted it onto the tray. So there was a bit of surgery. Bit of surgery got involved there, but we had scalloped potatoes and my dad did the ham on the smoker. So usually in our house, Christmas dinner, Thanksgiving tends to be around 3:00, but my relatives all came in around noon and we started drinking. So we didn't actually eat until 7:00 last night, wow. which is very rare because usually it's a formal sit down dinner, but we were just like, hey, we don't care. It's, we had Christmas yesterday because we had to move holidays around for different things. And then my sister got sick and she couldn't come down anyway. So, but it's fine. But yeah, no, we had leftovers today. It was fantastic.
Not better than leftovers. Yeah. I was saying to Matt in our Discord, like you were saying about your leftovers, Matty. My mum makes amazing ribs, and she makes like these ribs with like stuffing on them. If you can kind of imagine that.
Ooh, that sounds nice. That sounds
in the oven for half an hour. Honestly, they were just coming off the bone exactly perfectly. It's one of the nicest things I've ever eaten. Probably better than the Christmas dinner. Don't tell her that.
One of the Thanksgiving pro tips I got from my friend is you take the stuffing out of the turkey and put it in a waffle maker or a quesadilla maker.
Oh.
Right, okay.
It's a savory waffle. You put some green. Oh.
Hey, you're talking to people in the UK. They don't know what a fucking quesadilla is.
But they know
you have to say like a fucking shawarma or something. That's all they say over there.
We can picture it, Karen. Don't worry.
Yeah, we
fancy kebabs.
Get a hot sandwich maker.
Kebab,
I don't know.
A toasty maker, something like that.
Toasty maker. Just throw it in there.
Not bad, because he's just gonna go to fucking Benno's house and use his fucking whatever appliance he has in his kitchen, right?
He's got all the fancy stuff. I'm round using his lecky as well, mate.
Use the fancy coffee maker, Matt. You're welcome.
Can you make tea in that?
Well, while we've got you both, got a few questions, if you don't mind, from our patrons, if you want to help us out answer them. What shall I go with? Serious or a fun one first?
Fun first.
Fun one. What's your opinion of people who wear socks in bed? This is from It's Liam on our Discord. So, Karen, we'll go to the lady first.
As someone who has been told that she has very cold feet, that it is in the better interest for the comfort of those involved in the bed, I prefer to be socks on just so I don't get yelled at for having, cold feet, cold hands, cold heart.
I reckon WH has gone the other way, yeah. I reckon it's definitely not.
WH parties like me. That's why we get on.
Socks in bed, I think, unless like the place you're staying at is really fucking cold, like it's weird. Yeah. In the winter, even in the winter, like I am like a t-shirt, shorts type of person for pajamas, for sleepwear. Like occasionally I'll put on my up next hoodie if it's really cold.
Right.
But like I do not wear socks in bed.
Sleep in a hoodie.
Yeah, I live in fucking Canada, Gaza.
Mate, fucking, you know this. Your bloody brother-in-law lives there, and it snows like a fucker in Canada, mate. Isn't it?
Not in your bed.
Listen, that up next hoodie is fucking
quilt cover and blankets.
What needs must, mate.
He doesn't understand about
burrito. It's a black layer to layer to layer.
Yeah.
Listen, you come here like not recently because we get like fucking El Nino here or some shit, but like In February, it's like minus, like maybe sometimes like it's minus 30 or something with the fucking wind chill. It's outside. We get central heating, so no problem there. But it still gets cold. You know, what can I say? Mikey says his favorite hoodie is a Ken Kobashi one. Where'd you get that? Is that a bootleg? Did you get permission?
We're hitting all high spots today.
His family's in tears over that.
Families.
It's robbing food off their plate at Christmas as well, which is shocking.
No matter what, no socks in bed. It's
No,
not allowed.
Mate.
No matter.
Even if it's
no, Benno, wrap your feet in the blanket. No,
I've
socks.
got.
I can't even have my feet in the duvet. My feet have got to be out of the duvet.
In the summer, Gareth, one leg out. I get that.
No, but feet out.
In fairness, Gareth's from furthest north. Well, I would say furthest north than all of us. And then I remember that WH is from Toronto. So I've completely forgotten that in the meantime. But I've got bed socks, like specific, which I've actually worn to work. Like I've gone in there with a shirt, tie, trousers, and my fucking bed socks on because it's been that cold.
Are they short socks or are they long socks?
No, they're long socks, but they've also got apparently a bit of grip on them, which obviously I've worn down to the nub.
JP, outrageous!
What do you look like? What are you telling? What like are they just like regular tube socks?
Who's looking at my ankles? Well, it's not the 16th century, Karen. Honestly,
ridiculous! How dare you, sir?
JP, I feel like I don't know what the word is. If I had something like that on my feet in bed, I'd just feel. Gareth, you with me, aren't you?
Yeah. Who the fuck is he? Wee Willy Winky.
What is this about on it? Bed socks. Like, there's a lot of like. Sometimes, like, my feet get cold. Sometimes I don't often like to wear them because there's also that part of the thing I get, which is. Even if it's cold outside, then once you get into the bed, the whole point is to then get warm and you fucking wrap yourself up then at that point, don't you? So like that's always like part of the deal. So you don't want to go in there with too much stuff on unless you're feeling really ill, in which case all bets are off. And then you sleep in a fucking hoodie. You could sleep in your fucking jeans if you have to. But I don't like wearing jeans unless I absolutely have to these days. Like,
I've worn multiple layers in bed. I've worn like one pair of like sweatpants with another pair of sweatpants over. That's how cold it could get in here.
You're claustrophobic.
That's incredible.
It's naughty.
I'd be scared I was going to choke if I had a hoodie on.
A t-shirt Gareth makes my neck here like I'm like.
What are you going to choke on?
A lot of
you're not too, mate. Honestly, you're not going to fucking like. Come on, you'll be fine.
A lot of Tory shouts in the chat here for you, JP. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, there normally is, isn't there? The mere mention of property ownership put me into.
JP's a landlord now.
Straight away on there. Doesn't matter. I'm selling the flat, does it? That makes no fucking odds whatsoever.
And you were breaking all the rules, you know, but it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You won't watch. It's all good.
As someone's staying there tonight, but they don't need to fucking know that unless they're stalking me on this. In which case, if it's those fuckers from upstairs, I'll have words with you another time. Trust me.
Another piece of evidence of the Tory sleeper agent JP law tonight. There we go.
Good work, Daniel.
Controversial one. Good question. Split panel is what I'll say when it comes to the socks.
Can I just say something, Benno, before you continue? I will not have this slander of my good friend John Paul, accusing him being a fucking Tory. Because listen,
I'm a Labour Party member, for fuck's sakes. Doesn't make any odds to these people.
I hate everything Tory, okay? I don't care if it's a UK Tory. I don't care if it's a fucking Canadian Tory. I don't care if it's the fucking Republicans. I fucking hate them all. I would never, ever associate myself with a fucking Tory. So JP is a good man. I cannot wait to meet him in real life. So fucking anyone in there saying shit about my good friend John Paul is calling him, accusing him of being a fucking Tory. Listen, we're gonna have words if I ever come over to these fucking shores. If fucking get the fucking all in it.
Bloody laugh.
Maybe next year I'm gonna like have some words with fucking Simon Mulvaney, aka Littlefinger. He's Littlefinger, right? He's the one I've dubbed Littlefinger. Playing some nonsense Game of Thrones bullshit. Chaos is a ladder. Well, you're gonna find out what fucking chaos is if you ever meet me in real life.
He's a lovely bloke, Simon, as well. I do have to add.
I can't wait to meet all of them.
He's outstanding.
But well, we got a couple of serious questions. Matty, you've got them loaded.
Oh,
do you want to ask the next one?
I've got one here. This is off Ewan. I'll ask the people behind the star rating app.
Great man, Ewan.
What's more important to a highly rated match, the technical ability or the emotions it provokes?
Ooh.
Flips.
Who wants to go first there? WH?
For like to give a high rated star match, what's more important, the actual technical wrestling or the emotions the match will emit? Emotions. Like I can watch like an awesome like brawl and I've seen tons. Like I'm a huge fan of the Legion of Doom and Ahmed Johnson versus fucking Nation of Domination brawl. Yeah, from that. Which mania was that? That was the one with Brett. Yeah, right, with Brett and Austin, right? Yeah. I love that match. Is it a technical masterpiece? Hell no, it's shit. But my God, it's like it sucks you in, like right from the get go. Like Ahmed fucking tiger driving like fucking D'Lo Brown through that table off the steps. That stays in my mind because like I remember the emotion I felt when I watched it.
It's part
like
of the story,
seen,
bro.
Yeah, it also like I've watched tons of what they call grapple fuck matches. I know that's not. By the way, it's not a sub channel.
Matty calls fondling on the mat, doesn't it?
It's not a sub channel hosted by Benno after hours or anything like that. But like I've watched things that like amazing technical wrestling, but like there's no emotion to it. I wouldn't rate those highly. So no, it has to be the emotions for me.
Yep, Karen.
Also emotions. I can watch a technical masterpiece and enjoy it. But if you make me feel something, especially if it's a wrestler I don't normally follow or normally support or normally find interesting, if you can pull that out of me through your performance, then you've done your job.
Totally. Gareth, I'm split here, but I think what are you going to say?
It's a marriage between the two.
I was waiting for that. I was waiting.
In my day job, I would talk a lot about value for money being the marriage of price and quality, and it very much aligns here in the wrestling. It's the marriage between the emotions that it creates, but in a technical setting. It's got to be a bit of both because you can have a technical masterclass that the crowd's dead and you're just feeling nothing. Then what the fuck is it? But equally, you can have something the other way that's just got fucking nothing to it, and it's just a couple of big personalities doing fuck all. And that ain't 5 stars either, is it? It's got to be a bit of both.
He sat on the fence, JP.
I
like juice.
If you ask me between them, it'd be emotions every time. I mean, if you want an example of that, I mean, let's go to Rock versus Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 18, which is possibly the best example of a match where it's entirely. I was ready to fall asleep because it was a shit show, but they turned up, and because of the emotion involved in the building and with the fans and everything else, I was completely carried away on it. It's always going to be emotions, and that's really what the best of wrestling does. I mean, I'm thinking of one of the matches I watched this year was the CMLL anniversary show. And it was Volador Jr. And it was quite simple as a match, but what it had was one of the best sell jobs of his arm, and it completely worked. And I absolutely fucking loved it. It was just like, this is genuinely brilliant, and not doing anything that I haven't seen before in other matches, because I think that's one of the things about, like, you can have people doing technical wrestling, but it's like, why are they doing it? Why should I care? And that's where the emotion side comes into it. And that's where you get your characterization and other kind of elements for that as well. And that's where they come into the mix. So, yeah, emotions every time.
I will say The Rock versus Hollywood Hogan, 4.19 average on the GRAPPL app. Which maybe if the mat work had been a bit better or something like that, it might have just been nudged up a bit.
If they'd started doing fucking mat work, what people would have gone, what the fuck is going on here?
Rock got a shot. They'd have gone Gareth. What more do you want? Hogan busting out them, like, what did he hit? Only a choke, actually, the submissions by Hogan.
Doing some Hogan and New Japan shit there, really, isn't he?
I just wanted to Texas clover leaf, mate. That's all I wanted.
Yeah, that's it. Goes to 4.5 instantly for you, that, doesn't it?
When I did must-see matches this week, and I think I saw Mark in the chat before, shout out to those lads. We were talking Joe Kobashi, and there was a point where they're like, and it wasn't so much the work, it was about the crowd, and I had to stop myself from going, yeah, like Hogan Rock and Hogan Warrior. I was like, I'll pretend I know about Kenta Kobashi and I'll stay on the work rate for his good side here. But like,
he's a case.
I think though, and this is where, like, I mean,
so I'll go emotion.
Going to kind of WH and Karen and the kind of like the specialties and your wealth of knowledge, guys, on this kind of stuff as well. It's not like all Japan in the 90s wasn't like it was about the investment that those crowds, those Budokan crowds, had in that, as well as even going into, you know, kind of that the golden era of New Japan, as I think we can kind of safely say, which is not really in place at the moment as well. A lot of that was like, it was the investment the crowd had in those wrestlers and in those performers and how they kind of felt about them. That was the stuff that when we look back at it in the benefit of hindsight, look at Tanahashi, for example. It's not like Tanahashi does, like he is the best wrestler in the sense that he pulls out kind of new moves or anything else that's kind of like reinventing the wheel. It's just he knows when to do them and he knows how to elicit the best responses.
Yeah, totally.
On that note, Matt, do we have another serious one? Do you want to throw it out there?
We've got another one
here.
Yeah,
Answer about your tea bags.
No, I'll save that for later. Save that for after. We've got another one off Platt here. You find a time machine which will let you travel to one event in wrestling history. When and where are you going? And we'll start with you, Gareth, on this one.
I am going to. I'm going Money in the Bank 2011. That's where I'm going. I'm going to see. I want to be in that crowd.
Yeah? You're going there for Randy Orton v. Christian, mate? Yeah, well then.
I want to be in that crowd, that fucking raucous CM Punk crowd, like taking that belt, like the end of that show. That is just like the ultimate wrestling thing of like, I just wish I was there for. Like, so gotta go with that.
Karen?
I was checking the date on it. I would actually go back to No Mercy 1999 because the Hardys versus Edge and Christian ladder match was the match that got me into wrestling. So I would want to see it live.
Yeah, that's a cracking shout, WH.
I've got two, if I could say. One is like the June 1995 tag match at Budokan Hall between Misawa Kobashi versus Kawada and Taue. And the other one would be at the press conference after CM Punk wins the title from Jon Moxley, and he has the meltdown right next to Tony. I wish I was there fucking live. You would probably hear me just laughing throughout that whole thing. I wish I was there for that.
Can I just say, I wish that I was about 200 yards from where I was sat at All In, so that I wasn't actually in the crowd and I was backstage, like where I could actually see what the fuck was going on with Phil and Jack Perry, like just to see what happened there, just so I could make me own. Was your life really in danger there, Tone? He just appeared to be a very angry bloke who got shoved out by security. That's what I'm guessing exactly what would have happened there as well. Just to kind of throw that bit out there. But
where are we going, JP?
In all seriousness, I tell you what I'd love to have been there for. It's one match, but it's WrestleMania 13. We mentioned it before. Hart Austin double turn, because I would have been so fucking like. I mean, I would have been kind of tormented because the idea of sort of turning on Bret Hart, but they're two of my favorite wrestlers of all time, and just to have seen that match like a legit, absolute classic, and the way that the crowd were manipulated throughout it. And just another shout out as well, the match where Misawa beats Jumbo. Just to kind of know what the reaction, like, because obviously it's kind of fabled and story, the idea that, you know, that Bubba changed the decision on the day and things along those lines, that he was like, no, we're putting Misawa over because of the merch sales. But just to have been there live, just to seen all of that stuff about, hang on a minute, there's a vibe here that people are really keen on, and this is, you know, only a matter of weeks after he threw off his mask, and like all of a sudden he's become this like massive figure, and at that point in time it kick-started a boom in Japanese wrestling.
Shouts, Benno.
Well, you know, speaking of a boom in Japanese wrestling, let me take you back to October of 2005. I just wish I was in the building. Like, only I was. Look, oh wait, I was. I've lived it. It doesn't get much better than that, does it, lads? I probably got to stick with my answers before, like Rock Hogan, Warrior Hogan. Genuinely, like despite what we know now, back then, I would have gone with Punk Joe 3 is probably a more legitimate answer from when I could have been there and didn't know that match was happening and didn't make it to that show. So that's probably there. But it's more like Garrett said, moments. It's like I would have loved to have been there. Even when Punk came out to AFI and AEW, like I would have cried. I know I would have. I probably would have loved to have been there when he came out to the Survivor Series with WWE as well.
Good question. Was that at Revolution last year?
Yeah, I think it was.
I was there. It was great.
Well then, Karen. We like that.
Yeah, well, I saw some. Oh, it doesn't matter. Anyway.
Can I just say...
Benno, I'm just loving Rory in the chat here saying he wants to go to Progress in Manchester to see if it was a 5-star match. Like,
I missed that. That's brilliant.
I'll just say I would have loved to have been there for WrestleMania 17. The pay-per-view's great itself. But just that Stone Cold entrance, JP, to Disturbed and Glass Shatters, and just being sat next to that guy who's just like that in the camera. Imagine being next to him, mate, just having the time of your life.
I go back every year and I watch that entrance at least
JP,
once.
Goosebumps, mate. Goosebumps. Never seen Steve live either. Never ever seen him live.
But it's just all that. Even that event for WrestleMania 17, it's the pinnacle of a company. Don't get me wrong, I've got thoughts about the ending of it and everything else, but you're watching a company at the pinnacle of its powers where everybody means something. Up and down that card, everybody means something. It is just wall-to-wall stars.
Another moment, though, like imagine being there when Hogan turned on WCW and the NWO, but they're throwing all the bottles and the shit in the ring and stuff like that.
You know what I was hated? Nash and Hall, when they do interviews talking about that, well, before Hall died, they'd be like, oh, it was disgusting. We hated it. Like, it was gross. It was one of the worst. I was like, do you not understand how powerful and great a visual that was? They just hated that they got dirty. Like, it was like, come on, that's like an all-time moment in wrestling history, wasn't it? We'll throw a couple more questions at you. We'll let you two guys run. Anything else stand out, Matty? Anything else we can ask?
What else have we got there, Benno? The other one I've got here is just about my tea bags, really. So I don't want to. What? Yeah, can I ask one then? Can I ask one myself if you don't mind? While we've got Karen WH on.
Yeah.
Are we coffee or tea drinkers? And if it's both, what's your brand of choice?
Okay, so I drink both. I'm trying to drink more tea recently. I'm a green tea and a chai tea type of person.
Okay.
So I alternate between those two. And then for coffee, I just go to like Tim Hortons. I just get a dark roast and I get one milk in there. And that's it.
Proper coffee, Matty.
Is it?
And then
sugar?
And then, no sugar. No.
Yeah.
Milk, one milk. And then same thing if I go to like.
Is that coffee from Brian Hortons / Tim?
Brian Horton? No idea who that is, John. Paul. No idea who that
is. He's Tim's uncle. Managed 2,000 games in England.
I didn't know either. What about you, Karen?
He's gone.
I also drink both. With coffee, I tend to be either a Dunkin' Donuts girl or a Starbucks girl, just because those are the ones that are on my way to my commute. However, recently I've discovered the Italian grade that is Lavazza, and I am in love. When it comes to tea, I am, sorry to my British friends, I am more of an Irish breakfast girl as opposed to a British breakfast girl, only because the caffeine content is higher and I hate my job. So I'm just trying to get through the day with some milk, some sugar, and as much caffeine that I can mainline as possible.
What milk? What milk do you do?
I do all milks, like oat milk, dairy, almond, whatever's buy one get one at the grocery store. Honestly, just so I can stock up the fridge and not see people because I hate people. But I'm in customer service, so you know.
People are awful.
They're overrated.
Right. They are.
And what's your answer to the tea question, Matthew?
Tea with me? I don't, because as Karen's alluded to, it's all about saving a few pennies these days. And as I say, I was on the Yorkshire tea, which is, it's a Danish brand over here, would you say? It's
What's your words here, mate?
No, it's the best. It's the best brand you can get
not
over
if you've
here.
got yellow labels like JP.
Well, this is it. You need to send me some. when I was getting them for like £4.50 a box for like 240 WH. And then my wife brought home this big bag of 500 tea bags of Typhoon, which is a little bit lesser. But I thought, you can't moan with that, can you? For like, it was like £2.99 for like 500 tea bags. So I've got to sniff my nose up at that.
You gotta save the pennies to come to Philly for Mania week. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Right?
WH, it was on the cards at one point, mate. Honestly, for an hour, I thought I was going to WrestleMania.
Hey, listen, like
That's so sad. Isn't it?
My
For an hour, I
Airbnb
thought I was going to
and
WrestleMania.
my Airbnb and my plane tickets are all booked. If that's any incentive to any gentleman and lady to come to Philly, you know,
we've booked Vegas instead, though, WH. So it's out of my hands now. We've got to go Vegas.
I thought I was going, and then my sister selfishly decided she's coming over here because my brother's 50th birthday. Which I can't really back out of, to be honest with you, because it's my brother's 50th birthday.
Well, it's my 40th, JP, in June. So in May, I think you've got to come to Vegas. I think that's the only solution to this.
Fair enough.
Problem.
I'm all right with that as well. But just to add on to that, I had to give up caffeine for a while because I had big problems with caffeine, as Joe would really have noted as someone who's worked with me. And then I went on to, mate, they were dark. Well, they weren't dark days. They were just obese days. Just drinking too much Ovaltine. But then I went massively onto tea. But since I've been in this new job where they're giving me free fucking dinners every day of the week as well, again, hoping that they're not listening. Maybe if they are, I like the dinners. They're all right. I'm not going to go berserk about them. But they also do free coffee. So sometimes I'll have coffee in the morning, but it's all gone by about 11 o'clock, which I actually think is a good thing for me, rather than me going completely batshit on too much coffee at the end of the day. So a little bit of a mix. I'm one of those people who can only have coffee up to a certain time nowadays, and it's a good thing.
If we were podcasting and I wasn't having beers, I'd be having coffee now. I'm an idiot. Like, I will have coffee till like 5 a.m.
Can I ask WH, Benno, and Karen this one, if they have it over there, do you have Bovril? Do they have Bovril though? I'm just thinking like
the important question.
I've heard of it. I don't know if we have it.
Can I ask if I can ask Karen and WH a sort of slightly serious question as well? Like, I suppose in some ways, and I'm almost wanting to I'm not lead into a big sort of Wrestle Kingdom conversation, but where are you guys with this Wrestle Kingdom at this point in time? Like, here we go.
Go ahead, Karen.
After you, sir.
Well, I'm going to review it. Like John and I are reviewing it for the site, but I'm also going to talk about it with Karen, along with some other show. Right? I forget. We'll confer in private about what we're doing in a couple of weeks. I'll be honest. Like if I didn't have to watch the whole thing, I would just watch the Okada Danielson match because I don't give a shit about anything else on that show. And I don't want to have to waste my time, to be quite honest with you. But hey, you know, I'll keep an open mind. Maybe I'll watch it, and there'd be like, hey, you know, that was good. This was shit. You know, and then it's fine. But like, if I didn't have to watch it, I would only watch just the real main event, which is Okada versus Danielson.
As for me, I believe I am covering the show in a written report form for post wrestling. I'm cautiously optimistic, but part of me wonders, is this the best they can do at times? Because I feel like they could have done more. But also the weird crossover with professional wrestling Noah, where it's a lot of the matches on the Noah card are kind of like precursors to Wrestle Kingdom all of a sudden.
Yeah.
With Zack Sabre Jr. and Tanahashi in a tag team match, and Shota Umino tagging with Kaito Kiyomiya against Ren Narita and Evil. I don't know. I'm also covering that show, so we'll see. But yes, I think WH and I are going to have a very long episode of Post Pro Res on the 6th when we sit down and record and be like, what just happened this week?
Listen, they just announced Tanahashi as the new president. I'm just waiting for them to drop the other shit. What do you
think about that?
Get rid of Ghetto. I don't like it. What tells me is like they're upset that Ospreay left. They're upset about the potential leaving of Okada. I think it's pretty much fucking done. If the reports are true, he got Barry Bloom to be his agent. He's gone.
He's gone.
Like not permanently, not full time, but like he's going to do part time New Japan, and he's going to go to probably AEW. I don't see why he would. If I was him, I'd go to WWE instead, because I think they would actually probably push him better, because they actually have someone who's like knows what the fuck he's doing over there, instead of like my good friend TK, you know. But like they're upset. They're upset. That's why they said, okay, you two guys that were in charge before, get out. Also, he's the director of like talent relations, more or less, right? So that tells me everyone in that locker room on the Japanese side, because they don't give a shit about the foreign contingent, you know, they don't care how they feel. But all the Japanese dudes, they are pissed off. They must be to make Tanahashi the president and the director of talent relations, to give him 2 hats to wear. Plus, he's still a full-time wrestler. That's, I mean, there have been bookers in New Japan who are active wrestlers. There's been very few times where like the president is an active full-time wrestler.
You know that I'm a shameless Tanahashi fangirl, right? So when this was announced last week, I was like, wait, is it April 1st? Who's pranking me today? But it's one of those things where I want to be cautiously optimistic, but not just that, you know, Tanahashi's now in charge, but also that he's thinking about his career with the company beyond the ring. Because as you know, I've heard you guys talk about on GRAPPL, as we've talked over on Pose, and as many loyal New Japan podcasts and such have noted, Tanahashi's knees are being held together with love and energy at this point, and he needs to start thinking about what he's going to do after he retires from in-ring competition. And it's one of those things when I think back to what he's done as a representative for the company, especially during the pandemic, where he and the other, you know, the leaders of the other the big 9 in Japan that have now become the United Pro Wrestling, whatever. It's one of those things where he's proven himself in the sense that he cares about not just his company, but the industry within Japan as a whole, and that there is a plan. I'm glad that they're not just going to like put him out to pasture or make him like a permanent New Japan dad in the lower card, because, you know, as much as I love Satoshi Kojima, I don't see him going for the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship as much as I would love him to do that. It's not going to happen. I don't know if they'll ever give Tanahashi the opportunity to go for the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship as it is now, unless Naito gets it and they just want to have that one last match before Tanahashi's like, you know what, I'm done. But I'm hoping that this changing of the guard means that they, one, have become very aware of, I'm not going to say roster poaching, but when you announce someone like a Will Ospreay leaving well before the end of the year and before his big Wrestle Kingdom main event, or not main event, but like his big Wrestle Kingdom match, when his contract is supposed to go for another 2 months after January, it's not like he was finishing up at the end of January like, you know, the Elite did previously or AJ Styles did. He still had a couple of months after Wrestle Kingdom, and now all of a sudden it's just like you just yanked the carpet out from underneath the company. And then now with the Okada news, it's just like there's a lot going on, and I'm hoping Tanahashi can like right the ship, but we'll see.
Yeah. I'm kind of with you guys on that as well. Like, I just, think that, I don't know, put him in fucking charge. That's what I'll say. Just put him in fucking charge. He's Tanahashi. If anyone's worth a punt, it's him. And I still think you can get value in that last Tanahashi run. Just that one last run for the title. He worked for Ricky Choshu in 96. Like, you can do that. You can get away with that. If you're pitching it and selling it as a one last run, I think you can do that. Can't do it then beyond that, but yeah.
Well, on that note, we'll let you guys run. I've just noticed, Karen, I've got a DM from you here with a video in it. I'm scared to open this.
It's part of CM Punk's entrance from Revolution 2022. You may want to mute it because there is audio from the song. But like I said. No, well, I didn't crop it, so apologies for that. But
was there?
There was also a security guard nearby, kind of like watching what we were doing. So I was like, But yeah, just for you.
I'll never live that one down. Well, we'll hopefully we'll get you two guys over there at some
Definitely.
point. We're owed a proper date, aren't we? We'll figure it out. We'll take you you both for a fish and chips. You know, a Chinese chippy. We'll do the full tour with you both.
I want to go to a proper roast with JP there. You know.
Yeah.
A carvery, right?
A carvery. Here we go.
I'll do a proper roast. Both of you, proper roast.
Yeah, let's go.
And let's hear more together in 2024 as well.
Yes.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yes.
We'll
Definitely.
Thank you guys.
Wembley Stadium 2024.
Oh yeah, all in. Come on,
Send me a plane ticket. Summer flying out of Orlando is really expensive because we have Disney World. So
I just want to say before I go, you guys have had an awesome 2023.
Thank
so
you.
Happy for your success. I think, you know, like with All In It, with Braden and Davey, and like all the expansion you guys have done with all the other shows, it's just so amazing for me to see this as like almost a day one, you know, subscriber on the Patreon, and guys, someone who's like been following you guys for the entirety of your existence as GRAPPL Spotlight. So I just want to say, like, so happy. I can't wait for what 2024 brings. Hopefully I'll participate in some projects of you guys over there. And
Definitely.
And don't be problematic on your Discords, folks. That's all.
Where can people at you if they need to, WH?
Fuck no. I don't want people adding me at fucking Twitter X, where the fuck it's called. Don't fucking bother me on social media. I don't give a shit about that. I'm not a fucking clout chasing clown who like don't fucking do this or that about my fucking podcast, blah, 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 and bullshit. No. If you just go to Post Wrestling, just fucking download the shows or give them a fucking listen. And if you like them, say something nice, but don't at me. I don't want people following me, quite honestly. Fuck that shit.
The spirit of Rev Joe lives on. Thank you guys. Really appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
All the best.
Cheers, Karen.
Have a brilliant. Cheers, guys.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year.
Have a good one.
Cheers. Amazing. Yeah, definitely need more shows with Karen in 2024. And WHO is a highlight. We have him on Spotlight as well. He brings the Joe energy, and that's what I like.
Oh, he does.
Am I the only one still drinking here, lads, by the way?
No, I've got a fucking pint of Guinness here.
I'm onto the Northern Monk.
I've gone through 6 cans here, mate.
Northern Monk Guava Hazy Pale Ale I am going on here.
I'm in work in the morning, Gareth. Come on, mate. I've got to be professional.
Bit of sugar will sort that out, mate.
Real GP. It'll also sort out fucking blindness and fucking toes falling off me.
Well, while we wait for our next guest, we'll hammer through another couple of questions. Alex Haffenden Blandhammer, who I met at All In.
Yes.
Pointed out, I'm that guy with the long double-barreled name that you can never pronounce. Hi, Alex. Who's got a fitter mum, Nick Wayne or Shelton Benjamin? Got to be Nick Wayne, surely. You see a lot of people on Twitter creeping on Nick Wayne's
mum.
Yeah, she's got that vibe, I think. Yeah.
Stifler's mum.
You're a fan, aren't you, Matty?
Why would you say that, Gareth? Is it because she's blonde? Is that what you said? As I've said to Steph many times.
Cowboy hat material.
Can I just say, and Steph knows this herself, I used to, obviously, got a preference, prefer blondes, like a brunette. I've married a ginger. I've always tell her that. She's happy with
that. Cowboy hats, that's the appropriate response, I would say.
Anyway,
in the chat.
But Big Mama Benjamin, though, what a character! I love that character in WWE. By the way, I've got to give a shout out. He brought that personality out to Shelton Benjamin. That he did better.
And it worked long term, didn't it?
I was going to say, I know you're a big Shelton Benjamin guy. Was he ever good outside of that period where he was with Big Mama Benjamin? She was brilliant.
Only person more bang average than Randy Orton is Shelton Benjamin, but
He's one of those weird people that you see on like Twitter, people saying like they should have done more with. He could have been the world champion, and you're just like what planet do you live on? Like he's done everything he could have done.
Him and Dolph Ziggler, they were the two. Oh god, my heart breaks that they've been fired after fucking, especially Dolph, more Dolph being there for fucking 4,000 years.
Millionaire, multi-millionaire. He'll be an AW soon. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry, Benno. He's there, mate.
What, the devil, Dolph Ziggler?
I'd love that. Just for the fume, Gareth. I'd love it. I'd fucking love that.
Ben Corrigan asks, any particular UK cities, towns, or places you want to visit to see a show with an added meet-up with day out or night drinking?
He's planning our next Christmas night out there, Ben. He's on that. We were speaking
That was
about
so cool. He posted on the Brit Reservoir Days YouTube channel. Follow if you don't already. I think it was today or yesterday. Like the video he always does on the shows. Like I didn't realize he'd been doing those for years and putting them on YouTube.
Amazing.
It brought it all. It was amazing because it was like every part of it, like getting the tram, going to the different pubs, being at the show. It was proper like this. I know it only happened a few weeks ago, but I was feeling like a wave of almost nostalgia, if you know what I mean. I was like, oh, wasn't that a good time? That was when Christmas started. That trip that kicked us off.
But if we're picking cities, I'm up for anywhere, boys. I'm up for anywhere next Christmas. Like, get a show wherever, and let's make that the yearly thing, boys, where we go to a different city to celebrate Christmas.
I think I'm with you. I mean, there's loads around the UK. Like, I wouldn't mind a trip to Cardiff if you're up for that. I mean, I think even I feel like I'm like testing the waters by mentioning like any Scottish wrestling, but I'd like to go to Edinburgh or Glasgow.
Well, where's the wheelman go as far as, Gareth? Where does that?
How about Manchester? That works out very well for you, lads, and it's easy to get to.
The wheelman goes everywhere, mate.
France, Italy, we go European.
Barrow, Carlisle, mate.
They'll get him started on them U-turns again, you know.
Carlisle Championship Wrestling.
Do you know where I'd like to go? I'd like to go to Bristol. I've only ever been to Bristol once in my life, and I basically got there, had a night out, and then like left the next morning. It was boss. Like, it was such a good night out. There was
Bristol's
a
cracking city,
pubs, and it was such a cool place. And like, obviously, shows run down there and stuff, don't they? But I've never got down there for wrestling.
The pubs
but, like,
really
it might be.
I'd love that. I'd love a proper like weekend in Bristol for the wrestling.
It might be leading in very much into our next guest, but a great city, a city that I loved going to loads and loads of time. Last time I was there with Joe. Belfast, like just a fucking cracking city to be able to go out in. The Limelight in particular. I know there's a Limelight too, but I'm an OG. That and Abracababra. Just to get some laughs off. little in joke there on that. But honestly, like I think that'd be a cracking place.
On that note, to tell us all about it, and I'll be there tomorrow, it's Stephanie Chase. Hello.
Hello, Steph.
Hello.
Hey, everyone.
Long time no see.
Long time no see. How are you?
Good. We'll have to. We got all the ex-GRAPPL hosts on today. Obviously, when you were around a lot around when Joe was on. We did quite a few shows during that time when we all first met.
Joe is great, and I was really worried you were going to put me on after Joe. It would be some real divas.
No following Joe. Sorry, Gareth.
He's not going to divas.
To be fair, you both felt when Joe left, the two of you two stepped up massively, and like
you did.
Didn't know what to do. Like, did we really
No.
those shows we had like that month after? It was usually Gareth or you.
We were flipping and flopping there, weren't we? It was 1 week.
Yeah. First video ones we did was all four of us as well. You know, why'd you leave us, Steph? What happened?
You stopped asking me. We became too close, and you stopped having me on.
Too much trouble.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
I'm legit in a GRAPPL t-shirt, but you can't see.
Thanks again, Gareth.
No. Is that one of those leftover ones, Ben?
No, it is not a leftover one. It's not a leftover one. Look, I brought friends. I brought Shawn Michaels and Triple H because my mom got me these for Christmas.
Ah, yes.
Who got you them? Was your auntie, wasn't it?
No, these were from my mom.
Oh, you were.
What era are they, Steph? Are they 97 or?
It's the Sean hair era.
Oh.
They've got hair.
Oh.
Yeah. But they're so cute. I love that. I love that my mom was picking up. She went from buying me DX VHS to DX Funko Pops. How many years later? Like 20, maybe 25.
You know you well. Did you get any other wrestling presents?
Has it got a gauzy eye?
No, it does not. That's so rude.
Shawn Michaels still hot, Steph. They are throwing them all at you. Yes or no?
Now, and I hope she's not listening. Me and my mum were playing Fuck, Marry, Kill the other day with some wrestlers. And
give some play, Steph. Please give some there. That's brilliant.
It was
a game to play with your mum, isn't it?
I know. And we did Shawn, Triple H, but I forget who the other one was. But
Jay White.
I put no, he would be in a different category. I put Shawn in the marry because he doesn't look as good anymore, of course. But you know, he's still Shawn Michaels. So if it's for like the long term,
wouldn't be able to see you, really, would he, with his eyes? Staring off. What are you looking at, mate? The fucking garden or the fucking front door? I can't tell. Sorry.
To be fair, maybe like, you know, Shawn isn't the one for that because you might get a bit paranoid that he's not interested in you with that eye. Yeah.
What were your mum's other shouts? She had a couple of good corkers, didn't she? Wasn't the Jack Perry one?
Yeah. He was in the he was in the fuck category.
Fuck him off category.
No, I mean, she thinks the Crimea River thing is so funny, like genuinely hilarious, and like that he should not be punished because it was so funny. Like, because it's okay if you do something really bad as long as it's really funny. I do agree that was funny. So he's just gone up in her estimation for being that funny. Obviously, Jay is like a, you know, Mary, like he wins everything. Oh, Hook was killed. Hook was killed off in this round. Not by me. I killed Jack Perry, obviously.
Handsome boy.
It's a good argument to fuck, marry, and then kill Jay White, isn't it? It's like between all three of them.
Did you hear Joe was on a Jay White slander earlier? You beating that out of me, JP?
God. Do you know what? I was talking. I had it on. I was sitting with my mom, and genuinely, the moment I said to her, "Oh, Joe's like really smart," the next thing he said was, "I still hate Jay White," and she was just like, "Obviously not." Then.
So we're gonna have to get more shoot comments from your mum this week. Maybe we'll get it on tape again. That audio never saw the light of day, did it?
No, you put that audio out.
Did I? Shit.
Yeah. You put out the audio where my mum gives like one word opinions on wrestlers. You put it out.
I don't know. Listen to that. Yeah.
Is there any chance of her watching Nakajima versus Miyahara at all?
That's too far, JP. That's too
far. I reckon she'd be game.
I'm drinking Fat Frog, hard citrus.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, something that I only ever find in Belfast, the whole Fat Frog range of beverages. So I thought I'd drink some Belfast alcohol on the stream.
Well, Steph, we've got to ask everyone, haven't we? What we've asked, like, what time did you have your Christmas dinner, and what did you have on your plate?
Okay, I think I had it about 2 p.m.
Right,
so
that's a good time.
As a starter, my brother and my mom had soup. I had chicken liver pate with cranberry sauce on white rolls. And then,
you know,
yeah. So yeah, I love
it. Nice part of Belfast. Just throw that out there.
Sorry,
it's the nice part of Belfast. This is coming through.
I mean, for some reason, my grandparents were feeding me chicken liver pate as a young child, and it's just something that I've really liked my whole life. And then for my main, so we had turkey, ham, mashed potatoes, peas, stuffing, which is made by me. I make the stuffing and I make the gravy.
Agreed.
And I think that was all. Like, I don't do carrots or anything like that. So I'm just into the stuffing, the turkey, and the ham, but more the ham and the mashed potatoes.
No cauliflower cheese then? Because that was the big
Yorkshire puddings?
Oh, no, we're not English.
Fair enough.
There's many layers to that.
There is, isn't it? And I realised that as soon as I said it, I thought, can open, worms everywhere.
My aunt actually said to me the other day, because she does our Boxing Day dinner and she does like a 10 out of 10 Christmas dinner, and she said I was thinking of adding Yorkshire puddings, and I was like, firstly, like, don't fuck with perfection, and secondly, I just thought that sounds very English. to be honest. So no Yorkshire puddings here, no.
Much in the way that an Ulster fry isn't that dissimilar from a like a standard fry up, is it? With a bit of soda bread, really, isn't that the big kind of twist on that?
Bread. Oh, Will had of course Will had patty on Christmas Day. I can imagine that.
You had one of the boys there cooking for him. We might have Will on in a little bit, so but the cooling hours are coming, folks. We'll have him on. So, did you answer what time it was you had it? Because we were having that big debate before.
It was
quite early.
Yeah, it was like 2 p.m. or so. But I mean, the cooking started really about 12 hours before that when I made the stuffing. I made that on Christmas Eve night.
Yeah. So we've got to do at least something the night before, haven't you? The meat or got to be done. Definitely.
Oh. That was funny. He thought Paddy was named after his Auntie Pat.
What do we all think
on
that?
Auntie Pat was fucking awesome at her pate, so don't you be doing her down,
Rory. What's the big thing I'll have when I'm over there, like for breakfast? What is it we have that?
You like potato bread?
Potato bread, yeah.
Wenzel's.
Oh yeah.
No. This is in Belfast. Wenzel's is in London.
Just trying to pop Gareth there, and I did.
Yeah, I lived down the road from Wenzel's for years, didn't you? And you only went there when I dragged you.
Yeah, I know.
Love the Wenzel's.
Well, I have a food related, sweets related question. So for Christmas, so my favorite like sweets ever, but you can't get them, are coffee creams. And for Christmas, my brother got me like a Quality Street of just coffee creams, but even though they're not in the Quality Street anymore, you can get like just coffee creams and John Lewis. And then my mom gets me these boxes of coffee creams every year. So like, do you all think coffee creams are disgusting? Because everyone else I know thinks they're the most disgusting sweets like ever. And my brother tried one of the coffee creams he bought me, and he like literally spat it out immediately and was like,
I am totally with you. Like my family would have like the tin, and then all the coffee creams and orange creams would just be like left at the end, and I'd just be like, yes.
Yeah,
like,
I would get back.
I'd eat the good stuff and leave them because I knew no one else liked them, and I knew I'd be fucking hauling away with the coffee creams at the end. Like,
yeah, I would get wee bags of coffee creams from everyone in my family.
That is the least Cumbrian answer you could have ever given there, Gareth.
That's not to love about coffee cream.
Coffee cream.
No, like the rebels.
That's Barrow talk, mate. Yeah. Come on.
Don't say
Don't
that.
make anything coffee, really.
So my Christmas was pate and coffee creams.
Good selection. Well, yeah, do you want to, you're up work very early for work in the morning, aren't you? So do you want to help us answer a couple of questions before we?
I'll answer a few questions.
You want a time limit like Joe with his ticking clock.
Good. Get me riled up. I've actually spent all Christmas detoxing from AEW. I haven't seen Dynamite in 2 weeks, so.
Wow.
He's on your side now, Matthew.
I'm not even joking.
Everyone's gonna defect soon.
I've followed along with what's happening, but I've not sat down and actually watched the Dynamite for 2 weeks.
I can't believe Miss Dynamite.
I know.
Can I ask? And again, we're 4 hours and 11 minutes into this podcast. What happened at the end of last? I haven't seen the end of Dynamite. Something terrible happened that ruined it because I was quite quietly enjoying that show.
Can I tell you, JP, what I've seen?
Go on.
Benno can.
We throw one in first.
Yeah.
No, go on. You do it, Matt. You'll do it justice. Go for it.
Right. What I've pieced together is that it was a tag team title match. It was Samoa Joe and MJF versus the Devil's Masked Men, JP, for the Ring of Honor tag titles. Yeah. That's sports-based product, the Devil's Masked Men. So they're coming out there. So Samoa Joe gets took out like MJF did at the pay-per-view, so he's got a dodgy knee. But MJF ends up getting pinned before Samoa Joe can come out. So apparently I read someone say he took like a weapon shot, a low blow, feet on the ropes, took all that to pin him, obviously. So then at the end, they're beating him down. So they've won the tag belts, JP, the Devil's Masked Men. I've won. They're the Ring of Honor champions now.
Not the IRA, because I did see a tweet.
See, that would be a more interesting / potentially problematic twist.
It would be.
I'd be game.
It gets better. It gets better. So Samoa Joe finally bravely comes out there at the end when the lads are celebrating with the belts. They run off, helps MJF up to the feet. And then once again, that sports-based product, there's a big messaging on the Titantron. Pleasure doing business with you. And Samoa Joe turns on MJF, JP. He hits him in the back with the chair. And he's been in cahoots with the devil all along. So, JP, I'm dying for you to see it, mate, honestly.
Why is this bad? Sorry.
At least shit happened. I'll say that much. Like, there was me already appraised the fucking opener and the Eddie Kingston Bryan Danielson match as well.
This is the thing. They chose to close because Eddie Kingston and Bryan Danielson was incredible. Last 30 seconds were as good as wrestling gets. And it was like, close with that. It's like they close with this fucking Scooby-Doo. It's not even Scooby-Doo, it's Scrappy-Doo magic show. And the bit you missed out, Matt, was the masked men who won the tag belts won with their feet on the ropes.
Yeah,
the masked men. They were distracting the ref. These magical masked men. Oh, so fucking shit.
God. I mean, I saw MJF on Twitter again doing his like, I take in all the criticism. Like, fuck off, mate. Just fuck off. Like, you don't take in anything. You're dreadful. You're absolutely dreadful. I can't. But yeah, I think the answer to what happened at the end of Dynamite was MJF fucking happened. And we got more of that shite. I can't wait. I can't wait to like fucking reveal the devil as fucking Tony Khan or something.
He said at the press conference, didn't he, that it's going to end at the pay-per-view. So you're going to get the reveal. Yeah. He basically said it's coming to the end. Yeah.
I'll take that. I thought it was going to drag on.
I liked it. Got the ROH belts off MJF, so that's not a thing anymore.
It's Taven and Bennett. That's who it was in the ring. You could tell by the
box. Give a bit of juice to Joe versus MJF for the weekend. Tick.
Gareth's loving it.
There was a point in time, and it's mentioned here in the chat by Andy that he says about Jerry Adams getting revealed as the devil. There was many times I thought whether or not you could play the Northern Irish, like you could have him turning heel on Catholics and joining up with Ian Paisley and stuff like that. It's just being like good for shits and giggles, really.
I mean, stuff like that would have been a better storyline for Fit Finlay to follow than all the Hornswoggle.
That would have been a fucking awesome storyline, Steph. Problematic, absolutely.
Whose side is Fit Finlay on, you know?
I'd have been fucking there 150%. Like if they've been doing that kind of. But it makes me does not want to watch the end of Dynamite now. Because it feels like I've watched a good show, and it was like I was hearing you lads slag it off, and I was like, "What? That's a fucking cracking show from what I've seen. There's a couple of brilliant matches in there. I don't know what's going on. That's wrong."
You really were.
Oh dear, bloody hell!
They knew no one would be watching by the end. That's why they had Danielson at the top of the hour to pop the ratings.
3 a.m. Yeah, 3 a.m. MJF's music is like watching it live. Like it gone 3, the show should be over. Yeah, it was those overruns
are 10 past, Benno. About 10 past.
Something like that, yeah. They went wild. I was going to say as well, Sammy Guevara turned again because, of course, he did.
Back with Jericho.
I heard all about that, and I was doing the Fightful preview, and we got to that match, and I couldn't help myself but going off on one. I tell you, if Sammy Guevara ever cuts a promo in the ring again where he says he did anything for himself, can someone just take him out with a sniper? Like, oh.
He had shoot comments again, though, didn't he, Benno, in the promo? Didn't he say, like, Don Callis, what basically you guys say all the time? You got yourself over and you don't get no one else over.
Yeah.
Why is he saying that?
You beat Jericho and you beat so-and-so and no one remembers it. You beat Omega twice because all you asked about is getting yourself over. I was like, well.
If you point that booking out, then, it didn't happen, did it? That covers it. Yeah, I've thrown you at a few questions before, Steph, from our Patreon, one of which I didn't realise was in there, so don't ask that one. But any you want to answer? I'll let you
I know, I just saw that. The Devil's Masked Men are a legitimate tag team.
If he does it through helium as well, I won't do like any kind of impression on that, but that'd be fucking just to take credibility away from his statement, Steph. That would just be awesome.
Was that Brass Eye? Was that Chris Morris?
That was the day today with the bomb dogs, the IRA bomb dogs campaign.
Right, where are these questions, Benno?
Well, the ones I sent you on Messenger, they're all the ones from Patreon. So there's a couple about music. There's a Marty Jannetty question. There's a serious WWE one, but I don't know. And there's one about comedians. What do you want?
The AWWW one. Is that the
All right,
boy
we're
band?
going into it.
Sorry?
Yeah, go for it. Well, we'll go ask quickly before that. Favorite gig you've ever been to and live band you want to watch in 2024? So that's Phil Gordon and Zahir. I'll ask them two together, and then we'll do the AW.
Favorite gig I've ever been to was the first time I ever saw Baby Shambles, which was in the Limelight, as previously mentioned by JP. And I was in the front row. It was amazing. And my biggest memory is some twat wanted to get to the front row, and he tried to lift me, like physically lift me. Like I was what age was I? Like 15 or something. And he like put his hands on like my hips and like lifted me up. So I just booted him in the dick. And all I heard was him just go, "Oh," and like drop his hands off me and like slither away. So yeah, that's my favorite gig ever.
Just because of that. Were you all right afterwards, JP? Was it all fine? Like,
Hey.
what were you, Matt? Favorite gig?
Favorite gig? Are we going for like actual performance wise? Was Alice in Chains when I went to see them in Leeds. Jerry Cantrell on the guitar was just something to see him in real time. But overall, the atmosphere was Faith No More in Glasgow. That was so. I've just made up to go to like, you know, somewhere completely different for me anyway, and just enjoy one of the best gigs. Yeah, boss. JP buzzing off there.
I won't lie, I'm still laughing after the old Jerry having to make an official statement that the Devil's Masked Men are a legitimate tag team. That will never not make me fucking laugh. I'm going to mention a wild one. Ozone Matley at the Royal Festival Hall, because it was just they're a band that go into the crowd as well, and they were playing fucking Sesame Street in the middle of the Royal Festival Hall, like moved up from the stage and everything else. That was an incredible gig. Wild.
I mentioned it earlier, is the Prodigy at GMX 1997. Just absolutely fucking just insane. It was such a good gig. And if I'm picking a band I want to see this year, or someone I want to see this year, it might be like Gretel Hanlon, possibly hoping that she might pop by Gorilla in Manchester this year. Just a little small gig place there. That'll be
that's that Six Music talking again, isn't it, Gareth?
I was gonna say, lad, he was surprising me in the car, you know, JP.
Best venue in the world, that as well, Gorilla. There's like
Modern
literally
knowledge.
like old 200 or something like that. So you just proper intimate, no matter where you are in there. Best place in the world.
Boss. I'd say Break One or Jizza. Obvious answer for me. This year we're going to see Libertines, aren't we, in January? So there's that. There you go.
Yeah, January 24th, Cavern Club. It's going to be awesome.
In the Cavern Club.
In the Cavern Club.
I know that's a good shout. That
Benno, do you know who else played the Cavern Club? Your favourite band.
Flash Morgan Webster was trying desperately to get Libertines tickets, and somehow Steph beat him in the queue. We're one of the few people with Libertines tickets, aren't we?
Steph beat him through persistence, because I spent like 35 minutes with them telling me that it was sold out, and I refreshed until we got them. So Flash Morgan Webster is not persistent enough, I think.
I thought you only listened to The Who and Paul Weller.
What have we got? Okay, WWE question. What's the biggest match both AEW and WWE could put on next year to satisfy you as a fan?
So I think WWE, Punk, obviously. I think Punk v Cody more than Punk v Roman. I want to see his dynamic with Cody. I think that'd be really good. You know, they'll have that AEW layer underneath. And remember, Cody's last AEW promo was just randomly directed at Punk. So picking that back up again, I think would be really good. And I think the two of them would work hard to make it like a really good storyline, like a real fuck you Tony Khan thing. AEW, I'll come back to that. You can do your WWE one.
I'm up for Cody Punk. Punk Roman. It'd be something involving Punk. Or Cody finishing the story against Roman first, obviously, and then we get to those matches, Matt. AEW. I don't think the answer is a match. I can't think of anything. Like Punk and Cody coming back to AEW and working each other there. Like
Ospreay Omega at Wembley.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, it's probably the best you could do, isn't it? Don't know what you think.
I'd like to see Danielson against Takeshita, like in a big match. Like, I reckon that'll be something that could be like proper mind blowing match. That one, like with the right builds. But it's Punk for WWE. Punk v Walter for me. Like that'll be the one. Like because I know that they'd put on the structure of the match would be just absolutely fucking bob on both of those two lads' minds working together, or what that match could be. Sorry, Gunter, Matty.
I was going to say, Gareth, I don't know, Walter. Lesnar and well, you got me saying now. Lesnar v Gunther is an obvious one if they do that WrestleMania. Just to see how, like, either I know Brock can sell when he wants to, but it'll see like Gunther getting like beat down as well. That'll be good. Obviously, for me personally, I'm probably the only one who wants to see this, but I do want to see Roman v Solo in the end, just for the story side of it. Do want to see obviously Punk and Roman get in there with Paul Heyman a part of it, and like Steph said as well, like Punk and Cody would be just them going at it on the mic, just firing shots at each other would be really good. So there's quite a few, to be fair, and I'm getting Orton v Roman at the Rumble, so I'm peaking early in the year, so I'm happy with that.
It's a really good Rumble match. That Orton's hot, do it like perfect, isn't it? And then of course, as I keep saying, turns on Cody.
He'll do a Cody match as well. Even that'll be good.
Okada versus Roman.
yeah.
As well, if he is signing up there, just for the novelty value of seeing them in the ring and thinking, I didn't genuinely think this was ever going to happen on any kind of meaningful stage.
There's loads. AEW, I don't know with that, to be fair. Like, you want to see
matches aren't the answer.
I know.
Problem.
It's not, because they do them good ones, on paper most of the time, don't they? So, yeah.
They do lots of matches, but they don't do storylines.
This is it, JP.
I would say that AEW, it's really hard to think. Like, I think Ospreay Omega at Wembley would be really good, but I'm really apprehensive about what Ospreay is going to be like on AEW, because I think seeing him cut promos on week-to-week TV that we're going to be treated to next year is going to be really bad and irritating. Like, I can just imagine that the bruv stuff, I think, is going to drive me so insane that I'm not actually going to want to see him have big matches. I would say maybe Ric Flair versus Chris Jericho, loser leaves town / goes to jail match, and winner also has to leave too. And but like, as far as like, actual guy, like, I love Swerve, I love Jay White, but I can't actually think of like a dream match in the company for them. Like, they've wrestled each other, they do tournaments all the fucking time. Like, there's nothing that you really like salivate over that we might have to like wait for, because Tony could randomly announce on the Dynamite one day that we're going to get like Swerve Omega, or like
100%.
bring in fucking Okada for the night to have something. And it's so hard with AEW, because he is a great matchmaker, but he gives them away too easy. But I think what if I could change the question to be like what storyline they could do, I would want some kind of like resurrection of Hangman as like the ultimate company baby face against like an evil heel. Like, if we have to have the title in MJF, I want him to be like a complete bastard that wants to take it to WWE or something, and then Hangman like rises up as like the company savior baby face, something like that. Like that, a kind of storyline like centered around him as being like the guy of the company would be what I would want to see.
Yeah, that makes sense. Any of the other ones from the group you wanted to answer? Did Marty Jesse kill that geezer who stuck a brick up his ass? That was from Mark Doyle.
I mean, I don't know if Marty knows if he killed that guy. Like,
he does.
I want JP's
No, he didn't. He's a bullshit merchant. He never fucking killed anyone, that Vlad. The only thing he's killed is feeling in his fucking foot, which apparently is like, I don't know, the size. It looks more like the fucking Thing from Fantastic Four at this point. Whoever that big rock fella is, I can't remember his name.
I think it is
Right.
Thing, JP.
Is it Thing? Okay, yeah, fair enough.
I think it's called
Benno, if you had to dress up, if you had to get your significant other to dress up as a new generation wrestler in the bedroom, which one would it be and why?
What a question that was.
Thanks, Rory. Appreciate it. And the answer is obviously 1996 Shawn Michaels, and I'm answering no. Sonny, and I'm answering no further questions.
All right, so just Sonny in '96, not.
Too busy getting my significant other to wear Arsenal shirts. that's as far as I go.
We've all seen the stories. Anyone else want to answer that one? Help me out. Go on, Matt.
What was the question? What would you want to see your significant other dressed up as in the bedroom?
Wrestler,
a new generation
wrestler.
Yeah.
Oh, new generation. Yeah. All right. That's SummerSlam '88 outfits going out the window then.
What did Rikishi used to wear when he was in his Save the Kids phase?
No, that was just his pants. They weren't no thongs there, JP.
It wasn't, was it? It was all very MC Hammer influenced, I think, wasn't it? Just big baggy fucking trousers.
We were waxing lyrical about Diesel looking good in leather. Weren't we a bit on here, Brett? Or was that just his music? Am I taking it too far there?
It looked cool as fuck.
He did.
It was dead funny actually because it was funny because I was saying that about that to Sarah, and she looked at him and she was like, "No," and I was just like, "Oh, come on, Big Daddy cool." Like,
especially then, that character, yeah.
It's like when you're a kid wrestling fan, you're like, of course, every single woman in the world is in love with like a Diesel or Shawn Michaels, and then you get normal women to look at them and they're like, this guy looks like he's 20 years out of date already.
Yeah,
that's right. It was because it was in Sadie's footy team group chat where one of the women had mixed up Hacksaw Jim Duggan for being in fucking Magic Mike, and I was like, no, it's
Kevin Nash.
No, it's Kevin Nash. That's where the conversation came from.
Imagine Jim with his 2x4 can of Kanye.
I was like, come on.
What? And his dick pump.
Like a big sexy, like totally different, but yeah, apparently not big and sexy, apparently. But
do we class Diana Hart Smith as new generation, JP?
I don't know if we can, mate.
I love the shout out. We've had too many nights where we've been drinking where like my genuine question to Steph has been, rate the 5 members of the clique, hottest to least hot. I don't know why I want to know the answer. It's tough. Because like, okay, Sean Waltman's over here. We know that.
Yeah.
Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, Shawn Michaels, Triple H in his day. All good looking lads, you know.
Triple H in 2001's the one.
Scott Hall #1 though.
PJ Palaco.
Kevin Nash. It's got to be Nash, Steph.
No, it's like Sean is definitely one. He's the hottest. It's so hard to choose between Nash and Hulk. It's like they're very different looking, but it's like they're on the same level of hotness. Triple H, like I used to be obsessed with Triple H because of like when his hair was long and blonde and it was so curly at the bottom but so nicely straight here, and then he had like that massive nose which was like his unique selling point, you know. But obviously Sean Waltman's like the bottom, like sorry Sean.
He seems like a lovely man, you know.
Yeah, he seems like a
Sean Waltman or just incredible. I know, fall in.
Karen's saying Sean was too pretty. She's going Nash over Sean.
Sean was.
I reckon Nash all rounder, isn't he? Got the gift of the gab, the looks, the charisma,
the hair,
eyes, the hair, the lot, full package.
He'd be gentle. I'm going too far.
Did you say the thighs? He ain't got good quads, mate.
I'll tell you what, the first thing he'll be doing after sex is skinning up. He's that kind of lad, isn't he? He really is. That's the first thing he's. It's like, Jesus Christ, Kev. I just finished 2 minutes ago. Calm down.
I said Sean shout about the Warlord area. Another shout, best shout is, I know it's Jim Cornette, but it's still a good shout, is Kevin Nash has got 4 moves of doom, and that's including the hair flip. That's always going to be the best shout.
And it applies in bed.
Yeah.
Absolutely. None of these men are as hot as 97, 98 Undertaker. Like,
no, Steph, come on. I know
that one blows my mind.
Roman has got to be up there, Steph. Genuinely, no.
So I do think like now probably like the genuinely like best looking wrestler ever is Jay White, but he needs to shave the beard so we can see it. Like the beard it's gone way too far.
A bit fluffy.
Bit trampy now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit fluffy.
Yeah, it is. And then number 2 would be Sean, and then number 3 would be like that Undertaker 97, 98, like pure goth era. But modern guys, it's hard for them to make the cut. Like Roman, I did not like when Roman came back with those new teeth. Like they are too much, right? You see them in the dark. Like it's just the teeth coming at you, you know.
That was teeth then.
Coming at you. So that's not good.
I've just put someone in the chat, Benno, in our messenger chat. I mean, you ain't beating this.
Does Jay White look like a street drinker these days? Or am I wrong about this?
Does he look like a street drinker?
If you saw him with a bottle of Buckfast in South Belfast, would that be entirely surprising?
He's loving that.
Yeah.
He is loving this.
Nobody looked too close at the other things I've shared there. Hopefully it's not bad. But anyway.
No.
He looks good.
It all seems good from a cursory glance.
You ain't beating that.
Gosh.
What a sexy bastard. What a sexy bastard.
In response to Karen's comment, I think like he grew the beard from like assholes like you guys saying that he didn't look like tough
It's
enough
not my fault.
for the switchblade gimmick. Seriously, like he grew the beard because of the criticisms of him being too babyface looking to do switchblade, and now we're stuck with it, and the ladies are being deprived of the face because of comments. You know, and people say that like things that you say on the internet can't, you know, cause any real harm. And look at that, Jay White.
When he's touring with the Wolf Tones, it'll be fucking awesome. That'll be it.
Yeah, you have to say though, he's committed to putting like the small details, like that massive bit of gob that he always puts in his beard at the end of every single.
We always say that, don't we? Like, why is it every week? Every week? Like,
I don't know what his problem with the goblin is, I have to say. It makes me apprehensive about other things. Like, it just, yeah.
Well, on that note, we'll let you run. Unless your mum wants to jump in and give a hot take on a stuff. But
what's our Wrestle Kingdom predictions?
That'd be shite.
Which is actually a game that we could play on some of this as well. There's a load of fucking we haven't done that preview show, Benno, that we thought we were going to get into.
Yeah, that might be a record. We'll have to speak to it. Steph's got a mic. It'll be fine. Also, thank you everyone who's stayed up late. We've got a couple more guests to come. I will be giving out some free YouTube memberships in a minute. So there you go.
Popping in the chat, isn't it, Benno? Great stuff.
I've just figured out how to do it. Basically, is what happened. I haven't waited this long to keep people waiting. I just know how to do it now. But yeah, Steph, anything you want to ask the lads before you go? Anything else you want to say?
Oh, thank you for letting me come on, especially on the same show that you had Joe on. Oh my gosh. On a scale of 1 to 10, how sad are you all about Sean Spears leaving AEW?
Oh, is that the guy? I seen the
Sean Spears
report, but I didn't know who it was. Is it Spearsy? Yeah.
Yeah, Spears.
Don't want to see him back in WWE.
So number 10 in the Rumble.
Yep. Cody's is one of his bezies, isn't he? Oh, God.
I've got to say, Will, that I think Randy is a handsome man, but there's something about like the package that I'm just not into. He's definitely better though with the shaved head than with the hair. And that's all I have to say about that. It might be like I'm not really into his tattoos either.
The tribal.
Mm-hmm. Tribal.
Buddy. What was that?
What's your opinion on how sexy Randy Orton is?
I mean, no debate, is it? I've got me one of my best mates, Buff.
He's got a face like a welder's bench. What are you talking about?
JP, you can look past the face when you've got a body like that, mate. Come on, Jesus Christ.
Right.
He's looking good these days.
That sounds very much like you don't look at the mantelpiece while you're poking the fire kind of comment there, isn't it?
There are some stories about Randy Orton that would put you off. Like, not just the one in the bag.
Turns around and look at me, and there's fucking Crichton from Red Dwarf looking at me with a fucking Missouri accent, wherever he's from. It's just like, fuck off.
He is from Missouri, JP. You plucked that one out.
Sorry.
Family man. I tell you.
Loves his weed.
Right.
That doesn't he?
Right, I should go because I feel like I've turned this whole show into like
Sorry.
a totally different show.
He needed that.
We're after dark. Don't worry, Will's coming on in a bit. He'll lower the tone.
Will better have a
massively in
cigar.
there.
He better have a cigar in mouth.
All right, bye guys. Merry
Steph,
Christmas.
take it easy. All the best.
Merry Christmas.
Have a
Happy
good
New
one.
Year, Steph.
Yes.
Happy New Year. Bye.
Bye-bye.
In a bit. All right, I've hit the button. I don't know if these memberships are hitting the chat as I speak. Don't know how it even works. There's just a button that says buy membership, so we'll see if that goes through. And we're learning on this YouTube stuff, aren't we, JP? We don't fully know.
Yeah.
Let me know if they show up in the chat.
It's not like we've not given enough content, mate. Come on. Oh, yeah, we've done
Nearly
our
5
bit,
hours
haven't
deep
we?
here. JP, we've lasted longer than WrestleMania 4 here.
We have. And I have to say, with a lot more fucking entertainment as well, haven't we? Than
Agreed.
WrestleMania 4.
Don't know why it's stuck on it. It's just wearing around. It might be a few minutes. Keep an eye out, folks. On that note, oh, there we go. Going through. Any more questions? We're going to throw
Sorry.
Go on.
How do people get the membership? If you don't matter, how's that work?
Yeah, I've got a question that I don't know the answer to, mate. It's taking me
Just give me a chance to run in there and grab one more drink from the fridge.
Cool. What a question. I'll throw on. As Jeff Ogden, as the tilt run dry with decent stand-up comedians, all the ones he's seen at a conveyor belt of crap panel shows and Christmas live show DVD market has dried up. He said he used to love selling to CEX after one watch. Answers to that one. And maybe we'll bring our guest in, shall we, Matt? Who might be able to
he can answer. He can lead the way on this because he knows everything. There he is, the main man.
Yes. Come and thick and fat. It's Mr. Time. It's Liam. He knows everything. He knows all.
I've only come to win a YouTube membership. What's happened?
You might be waiting a while, mate. I'm clicking some buttons. Give me a minute.
Take it away with that. Well, Liam, before we go into what we've asked every guest tonight, take it away with that question. What's your opinion on the state of the modern comedian?
Well, it's one world at the moment. You either like Ricky Gervais or you don't you? By the sounds of things, like he has a special come out. I don't know. I'm probably not the best person to ask. I mean, I would answer this with like someone like Stuart Lee or so, but that's a proper like dad answer, isn't it? Stuart Lee stand-up's been like the alternative stand-up for about fucking 30 years at this point, hasn't it? I wouldn't know. I went and saw an American comedian last year. Well, called Joe Pera, who was really good. Who has a show on Adult Swim. He was really good stand-up. Outside of that, I wouldn't know. It's all panel shows and whatnot, isn't it?
That's it. But you know what? Even that era where I think it was just past the boom, or maybe it was the boom when like maybe late noughties, Liam, when it was all the Mock the Week and all that, all them comedians got the big DVDs. But it's always been a thing that, hasn't it, since I was little, that they always brought them out at Christmas. You're going back to your Billy Connolly's and all that. So I think that's not changed, but I don't know. I suppose it's the world we live in now as well. I suppose, good or bad, whether you agree, whether people can go any far too much anymore.
I feel there's been like a modern switch in this, in that stand-up comedians once became famous as stand-ups, then moved into television, whereas now you're famous on television and then you move into stand-up. It seems to be completely turned.
Do you know what I think's ruined it? I just think like things like TikTok and stuff like that, because you just always just get these like short form things of like comedy, stand-up comedy that are just like shit to me kind of thing, but they just fucking go around kind of thing. Like I can't imagine the idea of someone in the modern world buying a comedy DVD sort of thing just because, or accessing that kind of like a live show, because there's just so much fucking shite short form content kind of thing just flying about on social media. And when I think of like comedy acts that I've seen in the last couple of years, like I think it's like Bill Burr, Frank Skinner, and that's it. So again, it just shows my fucking age that you just kind of like these old touring comedians that
I just say, don't watch Bill Burr's Old Dads.
I've watched Netflix. It, JP. I've watched it.
Mate, it's a mess. It's a fucking mess of a film. It really is. There's bits in it where it's just like old men ranting about like the modern world. Don't get me wrong, some of it's I really fucking agree with. Why? Because I'm his fucking age. But at the same time, it's Bill Burr doing a stand-up routine within the context of a film. Like he's just decided to do it, and there's bits where he just sort of rants like he's in the film and everything else. But yeah,
no Jim Mormon fans. He was a good stand-up comedian.
That was
wasn't
one of the best things being over in Oberhausen, where the bowling completely took away the entire audience for Jim Smallman doing his fucking old routine as well. He never forgave us for that.
Well, here's a quick one before I read one more from one of the questions we got. Who's the GOAT of all time stand-up comedian? Who are we going with?
Bill Hicks.
Once upon a time, I'd say Dave Chappelle. I wouldn't say that now, based on recent form. I'd probably say Chris Rock.
The best I've ever seen live, I was just going to say, was Chris Rock. Like literal pain in my face, like for like even an hour afterwards, kind of thing. Like just laughing so hard. Like
Bill Hicks was incredibly like just some. I mean, there was.
I love watching his interviews, JP, on YouTube. Just when he's on a random chat show, like in England, and you just don't know how to take him, like when he's just being blunt.
Andy mentions there in the chat Dave Allen. Dave Allen was like a really big formative kind of figure in my house. My dad loved Dave Allen, and it was the idea of you sit there and it's. Do you know what's really funny is I've just watched the 4-part documentary on We Need to Talk About Cosby by W. Kamau Bell. That's on the iPlayer that I'd recommend everyone watch if you get a chance to. Just about Bill Cosby doing his stand-up. It's very similar to Dave Allen, which is just a man in a seat who is just sitting there and just sort of telling stories. And with Dave Allen, it kind of worked. And I always think the key for it these days is, and this sounds weird for someone who swears like I do, like I'm a fucking trucker, having a nervous breakdown even. One of the things is that, you know, it doesn't require loads and loads of swearing. It's quite cleverly constructed, like well-told stories, and I think I can appreciate more than that. And Will Cooling mentions Bob Monkhouse there as well. Yeah. He's a fucking legend with this stuff. There's probably some dark shit about him that we don't know. He's dead now, so I feel safe in saying that sort of stuff now in this day and age.
I'm gonna go on. Sorry, Lee.
I was going to say, first man to own a VHS recorder in this country, wasn't he? Bob Monkhouse.
I tell you what, he knows his films. What was that fucking quiz show he used to do on BBC One after Neighbours?
Wipeout, was it? No, was it Wipeout? That was Daniels, wasn't it?
When you said that, man, I was thinking Total Wipeout, and I was thinking, why would Bob Monkhouse be presenting Total Wipeout?
No, there's one Wipeout.
Yeah, there was an original Wipeout with him.
There was. But whenever it got to the film bit, Bob Monkhouse would just start going, "Oh yeah, it's them." And I'd be like, all right, mate, fucking, you know a lot about films. We get the idea of this, but there's a quiz show we need to crack on with.
I'm pretty sure he's one of the first people, or if not the first person, to have a video recorder in this country. And he had loads of tapes of rare films from like the 40s from America that nobody else had. And there was a massive like custody battle for him when he died. All these films, and they wanted them to put them back into like public domain. And I think some of the family wanted to keep him as private videos for him and stuff. Yeah, it's really interesting. Read about that.
He got his joke book next, didn't he? Bob Monkhouse.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
that was like a big thing back in the day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like this might be the best answer. You might think this screams me, but I've never laughed so much in my life, honestly, at Lee Evans' voice, them early Lee Evans ones. The first two, but honestly, like any comedian, I knew you should laugh and react like that. But the later ones, no. But them first, like 2 or 3, honest to God, JP. Never seen a physical comedian like him, mate. Honestly,
you a Pasquale man, Matty?
No, I'm not.
Actually, you say that. Can I just say Peter Kay live from the top of the tower?
I was going to mention
first time you go when you see that, and it's the most basic of observational comedy and stuff like that before it got sort of too big. But fuck me, I laughed at that stuff. Like,
there's a couple of shouts in the chat for Billy Connolly, and I think Billy Connolly in his prime takes some beating. Like, I remember having some of his like VHS in the 80s, and like again, just been like feeling sick almost because you gutted it and like laughing that much at him. Like, he was just so wild and just so out there, and the whole delivery of it, like fucking Like, but
You never felt that way about
well,
Jim Davidson, though, mate.
I didn't. Nick Jim Davidson.
It's like, oh, hang on, are we on to the bits where he's talking about the Irish or West Indians? Here we go. And he'd just be like watching my dad sat there with a sour face on him as my mum's side of the English family fucking laughing away and going, oh, Christ.
And it's
what about Eddie Murphy? Eddie Murphy Raw, Eddie Murphy Delirious.
Delirious, great.
My brother
great.
loves them. He absolutely
great.
Holds them up as the greatest of all time.
It's like my dad was like a massive Richard Pryor fan as well. But I think I was kind of like a generation afterwards that shock of comedy in that style kind of was after me in a way. So it never kind of had that same effect on me. I mean, comedy records, Matty, what do you think of them back in the day? Literally a record of comedy set.
Yeah. Lad, this is why you're here, Liam. This is why you are here, mate. But we've got a question here as well that relates. We cover sport on time, guys, don't we? Of course.
Oh yeah.
And this is a good question from Ben Moxtis.
Yeah, too much of it sometimes.
In too much detail. Normally when I get going, yeah. There we go.
But this is a good one. What sport would be the funniest? And I'm going to start with JP on this one. What sport would be the funniest to add a mandatory amount of alcohol to?
I mean, there's a part of me who wants to say horse racing immediately. I'm not a big horse racing fan, but pissed horse racing, particularly when you talk to, if we're going to get into the world of dressage or pony dancing, as I like to think of it as, because that's really what it is. Some freestyle pony dancing. If you had a couple of piss lads into the mix, I might watch it. Figure skating for shits and giggles, if they were drunk while doing that. Gymnastics for the sort of jackass style potential of how they could be smashing their fucking face on the floor and on various other things as well. Dive up to catch the fucking rings and you just miss them entirely and they're just fucking doing that as they're falling on their ass. There's lots of good events. I mean, but I always go back to Tony Adams in an autobiography when he spoke about playing while he was pissed. And he was a fucking animal when he played when he's pissed. And I mean animals in a good way as well, because he remembered talking about playing when he was pissed when we beat Luton 4-1. And he played like sliding in there for every fucking challenge. Why? Because he'd had 5 pints of Guinness and a bottle of red wine before he'd walked out on the fucking pitch. And it makes me wonder if those cowardly shites had done that tonight, whether or not we'd had a fucking better result against West Ham. But, you know, dating the podcast by saying that. There we go.
Any athletics in any track and field, I think, the hurdles, the pole vaults, imagine them when you just pissed. It'd just be hilarious to watch, wouldn't it?
If we could make the horses pissed as well, just to answer a couple of comments in the chats as well. Just inject them with fucking booze. Yeah,
my mind immediately went to the same as you, JP, horse racing and fucking gymnastics, and I was thinking about getting the horses wrecked. Imagine the Grand National with the horses bladdered.
Oh, I want to ask Liam in the chat as well. Pissed up boxing, pissed up MMA. I think that could be good fun.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as Andy alluded to, I think some of the bets I've had in recent years, I wasn't convinced they weren't pissed up at the time when they were fighting and stuff. So, you know, I'm not sure that's a new invention we're creating.
I was going to say about wrestling, JP, but we've had Jimmy Fullington all these years, haven't we? So he was pissed in the ring many a time.
And Jordan mentions there about letting the lads at the darts smoke and drink. Like, I saw a good clip of there. I'd seen it in one of our chats where somebody had, like, Cliff Lazarenko lighting a fag for Jockey Wilson on stage while they're playing each other in the darts. And I thought, I missed that era of sports, I won't lie.
It was the old Leverkusen manager that got them the final, Gareth, against the Real Madrid. Didn't he smoke on the touchline all the time? 0-2. Oh, what was his name, lad?
But you always see clips of Wenger, don't you, before he came to Arsenal? And he's like puffing away on the sidelines, isn't he?
Yeah.
Miss those days. Italian managers. Serie A's full of them.
Didn't Sarri have that little, like, was it like a half a ciggy he used to have in his mouth to get the, don't know what the gimmick was that, but he was bad for it in Italy, like.
I'm just thinking about if they did have that on the darts, so that poor Luke Littler. They're over there, like, they'd be there up at a tavern and drink, and he couldn't have one.
There's some of the comments on here. I do have to mention Crufts as well, if they were pissed up as well. That would be awesome. World class in the 80s. I don't think it's the drink you'd be worrying about on there. It's the fucking blow with those boys.
Drinking and smoking while playing darts always reminds me of that. Is it not the 9 o'clock news sketch when they go up to pretend they're going to throw a dart? It's like double whiskey, and it's like triple vodka.
To belt of that.
You're telling me that 16-year-old hasn't had a few pints?
Oh,
and again, 16 and dog years.
He was going out clubbing it when he was like 12, isn't he?
But we all had somebody like that at school, though, didn't we? That was like 14 when we were at school, and he looked about 21 and stuff, didn't we?
Oh, God, yeah.
I'll do that Homer Simpson meme and go back.
Paddy O'Day.
That was me, mate. With the beard and that.
There was a pub we used to go to in Upper Sixth, and we'd take off the ties and we'd go and have a pint, and we'd have a fucking, on a Friday in particular, and play some games of pool. And there'd be some pictures of the old fellas. And we go, oh, Paddy, there's you and the lads out for a fucking night out as well, and the rest of it. Like, honestly, that fella, honestly, he was born in 1955, and he was somehow fucking doing his A levels with me. I'll never fucking understand.
Do you guys used to do that with the last day of school, where like you'd finish early, get your shirt signed by everyone, and we had a random like field next to our school, so we all just went on there, and obviously trying to get ale, so no one could get saved. So they asked me to go, and as you said, JP, just took the tie off, took me blazer, as if I'd been to work in my light blue shirt, and I got everyone's great for them, and we just went on the field and had a good time. Like,
simpler times,
easier times. Bag and booze is what it was. So we're like an independent offer. It was bag and booze, so I'm happy with that.
None of you woke trying to serve people with the legal age limit they were. None of that stuff.
It'll be 25 now. Yeah, you get ID'd. Something like that. Mad.
Do you want to do our DM questions we've got, Matty, and then we'll and then we'll go into the final stretch with the last.
Yeah, of course. These are directed at specifically each of us, but we can. Whoever it's directed to can answer, but everyone can chip in as well.
And when our last two just throw it out there, when our last two guests join us, I'm using it now as a thing. I can throw out 5 more memberships for free, and then that's the most I can put out on a screen.
You staying on to the end, though, Liam? You sticking around, fella?
Yeah. I mean, all night.
Yeah, man. We'll start with the wheelman here. Question specifically for you, Gareth.
This is from Paul Goose on the Discord.
Right. You've got your dream Bret Hart opponent that could have happened but didn't, and one against any opponent from any era.
I mean, the dream is Punk, isn't it? Like about 1 and 2, and then they're both just their whole sensibility has been about fucking details and matches and things like that, and just it's sorry, that's an easy, obvious question, obvious answer kind of thing. But Bret Hart against CM Punk, like imagine that prime Bret Hart against prime CM Punk, like the magic them two would work in the ring. Greatest of all time.
Any other ones there? Mine's Bret Hart, Kurt Angle. I've always thought that'd just be like an absolute clinic. Give it an Iron Man match as well.
I think there was well in the same
Hart Danielson.
Before that, I went like I always like Bret against a big man. So Bret against Walter, not Gunter.
Yeah. Brock Lesnar v Bret, though, how good that be?
Brock and Bret. Yeah, like Bret always told a good story against a big man. So
to throw one out there of being a bigger guy than Bret, but also on the basis of his matches with Mr. Perfect, 1992 Bret Hart, Barry Windham would have been great. I think that would have been great.
Oh yeah, that couldn't have been bad.
Right, anything else for you? We want next one, JP. We'll go to you here. Right, and I'm going to read this properly, JP. So don't dive in. Favorite Bluey episodes, and if you could sign one. And if you could sign one,
Bluey could mean a few things here, but go on.
Realistic player for Arsenal in January, who would it be?
All right, favourite Bluey episode. I'm going to go with The Decider, which, again, I stress this to Gareth, who's got no reason to watch a CBeebies show at this stage of his parental career. But if you are going to watch one that covers a state of origin in a way that is fucking believable, plus also has a message as well, and also gets into the idea of, it must be difficult moving from Sydney to Brisbane. Like, and you come away from that. I shouldn't come away from a kid show feeling that should not be a question that ever is arisen. So I'd say that one. The cricket episode, which isn't available in this country on Disney Plus or on BBC iPlayer, but obviously it's in the JP drive because that's how I fucking roll. Like that is a fucking an incredible episode as well, where it's a lad just practicing his square cut, Liam, the entire time as well, and it gets into his dad, and his dad's serving in whatever doggy war's going on there as well, which makes you wonder, is there dogs at war? Anyway, those, like, I'd go with the decider of any one of those. And if Arsenal are going to sign a player, fuck me, I want a defensive midfielder, to be honest with you. I know tonight we missed a shit ton of chances, and the idea is going to be a striker. It's not. I don't think it's as simple as that, because I think if Declan Rice is injured, there is a world of fucking issues there as
Phillips,
well.
then, from Man City, wouldn't sell him to Challenger, though, would they? Probably?
No, they wouldn't. I mean, that would be part of it. Calvin Phillips, I'd be kind of fine with in there as well. I mean, there's an issue with some of the players if they come back into the side, like a Tomiyasu and a Timber and the rest of it. And Timber, apparently, he's going to be, and this is an FPL tip, apparently he is making a much better progress than what people are expected. So don't be surprised if he starts making an appearance in February/March, even there as well. The episode of Bluey infiltrates. Fucking hell! Sorry, I've just seen one of the chat comments there.
That's where I've been laughing because I saw that before it came on the screen.
Joe sent me a message before apologising for the Bill Calendar bit. He was like, "I've just realised it's an audio podcast. Sorry." I was like, "Mate, we're still going. You're all right." That's the least of our issues.
That is the least of the issues on that as well.
Yeah,
that's absolutely tremendous. But yeah, I'd be more bothered about longer term holding midfielders, because I still think players like Martinelli, Saka, and Jesus will turn up with enough goals. You don't need a 30 goal a season striker to win a league. You don't. What you do need, though, is to be able to protect your back four, and that's something that I don't think we can do. And there's no credible backup to Declan Rice.
Right. No, good stuff. JP Benno, we'll turn it to you, and obviously Liam can jump in on this one as well. It's top 3 Wu-Tang solo albums in order as well, if possible.
Save this phone Liam was on. I couldn't fucking wait. I was like, I want to know Liam's answer more than I want to give my own. So it's top 5 solos or top 5?
Top 3. Solo? Top 3, just solo and in order.
All right. I think I can do this.
Yeah, I can do this. I've just wrote it on the side of a shoebox, so I'm ready to go.
I reckon IWC probably, Liam. I would go. It's the order is the issue.
Yeah, I think we'll probably have 2 of the 3 the same.
I think we're both going to have Cuban Links and Liquid Swords.
Yeah, 1 and 2. I've got Cuban Links 1, Liquid Swords 2.
I think I'd agree with that. Yeah, Liquid Swords is close though because it's so tight and the atmosphere is so great in it. Mm-hmm. But Cuban Links is a better album.
Yep.
You know, my third one. Throw this one at you. I wouldn't go first gen. I go second gen. I go Supreme Clientele, Ghostface Killer.
Ding, 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 ding. We got the same 3.
Oh, yeah, that was easy. I mean, if we have any more, boys, we can't add one between us, could we? Because I can't.
Can you name one Wu-Tang solo album? I Gareth could. I believe in Gareth.
No. I just agree with you 2. They're my top 3 as well, honest.
Return to 36 Chambers, I think Gareth would be a fan of ODB's album.
Only 36 Chambers, that's it.
No,
I'm too busy listening to Dipset.
Yeah.
Just for me, Liam, top 3 Wu-Tang group albums. It's, I think, again, obvious, but what's the order?
36 Chambers. Wu-Tang Forever.
Forever.
Yeah, Wu-Tang Forever.
And then it's tough, innit? W probably. It goes in order of like, so that's their first 3 albums. So it's like best, second best, third best, everything else.
Was it Iron Flag? The other one. Is it Iron Flag?
Yeah, that was like B cuts, wasn't it? Off W, really.
Yeah, so yeah, W. It would be W by default, really, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Hey, Gravel Pit, there you go, Mikey's showing a bit of knowledge there, isn't there? Yeah. In the chat, appreciate it.
Well,
Rock Club Classic, that Matty. MOP, Gravel Pit.
Cold as ice or
cold as ice, yeah.
Cold as ice. Well, here's one that you can all. I'll answer obviously, and then everyone. I assume everyone can chip in here. This is for me off Paul. What was the album/song that got me into nu metal? Now, to be honest, it was Linkin Park Paper Cut. That was the third single off Hybrid Theory. Crawling at the time was never into. I always talk to Gary about that, Ben. I was never into that when it was out. Love it now, don't get me wrong, but Papercut was the one where I heard it and just thought, Sam got me mate Jacko to make me a copy of and borrowed his Discman in school and just listened to that song on fucking repeat for all religious education it was. I was a crafty one, JP, because I used to get sent out of my RE class to go into the other class because I knew I could listen to it with the teacher more than that one. So I always knew tricks of the trade. But it was Linkin Park, Papercut, and obviously it's still Hybrid Theory's the best new metal album for me for sure. So anyone else got any new metal memories or early ones?
Not really, no.
I would say the first song that is probably classed as new metal that I really was into, Freak on a Leash. And I think as much as the video,
definitely
as it was it Todd McFarlane video, is it?
Yeah,
as much as the video as it was the song, but yeah, that probably was the first.
Do you know what got me more into new metal, Matty? Because we've talked about this on Time and things like that. That like new metal was a bit of a joke to us, kind of thing. Like my thing, but Kerrang! 2, the album. There was some like new metal songs on there, and but that album was like, I think it had hits from like Papa Roach was on there, like Linkin Park was on there, and things like that. And that was the first thing that I was like, no, actually, I'll give these a bit of like time of day kind of thing. Like I used to throw that album on quite a bit. Like I remember getting that for Christmas.
Did Deftones count as new metal? At all. We spoke about it on Time as well. I know.
Liam wasn't having it, was you, Liam?
No, I'm not having it, but I can see that. I can see why people would say that. So I mean,
yes,
I'm not going to gatekeep and say do not this or that. I mean, whatever they want you to.
Gatekeep.
Was it the Linkin Park remix album? Was that called Reanimation? Because that was the first one I owned by them.
Yeah, I think it was.
Oh, I've got a boss that pen on. That's fucking
really good. Yeah. Mike Yoda killing it.
Got that on vinyl there, mate, for you.
And this is to tie it back into wrestling, and Daniel Thomas mentions there in the chat as well, My Way by Limp Bizkit. Like I have to say,
great song. It is
brought us all together. That fucking boys. It did.
Great song as well, and it's indelibly linked in all of our minds as well for wrestling. Once you cut out the Deborah shit.
Adam's nailed in the chat there. A big Edema fan. Immortal by Edema should have been a wrestling fiend. Offer it, Liam. Will you know what? It's on for Mortal Kombat.
Kieran, please tell me Jeff does a rap.
I've gone with that.
Very can. He's asleep right now, but you know.
Do you know, Liam? Do you know what Mortal Kombat game that's off? Immortal Edema.
No, but I remember the video did have
yeah
Mortal Kombat characters in it. Yeah, I don't know what Mortal Kombat game that is now.
Yeah, it's a proper free effort. Yeah, but that's it, Ben. That's the questions off Paul. They were great stuff.
Love that. Yeah, he sent quite a few. So sorry, Paul. If we have time at the end, we'll add a few more. But they were the 4 corkers from the big set that he sent over. Have you got the other questions at hand, Matty? I've just closed the window. What we got?
Okay, wait there a sec, mate. Let me.
Are we waiting on another guest? Are they on the way? Have they got back to you? Or
the links have been sent, Ben. The links have been sent.
Asleep.
And just to stitch back and answer your question, Matty, about 2:10. I had Christmas dinner.
Sorry, Liam. No, should have asked. It's 2:10. And Liam, I want to know because I reckon you'll throw a curveball in here for your Christmas dinner. I reckon you're just gonna throw one right in. What you had on it, please.
Well, I can't blag. I can't blag because I put a photo up in Patreon, didn't I? So it's all there. It's physically documented. Carrots, broccoli, sprouts, 2 types of stuffing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Pigs in blankets, potatoes, Yorkshire, of course. Turkey. That's it.
Yeah. You only went one meat and turkey. You're a good lad.
just
You're
a turkey.
Lad.
I'm not a turkey person. I think it's shit. I mean, there's
old school Liam. I like it.
There's a reason why you only eat it once a year, isn't it? You know, and who eats turkey and doesn't think I'd rather be eating chicken here? You know,
where's part of the meal?
Everyone
Yes.
says the same thing though. It's dry. Just put
It
loads
is.
of sauce on it though. It's not.
It is. And Christmas dinner's kind of an ends to a means as well, in the fact of like you kind of like tolerate Christmas dinner to get the leftovers to make sandwiches.
Yeah.
Like if leftovers didn't exist, the Christmas dinner would be like.
Well, this is it.
With you.
This is it. Well, can we ask this one, Benno? Can I ask this question? This is
Is this your DM one?
These are all these. No, not that. It's on by Gas Tank Adam. We received it from. Are you above putting jeans over pajama bottoms? It links into the bedtime. What we wear for bed.
Nah, step too far. Too much. Too much going on.
What to go to sleep on?
No, basically we spoke.
Is he homeless?
Do you wear socks, Liam, in bed? Yeah or no? Are you behind it or?
Depends what I'm doing.
If I'm sleeping rough, mate, I might do that. But fucking hell.
Hang on, you're going to make this clear here. What am I doing in bed if I'm wearing, when I'm wearing socks? Can we just make
have
it...
I shit myself or something? Or
you go to sleep,
oh, just sleeping. Okay, right, fine. I have known to. I wouldn't. But apparently there's this massive like physiological thing about this, is that if you keep your socks on when you're in bed, your feet are at the same body temperature as your bed and you can sleep better or something. I read about this.
I heard it cuts the circulation off, doesn't it, Liam? Is that like an old wives' tale from years ago?
Well, I think like if your socks might be a bit too tight there, actually. But isn't that also a trick as well, that you go to bed with like, if you like rub Albus oil on the soles of your feet, and put socks on when you go to bed, like it helps get rid of a cold or something.
Vicks Vapor Rub, I heard for that.
Yeah, is it Vicks Vapor Rub? Yeah. But to answer the question, no.
But that pajamas or jeans over pajamas, JP, that's a wild one.
That's wild.
My jeans are so tight. My jeans are so tight I couldn't get pajamas underneath my jeans.
If I'm ditched in the middle of
I struggle to get my jeans on and fasten them. Never mind.
Mate, your bills on, Gareth, don't you?
If I'm ditched in the middle of the fucking North Pole or something, then yeah, I'll do that. But I'll do whatever it fucking takes to stop me from dying from hypothermia. In the reg, I'm not thinking, I'm wearing these pajama bottoms. You know what will go well over these? Some jeans. Like, that's not happening, is it? I'll just wrap myself up in the fucking duvet in the meantime. That seems like madness.
This is
that a thing? Do people do this? Is that a thing? Like,
I'd love to know more. If Adam can get back in touch,
I mean, I'm lost at the whole thing of pajama bottoms. Like, what are they?
Oh no, Liam, I got 2 pairs for Christmas, mate. This will be called Clash.
This is the thing, though.
Not entirely against it.
The only pajamas I have are in a bag just in case I go to hospital. And someone needs to take a bag for like overnight for me. I don't have like pajamas for like in the house and stuff.
Have you not got loungewear for around the house, Liam?
They're called shorts.
Oh, do you wear
trackies.
They're called shorts. And like
even in the winter, though. Yeah, I mean, I only wear the pajama bottoms like from October to like Feb, and then it's shorts all the way, Liam. I'm with you.
But I get my leg up, but there we go. Some pajama bottoms going on.
Yes, Benno.
Good lad.
I like that, lad.
But on a pajama bottoms, if you don't wear them, on a pajama bottoms, if you don't wear them solely in bed, though. So, what differentiates a pajama bottom from a lounge pant?
Well, this is Liam. These are the big questions, and I love it. And I agree with you. But you should never. I don't think you should ever sleep in pajamas either. I think they're strictly for around the house.
Oh, well, I've got to sleep naked, not just pants.
Gareth. Well, I only do you respect by
the way Christ intended,
when I'm with you in the room, but any other time, I wasn't going to mention it.
If you weren't in that bed next to me, I'd be fucking
bollock, mate. January to December, mate, all year round, standard. That you give you a bit of freedom in bed, mate, innit? It's like, fucking too right.
I mean, your pajama bottoms aren't committing some sort of human rights violation, are they? They're just keeping your fucking knackers warm. Like, you know,
you want them free, JP?
I agree. You need to.
Do we want them free? I don't want them free when I'm at work, mate. There's a whole other fucking series of issues that are going on there.
I agree. When you're in bed, you need to allow stuff to breathe and stuff, haven't you? You know what I mean?
Exactly. You know. Head to toe, though, mate. It's got to be completely. Like
those bollocks have had loads of years to be free. They'll be fine now. If they're complaining about their freedom at this stage in the game, it's them with the problem, not me.
Oh,
You got into enough
cooler
trouble,
now,
mate.
is he, Benno?
I'm talking
Yeah,
about
I
them
think
as if they're a
it's,
fucking sentient being with their own fucking
JP,
thoughts and
let's
feelings.
get Williams' views on this. Let's
Yes.
get him in. And he'll be the
We're going to
deciding
the
factor.
home stretch with the last few questions. Liam, you going to stick around with us?
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Good man. We'll get the last two guests on, and with that, I'll be sending out some free memberships in a few seconds. Be quick. The last 5 went immediately, so if you want one, be quick. But to celebrate for the cooling hours and the final questions, we've got one. King Pimble Cooling.
Me.
William.
And Andrew Ogden.
And there's Andrew.
Hey.
Yeah, welcome to the
Hey, lads.
You've misunderstood the question about
Here we
putting
go.
jeans over pajamas. That's if you're in your pajamas and you want to nip out to the corner shop, but you can't be asked to get undressed, so you just put your jeans on top of your pajamas.
No, Will,
then you nip out. You get back, you take your jeans off.
Oh, I can do that.
Will,
Sounds great.
the amount of scabby fuckers near here I've seen going to the shops
know
in
you
the
could
fucking
be shop naked,
PJs.
mate, you're next
Not an
door.
issue.
In Liverpool, they just put the fucking dressing gown on over the pajamas and go to the shops.
Not asked.
Oh, when I stayed in that posh hotel in London last week, I stole the dressing gown and the slippers, so I'm living well, lads.
Good lad for the dressing gown, Ben.
Right, Ben, do you want to crack on with the questions? I'll sort this.
I'm gonna have a go at in Widnes of all places, boys, where they celebrated Christmas. I said house coat instead of dressing gown, and I got absolutely nailed for that. Was it right to be, or?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, house coat.
Ooh, garage. What do you call it? Car hole.
Are you in some fucking Emily Bronte novel or something like that? House coat.
I'll have to say, Matty, I don't own a dressing gown. I'm like Gareth Bollico.
Yeah, gotta be bolloco in bed. That's standard, though, boys. I'm glad there's more of us here.
It's not bolloco around the house. It's not like the ending of Saltburn, which spoiler alert for those of you who haven't seen it. But
This is where you're wrong. This is where you're wrong, Andy. If you have a dressing gown, it means you can walk around your house in your pants when it's cold. Could you just have the dressing gown on to keep you warm?
That's why I am a shorts, t-shirt. That's enough warm for me. No fucking heating on in this house. It's too expensive.
Yeah.
And the gun.
Here's one, boys. Here's one that we can ask everyone here. A bit of a.
Have all those memberships gone?
Yeah, all 10, mate. Yeah.
Fucking freeloaders.
Fuck me, you lot.
It's the
Just,
people in the
would
back
you
now,
all
like,
dive
oh,
into their graves as quickly as that? Fuck me.
I think-
We're in there,
I
weren't
didn't
they?
know they were still up. Good to see you still awake, lads.
Can we ask this one, Ben?
I worked on reductions at a supermarket, Benno. These freeloaders, they wait. They wait for the reductions to happen.
Hey,
A bit like
to
me
be
on
honest-
Tesco's on Christmas Eve.
Hey, to be honest,
You don't wait.
Will, this afternoon when I finished work at 4:00, I was straight in Heron Foods in Bury, around like the bread aisle, 20p loaf. I got 69p Pringles, a 20p salad for the train tomorrow when I'm on the piss. Fucking.
I'll soak the ale up, man.
That'll soak it up. That's exactly
12p coleslaw.
I hope that was a
13p.
I hope that was a potato salad.
13p fridge raiders as well. Oh, and I told Jeff an hour later, and he was in there for the same thing.
Oh, Heron's a great shop. You've got to strike.
I love heroin.
Hot luck, but it's good when you get a good one.
I know a
Heroin
man.
foods.
I know a man that could have got you an extra 50p off that.
What a place.
Yeah, should we ask this one then? This is a bit of a, not serious, but Simon said here, boys, we can all answer this. How long are you likely to wait to get tickets to All In, given that despite the coldness to the product within the bubble, tickets are selling well? How long are you going to wait?
Day
Is this
before. It's not
this-
selling out.
Is this days or hours before the doors open?
Is that what you would all go? I'm looking. I'm no way paying £200 this year. No chance.
I think for me, because I got tickets sort of like straight away last year, and then maybe 2 or 3 days before I saw, there's upgrades on for an extra £5, so I got them. Maybe about 2 months before, I would say. Get the jump season out of the way when I do all my betting. and then I'll buy them.
A lot would depend for me if I take the boys again, which I think I will. If they really enjoyed it, but if I'm taking the boys, because you need 3 together, you can't really leave it too late. So I'll probably be similar to Andy. 2-3 months beforehand is the latest. If I'm going by myself, I'd probably try and get press. But if I'm paying for a ticket, I'd leave it to the last minute. But as I'm probably going to take the boys, I'd probably get it at similar times this year, May, June.
The only thing I'll say about that this year is that a lot of people may be relying on getting a lot cheaper tickets closer to the date, but just remember that it's going to be laid out for a smaller capacity, and the big proper touts are not stupid. And if they realise they ended up with about 5,000 tickets they couldn't shift last year, they won't buy anywhere as near as that. So the secondary market is going to shrink massively. So getting tickets closer to the day may be a little bit more expensive than you imagine they were.
When you see WrestleTix and that, I think it's going up by about 600 a week, in it, off their weekly update. So it's not going up a massive amount. You probably get a good cheap ticket nearer the time, but that's the thing now, because they do it through Ticketmaster. It's all that surge pricing, and because if the demand's not there, that's where the price will go down. I do feel.
I think there's a fair chance that I'll be going this year and taking like the various amount of children in there, like so Harry and George being 9 and 7, like will be 10 and 8 at that point in time. Will be like kind of easily to bring them along, as well as Tommy and Max. Like they might want to come along as well. I don't think I'll be able to bring Charlie because he'll be under 2. So I don't think that'll be a non-starter. But I'm still going to be waiting quite late in the day because I don't think they're going to turn. I get the idea of what you're saying with the smaller setup. I don't think they're going to be turning anyone away. I don't think they're going to be using it as a reason to say no for that. And I've done the being on the floor bit. And to be honest with you, I'd like to be up in the sticks, just almost to get an idea of the kind of like more of the scope and the event, the size of the event than anything else. But yeah, we're still many months away. I could see it around about Easter. I think that'll be around the point when I'll start to think, okay, I need to get these sorted out just so they're in place and I know exactly who's coming along and where exactly we're going.
Did we pay 200 last year?
198, mate.
Yeah. I'm thinking like
1 max. Yeah,
75 tops. I'm thinking in my head this year, like
30 quid if they're fucking lucky.
Booked, haven't we? From last, like we booked that hotel, didn't they? Like Gary did that in the car on the drive home, didn't it? So that's like I'm just thinking, just keep this as cheap as fuck next year.
I think when I got my tickets like 3 or 4 days before the event, it was about 45-50 quid a ticket, and me and Jeff was like 5th row of block 208, and it was a corner, like a corner view, but it was
higher next time, though.
Still a great view and everything.
I got the family tickets, so for the 4 tickets it was 100 quid.
Yeah,
total.
That's cool.
And the view was fine. The only issue is your eye naturally went up to the screen. Yeah. So like if you taught yourself to watch the ring, you could see, like it wasn't like you couldn't see.
Well, I would say with that, not with wrestling, but like having go and watch the darts a few times, and you're paying 40-50 quid for like a table seat there, and I know it's a smaller venue, it's not Wembley Stadium, but you're basically paying 50 quid to watch a fucking telly there, boys. You're going for the atmosphere.
Yeah. As Will said, that you got to train your eye, haven't you? You got to train your brain and eye to like.
What we did, and this is a tip for you, JP, for your young ones. We just happened to have toy binoculars around the house, so we grabbed them to bring them, and that really helped the boys focus on watch the ring. Like they just had their binoculars on, but they loved it. You know what William's favorite spot was? when
like
when Moxley had the skewers in his forehead.
Yes.
Just would not stop talking to people, including his mum, about how awesome a spot that was.
Mate, that's the last thing you need. What would be handy is rather like being at like the cricket, if you can get some sort of feed which had like Nigel McGuinness's commentary and like a one-off, like, you know, like the way that they give you the Sky Sports, or you can switch between that and TMS. You can do it a test match.
I'm amazed wrestling doesn't do that, because you think they'd
funnily enough, me and Chris Wilson were talking about that on our latest 5-star wrestling show. They were doing live commentary in an arena of about 600 people, and it was like, oh, why couldn't they do that for like All In? You'll have like, I know it's Nigel McGuinness in your ear and you want to switch off because he's shit, but why couldn't they do that? Because they do that for like Cheltenham races, Wimbledon, the snooker, just to give you a flavour of what's going on
treat it like, this is always going to be my big thing about AEW. What is WWE not doing? They don't treat it like a sport. There's an opportunity there for them to treat things like a sport, and we see it with the Continental Classic. So,
you know, the other thing as well, that be to try and sell the radio rights to somebody. Oh no, give the radio rights to somebody. Give them to Talk Sport. Because then they'd be hooked in to promote your show.
Yeah. That's a really good shout on there.
Boys, I've got another question here. Benno sent me the list here, so I've got this going. Now, this is what it says. It's by Ruspongi Frike. Anyway, that's who sent it in the chat.
Rocky Romero.
Yeah. And it says, I've got a tricky one, and I understand if you don't want to answer it. So there's before we start. And he's excluding Chris Benoit from this. Whose body of work? Yeah, whose body of work do you wish wasn't tainted by their actions as a human being?
Fucking hell.
Thanks, Matt. It's like 21.
Benson Richards.
I don't know. You're mentioning it to a group of people who watch a series of British wrestling shows, and it's pumped between fucking 2016 and 2019, aren't you? Like,
We've asked them all.
I feel the one for me, Matt, is as JP alluded to. Then is probably David Starr. That was probably the one I was maybe, you know, like, oh fucking hell, not him during like speaking out.
Yeah,
I bought a few good T-shirts off him and fucking badges, which look nice, and a T-shirt which one of our champs made it, who are David Starr. Fucking that's probably the one for me, and I think, oh fucking hell, had to chuck them away. That's maybe the one.
I think that was like personally painful for me, because I knew Starr a reasonable amount, but because Walter has transcended his indie run, are those matches really important now? Walter won't be remembered for them. He'll be remembered for what he does in WWE. I think the answer is Ric Flair, because Ric Flair is such an important part of pro wrestling. He's so important to kind of driving forward the style and the expectations of how hard wrestlers try in the ring. And it does, you know, you feel a scuzzy person when you say Ric Flair is this awesome wrestler and is this transcendental wrestler who was decades ahead of his time because of what an awful human being. And you mentioning, Gareth, the Ric Flair autobiography. That stuff had what he was doing in plain sight, talking about how he wasn't using his finger to tap women on his head, on the head.
Yeah.
So, like, we all knew what Ric Flair was. We were all dumb, sexist idiots, and we're overlooking it or laughing at it or doing whatever. And so, yeah, like, if you could just make Ric Flair a good guy, which you can't, but if you could, then it would actually help preserve something that's really important. Whereas, no, David Starr doesn't exist. He doesn't exist. It's not that important.
I totally agree. I was going to say Flair as well, because like it's one now, I feel like when you're bringing him up on podcasts and stuff, there's that hesitation in like my brain almost. That's like pause. Can I talk about Ric Flair positively kind of thing? And I'm a bit like I've got that like internal thing in my head of like, it's Ric Flair. Like, and I'm like you shouldn't have to like have that sort of like hesitation with someone. Like I got, I love that Death of the Territories book by like Tim Hornbaker, and he's produced like a biography of Ric Flair this year, and it's sat on my shelf because I don't want to. I got it. It was like released first day of release. I got it, but I'm like, I look at it, I'm like, I don't know if I want to read that. I don't want to like immerse myself in Ric Flair at the moment, kind of thing. And that's just like, it's bad, and it's on such a larger scale than like a David Starr, because it sort of transcends like 5 decades of wrestling as I've known it, kind of thing. It's insane.
I think this, and it follows along a similar lines what Will said about David Starr and the personal connection. I was going to say Matt Riddle, because I think there was an essence of what we think we saw with him when he first came through. This is someone who could be this kind of slight, like he felt like a wrestling prodigy, just got it straight away and could be a big star, and in an era where there wasn't an AEW, and he thought, well, if he goes to New Japan, he is just gonna fucking connect there. If they could just get over the whole weed thing, that was the least of the issues there, wasn't it? So yeah,
I wish Hulk Hogan wasn't a horrible racist, but he is, so fuck him. And that should be the answer for all of these, isn't it? Like, that's not lost on any of us. I just disclaimer.
Oh, it's not lost on us. No, exactly.
Yeah, it's the least of the problems, isn't it?
I think one thing with Flair is, I think the sad thing with Flair is he had so many chances to get away with it, because all he had to do was stop being a dick, stop being a scudsball, because people were willing to say that was the 80s, that was the 70s, what is done is done. But Flair, that's what Flair wants to be. Like, that's what Flair thinks is cool. And I think you've really seen it in this little run with AEW. And you saw it when he was doing the stuff with Carlito as well. He doesn't want to move beyond his womanizing past, because that's actually what he always wanted to be. This is why, like, in reality, the character Ric Flair ends with the match against Vader, because that's when it's okay. No, Ric Flair's grown up. He's a family man. He's fighting for his family against this monster. He's calmed down. But Ric Flair never wanted to grow up. That's why he went into pro wrestling. Ric Flair is the Peter Pan of pro wrestling in his mind.
Yeah. Well, we'll move on, Benno, with it. We'll spit it up a bit here and ask one off Ben Mox. I think it's aimed at you, Benno, but we can all chip in, because can we name 3? It's an old one. It's top 5 William Regal matches. Can anyone name 3? Serious now.
Ted Mental. Ted Mental.
I think one that brings up is that one that comes up as a gif at some time is the William Regal Big Show match, where that probably shows his comedy timing, where he falls on him, with the Big Show falls on him.
Yeah.
I think that's one maybe for more the gif. You're fucking struggling now. It's that Fit Finlay one, which ended up in a fucking nonsensical.
With the fans are silent because they're so intrigued with the match, or because they don't.
Yeah.
Know which one?
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely an IWC match, isn't it? The crowd could not give a shit about them 2 British lads. You know what? Just because it's Regal, it's either the Goldberg or the Junkyard match, because he hates you asking about them at his stand-up show. It's like, I fucking talked about this. It's either that. Is that Rusev's stand-up show, Andy? Yeah. I've been to see it 2 or 3 times. He hates you talking about that, and also he brings out the story about Big Daddy and Giant A starts coming down the stairs with a strawberry flan.
Oh,
it's so fucking predictable.
I missed the question, but his match against Ted Mental is still the one that I refer to.
Gareth said straight away.
What did we watch that was good when we did the mixtape? The Bulldog match. Like, people still repeat
there was
that.
nothing
like,
good.
Was a match that existed.
The match was rubbish.
Match.
Hashimoto, New Japan.
The Pillman one, Will.
Hashimoto was good. You're right.
Yeah.
The Hashimoto one I went for.
It might have had something to do with Shinya Hashimoto. and not his stoned kid, which is not my fucking fault, by the way. And I'll die on that fucking deathbed.
That match is genuinely good. You're right. The Benoit match is genuinely good. I'm dropping the gimmick here.
But it's also
struggle,
like
isn't it?
it's Benoit, yeah. You know, it's like you had a good match with Benoit. What 2000? Well, what the fuck you do?
How good though?
I could have a good match with Benoit in 2000.
Christy and Benno, them ECW matches that they're raved about, aren't they? They are though.
Don't count. No
and
count.
there's the CM Punk one where he beats him for the IC as well.
Well, is it the one where he wins the King of the Ring? The one where he
They've
wins the
still
King
got.
of the Ring.
They still have thoughts of him drinking tea, and then it turns out it's piss.
Yeah.
And this is, I know I'm quoting from Benno here directly for that, but I always think that's where their mind goes to, and somehow they've assumed that he's had good matches to go along with this. Like, for me, he's no better than Lord Alfred Hayes.
No, because Lord Alfred Hayes was bad, whereas Regal played that role.
He was bad at everything.
Yeah,
That bloke.
Regal is a good personality. Well, he was a good personality. He's lost it now,
Yeah,
and he
he's
couldn't
very
even
good
do. He couldn't even do the promo for his son. Did you notice there were actual edits in that 2-minute?
Yeah, I got on that Will purely.
Like he's
though.
completely lost it. Like people are talking about, oh, William Regal can be on WWE TV. Like, no, he can't. He can't do it anymore. But he used to. At one point, he was a good, promo guy. But that is what he is. Like, he's a good comedy character.
Is he the definition of a pro's pro? As Benno always says, like a professional wrestler.
It's just that
he's a Nathan
style,
Cruz,
isn't it?
Get better pros then.
Style. That's what it is.
Get better pros. If you're pros, why don't get Ricky Steamboat as a pro, or Steve Austin, or Bret Hart? Get a better pro. If he's your idea of a professional wrestler, find better professional wrestlers. It's not hard. There's fucking millions of them out there.
But it's
best tweet I ever did. This best tweet.
Ted Morris Farpickle at the Halifax Town Hall for audio listeners. Ted Mental at the Victoria Hall in Handley. Beautiful Bobby Jobby.
Mental.
Are these matches at the GRAPPL at?
The Carnegie thing at Workington was an in-joke that I don't even think it was just lost on me at the time because I think my mind went to Ted Mental and Dean Ambrose. Just
Dean Ambrose at the end, just to wrap it up, because that's the one. Everyone who was a fucking liar and went to cage match and ordered by best matches that came up at the top, so we said it. Like that was 100%. Like,
you know, you shouldn't laugh at your own jokes. I literally couldn't sleep for an hour after tweeting that because I was lying in bed laughing, reading my own tweet for an hour.
That was as good a joke. I don't know if there's a better wrestling joke you ever. I don't want to say you've peaked too soon, Gareth, but fuck me, that was genuinely incredible. The Ted Mental. I found myself hunting down who that bloke looked like to find some sort of design for a Ted Mental t-shirt as well, and it was bloody difficult.
Probably looks like Robbie Brookside. That'll be my guess. Because he's the other one. I saw one of the geezers put on Twitter last week, wasn't it? Like, that man has never had a good match in his life.
Benno, you're not rating Chad Collier at Unified as one of his great matches.
Fucking no. And I'm not counting his matches as or against the Red Power Ranger. That's the thing. Though, what a pro's pro is somebody who can teach other wrestlers and he can learn from, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine. But like, it doesn't mean they're like our conversation as fans are the entertaining to watch, and they're not. They're just not.
No.
Never had a good match. Never did. Anyway, sorry, I'm on one.
No, right. Should we have another one here then, Ben? This should be the last one because there's no more left after this. So it is the last one.
Have you had to the DM one?
Say again, mate.
Didn't you get one in your DM? I knew this would happen.
Yeah, I did. Are we going with that last to end it on a
yeah, okay, because there's another grapple related question we could ask before that. Go ahead.
Right. Well, this one here is the with AEW being rather lackluster over the last year and WWE being WWE, whatever that means good. Is there any promotions you are looking to possibly dive further into in the new year?
Oh.
Gareth, I'm going to start with you because you usually set yourself a little New Year's like thing. Is there any promotions you're going to give a chance, or you're going back into the archives?
Archives, mate.
Yeah.
I almost want somebody to tell me that there's like some like Indian the US that I should be like paying attention to their fucking VOD or something like that, or some element of like Japan that I should be like diving into, but it just doesn't feel like there's anything there. Like for me, it's going to be watch AEW and fucking dive back into old shit, to be honest.
I've got a couple.
Go on, JP.
I think CMLL might. I mean, and how sustained it's going to be, I don't know. But I think from what I saw of the Anniversario show, this is also going on what Joe had said when he went to, was it the Arena Colosseo as well? Just like they just do fucking cracking shows, and it appears to be that they're in vogue at the minute as much as so. CMLL be one. All Japan, but this is very much with a pinch of salt. Like I've been burnt by All Japan, and I think this is the thing about podcasting for as long as we have, Benno, is we've seen a lot of these promotions. They hit favour for a few months and then they die a death, don't they? Like the booking doesn't last up to it. They end up just going back to kind of older guys. There was points in time where you thought Noah could be something interesting and they had production values, and no, they disappear off into the ether as well. Stardom, and then there's like an injury crisis. So there's always reasons to say no. But I think if I'm going to go with one, I'm going to go with CMLL, just because they do feel a bit more interesting. They feel like they've got their shit together as well, as opposed to AAA.
I think for myself, I want to see more Red Pro, but I still hope for the days when when I go back in March to PCW in Preston and think this promotion's return and it's got all the imports, and I never go back again for another year.
Leave the memories alone, Andy.
Yeah, leave the memories alone. Leave the memories alone. But to be honest, there's nothing that takes me fancy unless a fancy import comes over to the UK. I'm not interested unless
there's one, boys.
Unless it's AEW and WWE, I'm not fussed.
Is no one giving TNA a chance at all? Genuinely, like no one excited for that, or the rebrand?
I mean,
Will, JP, anyone?
Sorry, I'll shut up.
Why don't you go? Because I have a point about that's related to TNA, but it's not about their relaunch.
Right, okay. Their big signing is going to be Dolph Ziggler, because the way they've backtracked on it and say, it's a big signing, but it's not the biggest signing we've ever done. It's okay, so it's Dolph Ziggler then. Okay, we'll just cut to the fucking chase, lads. That's where we are with that.
JP, I would say with that, what's the phrase? There's only so many times you can put lipstick on a pig.
Yeah. We've been down this road before, haven't we? With TNA. With TNA as well, it's been incremental growth. It's not been anything really substantial. It's been more that they've hit a level of consistency that doesn't feel like they've burnt away people as quickly as what they've done in the past through just ludicrous booking and stuff like that. We're away from that. If you don't agree with the booking, that's one thing. But in the main, you can understand how they reached the decisions they have done. So I think with TNA, they're going to carry on doing that because they're holding out all hope that there's going to be some sort of TV deal, or they manage to sell the company or something along those lines. Like there's always that being there, that professional wrestling will be hot enough and that they are a TV ready product to go out there on the market. And that's the thing that they will always have with them. But I don't see them being more than a very distant number 3 in the US.
You'll only know if TNA's got good again is if like a minor channel on Sky, not the Zone where you have to pay pay-per-view.
You need a challenge.
It'll be your challenge TVs. Whoever on Sky has got them on.
That should be what Rev Pro looked to do for 2024.
Yeah,
is a credible TV station that's going to be around for a while. I get why you try things with the free sports and the rest of it, but whoever isn't picking up wrestling, and it depends on what the lay of the land is. If WWE goes back onto Sky, I really expect them to do so because it's their home.
Going.
Yeah, and
back to the network.
What's going to happen on when they're with TNT Sports as well? That Rev Pro can actually find themselves onto a credible sporting network who will actually foot the bill for the TV kind of production values. I think at that stage, then that's a much more interesting place for them to be, and they produce like a kind of a live special every couple of months,
But
and just provide some live content for them.
I sort of think the money now's in, well, I wouldn't say live streaming, but like YouTube and like sending super chats in and what have you, more than the actual telly, because the telly, they're only getting, I'm only going off what the rates that PCW got was, it's like 50 quid to 100 quid an episode, what they were getting off one of the lower channels on Sky.
No, so this is what I'm going to make. It's like, if you look at the indie boom, the worldwide indie boom, including New Japan, it's what, 2014-ish to 2019-ish. Now, what is a coincidence with those days? 2014 is when TNA gets booted off Spike, and so ceases to be an actual number 2 promotion. What happens in 2019? AEW emerges as a actual number 2 promotion. The reality is AEW sucks up all the space for indies. You know, it sucks up the attention of the internet, of the IWC, as Matthew would call it. It sucks up the money in terms of fans putting money in. It sucks up the talent. Like you look at someone like Daniel Garcia or Wheeler Yuta. These are people who should be killing it on the US Indies, but they're not, because AEW can offer more money to be, prelim acts on their show. Look at Nick Wayne. What the fuck is he doing on AEW TV? He should be making his name on the Indies, but the money's in being a prelim act for AEW. So there is no promotion. No, the reason why there's such psychodrama around AEW, and unfair, because AEW is way beyond what TNA was in terms of what we as hardcore fans care about, is because we know this is it. If we want an alternative to WWE, if we want something that's not WWE, if we want something that hits our sweet spots in terms of what we're looking for wrestling, it is AEW. And I think you really see it now with stuff happening with New Japan over the past few months. This is escalating. The gravitational pull of all non-WWE wrestling to AEW is actually gathering pace. And that's a big problem, because actually, you look at TNA, you look at Rev Pro, you look at other indies, what do they rely on for their big export stars? They've actually relied on New Japan. Well, if New Japan gets picked clean by a combination of WWE and AEW, and they're left with guys that most fans don't know on top, well, what does a Rev Pro do to get a big name in? Because actually, that is an issue for Rev Pro. Say if Okada is an AEW mainstay, say if Will Ospreay is going to be an AEW mainstay, say if Zack Sabre at some point goes to AEW, but New Japan isn't creating any new talent. There's only so many times you can put Ishii in a big match before we all get tired of it.
Probably at that point already.
The thing is, Will, as well, Red Pro will still put the New Japan guy over because they're our leaders. Oh, let's crumble.
On that note, I want to bomb through the last couple of questions. Eddie asked if 2024 is the year Progress folds. Probably not. They've got enough money to keep going. I was going to ask, Connor asked, Carl. We'll save Connor's for last. Carl asked, as one of the 3 people present, and definitely the most sober, this being Carl, will the lost JP recording from Newcastle see the light of day?
I hope not. I really fucking hope
I'm dying to hear it, because I wasn't present.
Was it that bad, lads?
I haven't got a clue, Andy, I'll be honest. I have not got a clue.
I'm assuming it was that bad, given what I'm liking on piss.
Talking to someone who always records piss, so was it as bad as that?
JP didn't know he was being recorded, in fairness. So
Can you? Can you put it in our chat better? At least
didn't realise.
Was he praising the first episode of World of Sport again?
Which genuinely got fucking lost. that episode, and my God, thank God, it was the best thing that ever happened. It lost, genuinely did.
Our boy Alex asked, "What's the shit?" It's probably second to last question. What's the shittest city in the UK? Good one to have you lads on.
Wolverhampton.
Wolverhampton. No, Martin Bushby said it right. Coventry.
Yeah.
No. I've been to some good Irish pubs in Coventry. No, absolutely not.
City.
Compared to Wolverhampton.
No, I'm not going to say, but I'm not going to
It's
say
like fucking
Birmingham,
Venice
William.
compared to Wolverhampton.
What are you saying, Andy?
Coventry or Wolverhampton. The old Midlands in general. It's all fucking boring.
Liam's right
I
there.
like Cov.
I'm here too.
I'm
an East Midlander, so I don't take offence.
I'm going to say Doncaster. I also remember playing rugby away in Doncaster and getting off the coach, and there was just a smell of shit in the air. And I was just like, it is a city.
I mean,
we don't like this place, and then like. I saw the team we were playing against, and it was like the fucking hills of eyes fucking emerging, like fucking coming down, like to play against. So I was like, fucking, this is a place I never want to go back in my life.
We should say that.
To be honest, Gareth, I spent about 3 months there watching 1PW, and I'll never go back now because they went under.
We should say that.
They'll be back, Andy. Don't worry.
There are weird villages all over the country that, for historical reasons, are technically cities. They are the actual worst cities, but no, Wolverhampton, it can't sustain a KFC in the city centre. Like, that's pretty shocking.
Jesus Christ. You're done. You're fucking done. You can't do that, mate. You're not a city. Just fucking call it quits.
Alex did also ask who'd win in a fight between Jim Smallman, John Briley, and Glenn Joseph. What year is it?
Briley.
Every
day. Paid the other two to kill each other.
He's hit you in the bollocks as well. He'd fight dirty.
Jim Smallman would be too busy trying to pretend he watched wrestling before 2008.
I'm going Glenn. I reckon Glenn would win.
Do you reckon?
He'd act him to death, wouldn't he?
Definitely crack down of a town.
I will defeat you with interpretive dance.
Lee McAteer or Andy Quilden? No, it doesn't say that. Andy Quilden, no.
Andy Quilden every day of the week and twice on Sundays.
In every category.
A kitchen that nice has a lot of weapons you can use. A lot of nice knives you can use to stab me.
I mean, we've seen Andy in the ring, haven't we? Like in his.
and if he's not, to be honest, if he's not winning the fight, there'll be someone in the corner saying, "You can do better than that, Andy Quilden."
And final question, one for us, lads. Connor asks, are there any avenues stemming from your other interest you would like to look into expanding GRAPPL in 2024? I think he's asking for more Star Wars content there, JP.
I think there's...
That's his way around it, isn't it?
There is loads of ideas that I have. It's the time and the fucking money to be able to start up with a lot of these things that I'd love to be able to do.
I mean, like 100%. Like it only had to stop because like just didn't have time, and also like it didn't make sense doing it on the ground. I know more about YouTube now.
The algorithm, Benno.
I understand it made no sense at all.
GRAPPL.
Wrong, yeah, it should have been its own YouTube channel. That would have been way better because it was putting it in front of wrestling fans, and wrestling fans weren't clicking basically, and the reverse was happening. All our wrestling videos were getting put in front of FPL fans who then weren't clicking them, so they were put in front of less people. It's a whole thing, but I would like to do it again. So I maybe separate. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know if you feel the same way, JP.
I think it's a cracking shout with the FPL because I think it was fucking brilliant. It was a brilliant show and brilliant content, like you say. But about the Alva and as a personal thing for me, I'd love the merch. Like there's stuff that I'd like to do with it, but it actually requires quite a lot of money in order to kind of get it started up for you to be able to go out there and do that. And that's a problem. And then there's time, and I can't design for fucking toffee. There's an idea. I'm just going to throw this out here. I don't know if anyone here is aware of a US politics show called The Circus. Looking at you, Will Cooling.
I'm not aware of it. Oh, no, I'm vaguely aware of it.
And I think there are things regarding how wrestling is covered that, and I'm going to throw, anyone steals this idea, you know, it fucking came from me first, all right? He says 5 hours, 51 minutes into a fucking podcast. and the idea of it is it's like a kind of, it's very much like kind of behind the scenes. And the thing about it is I was thinking about this, is that wrestling is it's a multi-billion-dollar industry that's effectively covered by fans. It's not covered properly in the way that it sort of should be, and sometimes and it relies on fans taking up the fucking slack for it, because it's not taken seriously enough, and it should do, given the economic value and stuff that it can bring to fucking entire cities. That's why they bid for WrestleManias and big kind of stadium shows and the like. And I always think to myself, that's something that it would be phenomenal to do, but I don't have fucking money to do that. I've got the ideas, like I say, I got loads of those, but that kind of the circus, if you ever get a chance to see it, it's like a half an hour. If you're access to the JP drive, you can definitely see old episodes of the circus, half-hour episodes that covers a particular kind of political theme for the week. And I think there's things you could do where you film behind the scenes and see what's going on at a variety of different shows that's going on that particular week. What is the big kind of theme of what's going on in the wrestling industry, and that could be actually covered really, really well. But I think that's, something that could happen.
Well, I thought you were going to go with that, JP, which is something that I've always thought is really lacking, but I don't know how you do it. And I'd like Les Moore tried to do it, but it just evolved into another wrestling website, which is, again, the IWC wrestling media is such a big part of the wrestling industry. Look, GRAPPL, as not the biggest outlet in the world, but it is. You are probably other than Rev Pro, probably the biggest British based wrestling entity in terms of profitability.
That sounds wild when you say it like that.
You may even be bigger than Rev Pro in terms of profitability, but no one covers wrestling media. And it would be really good to have somebody that tried to cover wrestling media and kind of talk about, why do certain things work in a certain way? Why does this happen and this not happen? Because I think there is a lot of ignorance amongst even people who consume a lot of wrestling media about why these things work the way they do. And you guys probably are, as people who aren't in kind of the front lines of the takes and the raw reviews and the ratings analysis, you guys may be in a good position to kind of carve out that niche, which is, I suppose, what you tried to do a bit with the roundtable a few years ago. The one thing I can suggest,
that sounds like a backhanded insult, but I get your point.
No, it wasn't.
We'll lead in that direction now. Go the other direction.
But the one thing I'd suggest to you guys is, I know you've talked before, Benno, about how much you enjoyed writing, and I'm sure everybody else involved in GRAPPL could do really good stuff with writing. Actually doing some columns on the Patreon, because there's a video game outlet I'm a follower of, and I've been badgering them. You've got this website, you put in your columns on the website, but no one reads them. Just pump them out to your Patreon. They then had to go independent, and they started doing it. They got a load of good response. And I think if you did a column a week from one of you, only 600 to 1,000 words, probably wouldn't take you. It wouldn't take you as long to write as to record this podcast. That might be an interesting thing to do.
You overestimate my writing skill. I hate writing. It takes me too long to do. I think I'm good at it, but it takes me. I spend too much time dinner on it and stuff like that. A fair podcast.
You see, I've got a podcast I was going to pitch to Benno. It's called Retro, and it's Rhett Titus's greatest matches and unseen matches.
It's blank, yeah. No podcast.
You did say apart from wrestling, but I'm happy. I'm obviously happy with time. I love that, and I want to obviously.
I'm fucking brilliant. Yeah.
Continue with that so much, but me and Gareth had another wrestling idea, didn't we? If you can remember, Gareth, and maybe we can get that going at some point during the year as well. So, just keep it going.
If I could,
I've
got lots of ideas. I'm sat on a database of 13,000 people here that I should monetize in some way, shouldn't I?
Come on, lad. Come on.
I was going to say myself, I know you've got the little like YouTube videos and that, but have you never explored like TikTok? Like little short 30-second videos or
you know what,
videos.
Andy, I started one, didn't I? I told the lads I was going to start one, and I just couldn't figure out how to use it. Plus, it's one of them where, as Benno said before about going into YouTube, TikTok, you feel like that old guy on there. So if I was doing videos, I'd feel a bit. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like I've got to get over that though. I've got to get over that and just do it and see what happens.
I'll dig it out. There's a cricket podcaster I follow who uses an AI program to dig out the bits of his shows to put up on Twitter and TikTok. Okay. So that might be something to use. The one thing I suggest as well actually is, because I've only listened to a few of you Observe This, because I listened to that show when Todd Martin did it 10 years ago.
That sounds like a backhanded insult.
We're all times big. Bye, William. And on that note,
I fucking love Observe This. I mean, anyone say anything bad about that?
Well, yeah, no. I would say though, it's an idea for you that I don't think I've seen a lot of like wrestling outlets use it as a tool at the moment. They probably have, some of the massive ones, but it's probably somewhere to go for you guys.
Definitely, it's the next step, I think. But yeah, the clips take long enough. On that note, Cinderella.
What I was going to say. So what I was going to say was,
quick, William,
is I love the Power Slam one.
Yeah,
thank you.
And I thought I honestly would sack off the Meltzer shit. I would just do Power Slam, because
different, isn't it? That is different.
It's just so different. I just found it was a much richer conversation, and it was unique, and it brought in, because like the reality is none of us were reading Meltzer in the 80s and 90s. Whereas when you're talking about Power Slam, we were reading that, so you can bring in that.
Mine was reading Meltzer.
Well, yeah, exactly. So I really hope you do more of those Power Slam episodes, because I thought that was a real cut above the Observe This shows.
I know we loved doing that one. That was like something we'd spoken about before as well, but definitely would love to go back doing that. And like I say, and this is probably a nice point to kind of bring in any of the ideas for these.
Yeah, I'm up for work soon, but
exactly.
It's Christmas. It's still Christmas.
Any ideas that anyone has, please leave them in the chat. Please let us know in the Discord. Let us know, obviously, in some of the YouTube comments as well. And if you have enjoyed watching this stream, and it's amazing, I'm looking at the amount of people who are here 6 hours in.
I can't believe
who have stuck along with this show the entirety of the way. Thank you loads. Really fucking appreciate it. It makes it absolutely worth it as well. And loved every aspect of it. This is 6 hours that's completely flown by. If you do like us and you do want to support us, go to patreon.com/GRAPPL. We do produce some absolutely cracking stuff on there. If I do say so ourselves. I think you really do.
Follow Will.
Do you know what I would say though as well is, if you're on the Discord,
must see matches,
and there's things up there about like the shows that we do, and if you've enjoyed it, leave comments, because we all buzz off the fucking comments that come through, kind of thing, when people have enjoyed stuff and things.
Apart from that bloke who commented on the,
you might not think it's important kind of thing to say, I enjoyed that and stuff, but it's always good to hear, and just gives you that kind of reaffirmation, it's worth doing this, or let's keep going with that as well. So always something that I'd say there. The Discord's there, just use it.
Quick comment to that bloke who wrote down about, you say you don't like WWE. No, I don't. I don't pretend to be fucking impartial either. as well. This is for the promotion of the year stuff, and I never will pretend to be impartial. Suck it up. Get on with life. There we go.
Hopefully, it makes it 6 hours and 1 minute of this video to
Well,
hear.
exactly.
Right. On that note, thank you everyone for staying live. It's been like Matty's been saying, I can't believe so many people have stayed live this late. It's 2 in the morning. We've still got 30 people in the chat. So yeah, thank you all. Hope everyone enjoys the free memberships. I'll try and throw some more out next time we do something. But yeah, thank you lads for joining us. Thank you, Liam, for everything.
Thank you guys.
And thank you guys for everything you guys do as well. Been awesome.
Of course. Been a great year, and let's see what happens in 24, boys. Let's continue making good audio. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And I hope everyone has a great new year as well. All the best, everyone.
Yes.
And I didn't get too drunk to sing. Lovely.
Give us one before we go, Gareth. Go on.
Cities of gold.
Nice one, lad. Good night,
Adios.
Good night, everyone. Good night.
I'm too.